Test.
Test 1, 2, check 1, 2. Howdy, sir. So you should be hearing my voice now too. Okay. We're good? Okay. Now, yes, sir. Well, yeah, when you look at it, my session is still up. But yeah. Yep. Check, check. You should also hear something just in case. Yeah. Oh, that's right. True. set up. The Zoom is already up.
Cool. Do I just need to plug into the HDMI?
Just right there, plug in the HDMI.
Cool.
There you go. You're up. You are already running the Zoom. That
Perfect.
right there is good. If you want to turn it on, it's live.
Okay.
And use it. If you don't have to.
Cool.
Right here, you see these two mics?
Yes.
These are microphone panels.
Okay.
They go to Zoom.
Okay.
So that way, in case you're worried, you don't like holding the mic.
Yep.
Just speak loud. That'll still
Cool.
get the Zoom.
Cool. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Testing. I should be fine.
USB-C adapter to H.
Oh, that is completely the opposite way that I want it. Cool.
Oh, in the venue? Oh, is that the guy who had to change hotels? Who got stuck or something? That's understandable. Okay. Yeah, well, I had rain so I had to come in here and grab one, and I had two other fires. I had one person walking from me, and she's like, "Who did you guys like that? Who did you talk with me?" I was like, "I can figure you out all the time."
Yes. Nothing much. You recognize me? I don't think you've ever seen a picture of me. No, what's your name? Josh. Nice to meet you, Josh. Oh, there we go. Perfect. They gave you the big room. Yeah. They didn't. Yeah, I thought I was in the big room. Kind of glad I'm not in the big room, to be honest. But yeah, how you doing? How's your drive?
Not bad, honestly.
For I-4?
Yeah. I left at like 7 in the morning though, so.
Oh, okay, that would do it. I was thinking about doing that. And I just kind of decided to get a hotel last minute. Kind of been dreading, you know.
I almost did, but it's fine.
Yeah, well, you know, let me know how I do.
Do you want me to sit up front?
Up to you.
Okay.
Security. Privacy and security.
Yeah, I was surprised to get the Peyton was here.
Yeah, do you not like him?
No.
Oh, okay. He's in the B-side. He's in the sunshine room.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's really busy right now, but he should have time here in a second if you want to say hi.
I was just surprised because he was literally talking about just buying a car like a couple days ago in Seattle.
Yeah.
He's like, oh,
And
apparently.
I think he did buy it.
Yeah, no, he did.
Yeah. Yeah.
He sent us a picture of the Tesla with his name on it.
Yeah. It's a good buying experience.
I also asked him, like, where do I get coffee around here? He's like, I just went to Chick-fil-A. I'm like, that doesn't help.
That's not, you could get coffee there, I guess.
Well, I asked him because I don't know if you've ever seen, but like he has a whole coffee set up in his apartment.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So I was like, okay, he's probably as picky as I am.
So over by UCF,
There's a place everyone likes now called Foxtail. If you were there when they had that,
I don't think so.
yeah, it's pretty good. I think the shots are a little bit acidic, but I also don't drink coffee that much, so I can't really complain.
Foxtails felt like collard green.
Yeah, I think that's what it's called. I could be wrong. Cool. I'll just use my keyboard. It's fine.
Oh, fox. Just a minute drive. Down University.
Yeah, it's all the way down University. I didn't realize that University connected Full Sail and UCF.
Yes. Because this is over where 408.
Yeah, I mean it's right. If you remember by UCF, there's like a Chipotle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's right by there.
Or not 408, 417.
Yeah.
Faster, 417.
It's right by the Chick-fil-A, ironically. Different Chick-fil-A, probably.
So if you pick Chick-fil-A. I'm just spoiled at this point because I have an espresso machine in my house. Why I asked him, I assumed that he would also know if
Hey man, you just spoiled yourself. Now you can't enjoy the bad coffee that everyone else
I
seems to like.
know.
Yeah, no, I don't drink coffee at home virtually at all. I only drink it when I'm like on trips. And I keep coffee around for like people who like to drink coffee. And then I just use like a Clever with like 3 ground beans that I only replace every 2 months. I'm sure it's not good, but you know.
If you need the caffeine, I guess you can.
Yeah, I mean I carry around caffeine pills, so.
Might set that way. Hopefully with it being a weekend, university's not ridiculous.
Oh, it's a chamois. I thought it was a t-shirt.
So did I. That's why I started looking. This is very molten.
It is definitely very long. Is that like one of those like cooling towels?
I have no idea. Again, I thought it was a t-shirt too.
Yeah.
To go assemble my badge.
Yeah. You have to solder it.
This is terrible. I've soldered an entire keyboard. I think this looks pretty fine.
I'm just like prestigiously bad at soldering. Give it like 3-4 minutes and I'll start.
These are push through pins. They're very well put pins in place.
Yeah, you could.
Were you at SUTCDC last semester? Like,
I was red teaming it, yeah. You guys UCF students?
no, we're UFCs.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Nice, thanks for coming down.
Yeah. I remember the presentation that it was
The red team one?
yeah, the animal
Yeah.
at the end.
Yeah.
That was a blast.
Glad you think so. Try to have fun with it.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna give it 2 minutes.
Yeah.
it's funny. That guy's like, ask Josh.
Yeah, no, I didn't even ask you for that.
It's Kai.
Yeah.
I'm also surprised she was awake at 4 in the morning.
Yeah. Okay. I say we get started. Why not? So, this is using data lakes for security storage. Just an about me real quick. I'm the lead security architect at Abbott Laboratories. I do volunteer red team at various collegiate events. I went to UCF right down the corner, and I won national CCDC in 2021. And I've also discovered a CDE and fluent bit. If you guys have questions, we have a relatively small group, so feel free to just raise your hand at any point. I also have a Slido that I'll review at the end, particularly for our online people. If you're watching this after the fact, it's not really going to do you any good. But if you're watching via Zoom, feel free to submit your questions there. Before we can really talk about the solution, we need to talk about the problem, which is that the way that we've been storing logs historically just doesn't scale cost-wise in any like meaningful way. I'm sure everyone's like heard the joke that most companies spend more on Splunk than they do their whole entire security budget. And the long and the short of it is the old way of storing security events is extremely expensive. Most vendors like charge you for the amount you're storing on there, and they're having you store it on disk. So if you're on-prem, like, yeah, it's gonna be on disk. But if you're like in the cloud, disks are like the most expensive type of storage you can get. They make accessing archived data labor intensive. And I think the core of the problem is there's logs that we do not ingest just because we can't afford to. There are cheaper ways to store data. We just don't really use them that much. So if we look at something like Elastic Cloud, and the prices I'm picking here are purely because they have public price calculators. But I talked with a rep from them to validate that this was reasonable. You're paying, I'm going to simplify all of this, you're paying $200,000 a year to ingest a terabyte a day for a year. And most of that comes down to the storage nodes, and that includes the compute associated with the nodes, so you're paying for the RAM and the CPU of those instances. Dynatrace is a little bit different. They just bill you for like your actual usage, not for instances. Same numbers, so if you're doing like a terabyte a day, you're looking at like $75,000 in ingest costs and $95,000 in retention, and then they charge you for query, but it's kind of nominal. Comes out to like 171 grand. Versus using like a data lake mindset, using Athena, you can get it down to 27,000. And something I'll just point out now, I'll address it more later. But like most of that cost is just your S3 storage, and you're storing it in the cheapest S3 tier, which is like 1/4 of a cent per gigabyte. And this kind of comes down to like what is the traditional mindset of like how we store logs. And it's effectively, if you think about it, a document store database. So Elastic actually just is a document store database where you're putting in documents and you're retrieving them, and you're doing queries to retrieve the right ones. So like if you know Mongo, it's exactly that. We shard the data. We have different documents on different hosts, and we might do some intelligent stuff so we don't have to query all of them. We attach them to VMs so they can search the disk they're on. And we do that so we can get fast results from them. So an instance is looking into its disk, pulling out the relevant data, that sends it up to a search head or whatever, and goes from there. We have to provision all of these resources though at all times, even if we're not searching. If we're tiering data, it's usually by like different host configurations. So it's not just like, oh yeah, we have SSDs and hard drives. It's, our hot nodes, which we're planning on searching more, have more SSD, more RAM, more CPU. And that adds substantially to your costs. And you're keeping those around so you have that on tap if you want to search that data. but you're not always going to be searching that data. Versus like what does a data lake mean, right? It's a data analytics term, and it almost doesn't matter. I'm just kind of using the word. But we're going to store a large amount of data to answer like questions throughout like the enterprise. So that could be, for example, a very prototypical one would be like, how many registrations do we have month over month for the past 2 months? What's the average transaction per active user? And they've always been under the mindset that we're going to store this in low-cost repositories because they're logging basically everything that the enterprise does, and they don't think about them as logs. But if you look at it, like those two examples are basically security logs. I mean, yes, there's like some abstraction and they're using them for a different reason, but they're basically just security events. And then most data lake solutions like charge for the query time, which makes it more expensive to search the data, sure. But if it's data like, packet captures or something like that, you're not always going to be searching them, right? You could log something for a year for regulatory reasons or whatever, and then you might never be looking at them again. So that could very easily, if you're eliminating that cost that was traditionally built into the bill of materials, you're removing a lot of that cost. And kind of like how this works, right? Let's let other people store the data. They're better at it. Like, I don't care who you are. If you're like, Google, Netflix or whatever, maybe you're better at like storing bulk data. But like, I guarantee you S3 and Backblaze are going to save you a lot on labor and just like hard drive costs compared to doing it yourself. Let's store it in object storage. That's almost always the cheapest. And it's very easy to retrieve. It's not attached to a compute resource, which is both a weakness and strength. But you can kind of grab it. Why don't we do all the searching in a dedicated place? We can scale that up and down for processing depending on if we need more infrastructure to be able to handle, more complex or more queries. And let's go from there. So, and that kind of leads into the price difference we were seeing before. Is we're paying for the data to be stored in a cheap place, not disk. And then we're paying for the ability to query it at $5 a terabyte. Like, that's not really meaningful. So let's talk about AWS Athena. When I show a demo later on, that's what I'm going to be showing. It uses S3 to store the data, just searches S3. It's billing based off of the amount of data that you query. You can partition the data within S3, so you're spending less time and money searching things, and I'll show what that means. And it uses SQL-like queries. There's also Azure Synapse Analytics, which is very similar. It's not storing things in S3. They're storing in like a data lake specific data repository, which is ultimately backed by their version of S3. But one of the upsides of that is it's a little bit easier to tier the data within there. It's just a little bit more expensive, but that's Azure for you. AWS Athena is just based on Trino. So if you wanted to, you could just use Trino with something like Ceph's object store or Trino with Backblaze or whatever, and you would have exactly the same experience. It is compatible with S3. It's also compatible with other cloud service providers, so it can actually query like GCP buckets, it can query Azure buckets, it can query, Ceph, and you can like do queries from multiple different places at once, which is useful. It's just most of the time you're going to be storing things in one place. So I'd recommend you go with Athena unless you have a reason to. Another reason to is you have enough queries that it just makes sense to host something like Trino instead of paying the $5 a terabyte. But yeah, and it's SQL queries all the same. All of these have been SQL like so far. So there's FluentBit. FluentBit and solutions like it have been getting more and more popular lately. It's a log router. And kind of what that means is if you look at what a regular router does, it's looking at the packets and deciding where to send them. With something like a fluent bit, it's looking at the log and then it is routing it to the place. So it has like, probably 50 different input plugins and 50 different output plugins. So say you're trying the log for a web app, you can ingest all those logs in a way that the app developers don't have to care about where they're sending them. And then you could look at them and be like, hey, maybe registrations I really do care about. Let's send that to Splunk. We're going to search that a lot, stuff like that. This other set of logs that say it's logins, we're not going to use them as much, so let's send them to S3 so we can search them with Athena. TLDR. Also lets you do transformations, which is convenient, of like changing it out of syslog format, for example, to JSON, or you can run Lua on it to remove fields that you don't care about, or combine fields, or separate fields, or whatever you want to do there. Similar to that is Firehose. It basically does the same thing. If you're in AWS, it could be convenient. Fluent bit, if you're writing the S3, needs like a persistent storage to like buffer the data to, because in S3 you need to write the data like in relatively large chunks. Firehose doesn't need the persistent storage. It's there. It's just you're not the one managing it, and it will also do the partitioning like you can do in Fluent bit. Azure Event Hub's the exact same thing as Firehose. I'm trying to be accepting of the Azure people wherever they are. And it writes to their data lake style stuff. So partitioning, I've been saying that a lot. When you're querying large data sets, you're getting billed on like how much data you're actually scanning. So we want to reduce that. And if you think about it, the way that works in like a Splunk is it's doing this under the hood of it's sharding the data in such a place that it can answer questions about that data by looking in one place. So what that looks like is in Splunk, you might have an index for syslog, right? And then within there, Splunk, without telling you, has sharded that by host, for example. And if you make a query like, give me the count, yes, it's going to have to go in and ask every host how many they have. But there are some things you can ask like, hey, what has happened on this one host? If it just so happens to line up with how it's partitioning it under the hood, it's just going to have to ask that one host. And this kind of happens under the hood. So the way this works with solutions like these is you need to define what the partitions are yourself. So for example, if the account ID of the user is not a partition, and then you say, give me everything that this account ID has ever done, it will search through every log that you have. And then there's limits you can put to prevent like this from happening. Versus like, if you're being a little bit more specific, you can say select everything from this account ID that happened on this day, month, and year, and I only care about the SMS messages they sent. It will only be looking at the data from that day on that log type if you define those as partitions. And I'll show this here in a little bit. So it's demo time. I do have the resources I use to build out the demo in GitHub. If you guys want to see it, I'll bring it up at the end of the demo. This is cool. This is AWS Athena. Can you guys see it okay? Cool. So this is AWS Athena. I can select, the host names and get like a count from each of them. This is just some stuff I have in my home lab. So by record count, this is what's going on there. But something that's worth mentioning is this scanned like 217 megabytes worth of data. Versus if I ran this, does it still have the query? Let's rerun it. That one might take a while. That's gonna scan substantially more data. Usually it's pretty quick. It is AWS, so it will scan, it will spin up as much infrastructure as you need to run it. And that will take a while just because I'm asking for every record that it's ever seen. If I wanted to be a little bit more specific, I can say, let's copy and paste this out. I could do this. and then I can do limit 100. This isn't more specific, but I'm telling it a little bit more what I want. So if you compare this to like a Splunk, right? If you run that search, it's secret, like without the limit, it will secretly add the limit, and then it will just let you flip pages. So this is like 100 records from the data source that I queried. And here there's a lot of like syslog data. And you'll notice that they all kind of come from the same place. And the reason for this is it literally just opened up the first file it saw, grabbed all the data out of it, and kind of just gave me that. So it didn't give me a sampling, it just gave me, you know, the bare minimum to return my result. Versus, you know, here we're at a minute and it's scanned. It's usually faster than that. I don't know why it's being slow. Let's kind of go on to like the more specific examples. So like this one, for example, if I hit run, for whatever reason, when I copy and paste them, it screws with the quotes. This should take a matter of seconds. Demos never go great, but so in this case, I'm looking for everything that happened on this year and month. And then I'm specifying the syslog identifier. And I'll tell you right now, the syslog identifier is not actually a partition. This service field is. So if I find it, I should have one where I do it by the service field. And instead of doing, I believe this was 23 megabytes, this one was 52 kilobytes. And like, you know, at this scale of data, like that difference in cost almost doesn't matter. By the way, this finished. It scanned 217 megabytes, and I believe that's because I didn't actually really make it go through. It's using like cached data. There should be about a couple, like 4 or 5 gigabytes in there, if I'm not mistaken. And I have 12 million results in here. And then, you know, if I scroll through here, I can see anything I want. So if I keep going through, I think I have some more fun ones. No, is that all of them? Cool. I also have this one. So like I could also just do it by the day, and that will look at the things that happened on that particular day. This field isn't blank, it's just a really large like stack trace in the log. But that's what happens when you try and game on Linux. Anyways, so that's what Athena kind of looks like. You can kind of see how it would be similar to like a Splunk and stuff like that. And then this is kind of like its thought process of how it's scanning things. I'll just scroll through. Okay, well, I'll scroll through that real quick. It's like doing the same thing that a Splunk would do. It's just doing it on S3. And then if I go to like the bucket, cool, thanks, S3. So it's this S3 bucket. And then you can see that all these partitions are literally just folders, right? So if I go through here and say I want to look at this one, so it looks like this service was only added by this host. Sorry, this like systemd service was only running on one host. If I click into it, I can just go to the particular day that it happened, and then I can hit download on this. And then this is a different file, but within there, it's just gzipped JSON, right? So I can just look through here and see what it is searching. So, and it's relatively simple to write to it. You just like write the files and it figures it out. If I go to the I think the easier way is just to open this up. But if I go here, I can just quickly show you like how I'm writing to it. So I just have a fluent bit, like scanning systemd, that's what it says right there. And then I'm having it write to S3 in this format. And then if I go through the Terraform, that's slightly bigger. but effectively I'm just creating the bucket, and then over here I'm telling Athena like what the data looks like so it can scan it. So and then here's the partition keys. Cool. So back to the demo. So kind of this is where we get into like the lessons learned. In many data lakes, Athena is not unique. You kind of have a consistent field requirement, which kind of sounds painful. And to explain what that means, every log needs to have every field that you are expecting it to have. There is a way around that, and I talk about it down there, where you can just have a field that is a separate JSON object, and then you can tell Athena, like, hey, you know, can you read the fields out of that? And then they do not need to be the same for all of them. That sounds painful, and the queries for it do look painful, but in SQL they have the idea of views, which is nice. A view would effectively be like, hey, I want within my application to have a view that is only for admins. So like my application can just say, using the admins table, is this user in there? And that admins table is not actually a separate table. It's just a unique view that already filtered it down to admins. You could use that here. You can just say, using this view, which is actually just a union of all these different types of logs, please read the JSON object in the fields category, read that out, and then put it into the thing so I can search it. You could also, like Athena is a regional resource. A lot of stuff in AWS is just like weirdly a regional resource, like S3, for example. You can read from different regions within Athena. So you can have your Athena stuff in US East 1, for example. Then you can read from US East 2 within it. They have to be different tables, but you can use views to do unions on them to be able to read from them. Oh, I'm not in presentation mode. It doesn't matter. So like when would I recommend you guys use this type of stuff? I mean, anything that you're not going to use frequently, anything that's just going into Splunk or whatever, and then no one ever looks at it, but it just kind of needs to be there for regulatory reasons or whatever, I would recommend you just look at moving them into like a data lake where you can query them, you know, but you're not going to be querying them that much. Examples of that would be network flows, like end user actions. So like this person put this thing into their checkout, or you know they made this search on the for this product, for example. If you're going to demote things out of like your traditional scene, this is a great target for that. DNS logs, like you know client DNS logs. And any data that you are looking at keeping that there was like a security benefit to you having, that you kind of just did the number and you couldn't afford to keep. Because going back a couple of slides, it's literally an order of magnitude cheaper. So if something used to be like $1 million project, just in like storage costs alone, it is literally now only a couple, like maybe 80 grand. You know, like it's literally an order. So you can just like log packets that you wouldn't normally. When I would recommend you continually use them, I wouldn't recommend you throw out your existing setup, to be honest. If your data volume is low, the cost savings from switching is probably not going to hit your ROI. If you are a team and you have, you know, 100 gigs a day worth of logs, like Splunk is going to be expensive. It's probably going to be in the 100 grand category. And Athena would probably be in the like 5 grand category, but you're just not going to hit any meaningful number from switching versus like the benefits you might get from like the faster querying within Splunk and stuff like that. Like at the end of the day, like it's a multiplicative savings. That's not going to really hit if you're talking about small numbers. if you're planning on querying the same data often, whether that means that you have like one of those big attack boards people have with the maps with like the packets going back and forth across the map, like, oh my god, we're getting attacked by China. That is querying relatively often, if it's actually real. And if you're querying relatively often, you're going to exceed your savings just purely by paying for query when you wouldn't on something like Splunk. It depends where you are and like what you're storing the data in, and there's ways around it. But the break even point is like 10 to 20 times. If you're gonna look at a record, either via a dashboard or something like that, 10 to 20 times, then you're not going to realize the savings. So, that's my presentation. Does everyone have any questions?
I might have come in a little too late to see you earlier because you mentioned, other companies are better at storing data than you unless you're doing Google, Amazon.
Sure.
Netflix.
Mhm.
What about systems that use MinIO actually try this S3 at home?
Mhm.
Using that and using local computers is just going to be generally worse overall? Or?
I mean, so here's the thing. Clustered stateful workloads are literally the worst thing ever. So, like, when you're managing something like an Elastic or a Splunk, you have to have the expertise on your team to deal with those sorts of things. If you're talking about something like a Minio or like a Ceph, I talked about Ceph. I would think Ceph is a little bit more realistic. It has an S3 endpoint. I wouldn't recommend you as a security team go and host, Minio or Ceph to store security logs because you're transferring one problem for another. If you're doing it on-prem. That being said, most enterprises will have something like a Minio or a Ceph or some sort of object store that you can target with these sorts of things. And then there's just like a data storage team. Those types of things are one of those things where it's an economies of scale. And if you're doing, the more you are storing, the cheaper it's going to be in terms of like labor as well as like, disk and stuff like that.
The other thing to consider, having worked in an enterprise where like we do have object storage, but they also place limitations on how much you can store in it because you have pre-provisioned disks and there's only so much space, whereas AWS or Azure can go around those.
Yeah.
The other thing being, yes, I have a distributed systems background. They're a pain. Trying to automate them also typically does not have the expertise in an enterprise company necessarily, and AWS does. So
Yeah.
AWS
It's ambiguous from a human labor perspective. And
skill set availability and human labor cost.
Yeah. I mean, and like also Backblaze is charging like 2 cents, a quarter of a cent every gigabyte. Like, it would be very hard to reach that, even if you're doing it like with a home lab mindset where you're buying like refurbished or whatever.
Which
Any
will never fly in an enterprise.
Yeah. Any other questions? Cool. Did anyone use the Slido? I'm gonna check it real quick to see if there's anyone online with questions. Cool. That was a demo question. Cool. Okay, that's my presentation. Thank you guys so much for coming. Yes, they're actually in that GitHub. I can put that back on the screen. I might be updating them after. There was if you just scan that QR code or put in that GitHub link, that's where the slides are.
All right, I got the GitHub.
Cool.
Quick question.
Yes.
So I'm not super familiar with Athena. So Athena, you said, is querying the S3 bucket.
Correct.
So is there every time a query you incur some cost with it pulling from that S3 bucket?
Correct. So you pay Athena for like reading the data. So Athena charges you, and then depending on your tier, you pay that as well. So if it's in instant retrieval, Glacier instant retrieval, you'll pay the cost to read it from instant retrieval as well.
Gotcha. So if you run a query and it's in like Glacier or something, it just takes a while, but it'll still run.
Yeah. So it can read from the Glacier non-instant retrieval ones. You just need to mark there's an option you can turn on to tell it that it's allowed to rehydrate out of Glacier, which works. You can also like tier your data, so you can. What we do at my company is we keep it in standard for like 14 days or whatever, and then we tier it back down to instant retrieval. And that's just so we don't have to pay the query cost when we're not going to necessarily query it anymore, or we're less likely to. No problem. Cool. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. No, you're good. You're good. No, you're good. It's a little bit thin. It's a little bit thin. It's not labeled. No, it's not. Yeah. I asked someone too. I'm gonna go to the second room. I can wait for you. Sorry. Cool. There we go. And then after that, Heather, the PyQCF alum, is giving me talks. She's really smart. Yeah. She's giving a talk on like identifying this.
What makes on that too? Hey, how you doing today? Just like a presentation interview. Okay, because it's supposed to, I think only once you have two lines, but you have the presentation on one, and then unless you're just sharing on one screen. Yeah, it just shows the slides and you have the speaker on the other, and then like on the other side.
We need like hold music.
Yeah, that would be great. Yeah.
Or like Super Mario backgrounds.
Yeah. We're going to see that a little bit. Yeah. Mario 64.
What now?
The Super Mario 64.
Oh yeah, that was
See that. Many bugs there.
You have to like playing it while you're waiting
Yeah.
for everybody to show up. Where are you local? Are you local to this area, or did you have to travel in for this?
From Spain.
From Spain?
Yeah.
Oh man, you came from farther than most of us. Just here for the conference, or?
Oh, yeah, it came to visit relative. My own.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it's opportunity.
That's great. Yeah.
Yeah, actually, it's pretty
I'm
cool.
so interested in what you're going to talk about today. So.
Because I've been in other BSides in Europe, but
Okay.
America is totally different.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's everything's bigger here.
Well, we happen to have full sale for this one, so it's a great facility.
Yeah, it's huge. It's amazing.
Oh yeah, incredible.
Yeah.
It's this like incredible classroom to teach out of.
Yeah.
Awesome. Where in Spain do you live? Where? Madrid?
Madrid capital.
And how do you say it properly? Because I've heard people from Spain, like that speak Spanish say Madrid a very different way.
Yeah, very good. Madrid.
Okay, so
People from Madrid, Spain, people they say Madrid.
yeah, that's what I've heard. I'm like, what? Where?
Depends on the accent.
Yeah, depends on the accent. Yeah. Yeah, show me the game finder. You sure that's the one? What is it? Like color. This is trading card. It's definitely not the one. There is a game card. EA gives some client use.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, our next talk is Game Over, getting started with video games, hacking. Jose Lopez Martinez, no relation to Martinez. Sorry, Lopez. Okay. Tried to get a joke in. Sorry. Anyway, take it away, Jose.
Thank you, everyone. Hi. Well, first of all, let me say thank you to BSides for inviting me here. I'm really grateful. It's really grateful to be here. I came from Spain. This is really amazing opportunity for me to be here. So thanks everyone also. And yeah, I'm here to talk about hacking in video games. This is really amazing topic for me. It means a lot. I guess for most of you guys that haven't played a video game, it also means a lot because it brings the video games and the hacking together, and it's going to be really amazing. And I hope you enjoy as much as I did while preparing this. So let me introduce a little bit myself. I'm Pet, uh, aka El Pepinillo. I work as a penetration tester of IT security for more than 6 7 years. I work in different companies, the Big Four. Currently working for Deloitte. Yeah, I've also been speaker in other conferences, like other BSides, local conferences in Spain, and other conferences in general. And yeah, I'm also exploit developer. I like to do the exploiting, researching about vulnerabilities. So this is probably the most accurate picture of me. This is you will probably find me every day. And yeah, but this is not to talk about my personal traumas. So uh, we're going to see. I have divided this talk into three different levels. The first one is going to be about tracking. Then we're going to see cheating. And finally, we're going to exploit some vulnerabilities in some video games. So let's get started. Okay. Well, this is, I don't know if it sounds familiar. Aimbot, yeah, someone said that. Yeah, for guys that you don't play, imagine you are playing a first-person shooter like this one, and suddenly one of the players starts killing everyone in your team or yourself. This is really awful. It kills your whole experience, and you're going to think that this guy is a pro, but it's not a pro. This guy is using an aimbot. This is a type of cheat that automatically locks on to the opponents. Really bad. And you might think, well, it's just a game. Well, let me show you something.
Oh, wow.
This is the prize pools. You can see for competitive esports, it reaches billions of dollars nowadays. Yeah, it's crazy. So nowadays, it's not just about a video game. Nowadays, it's much more. And you don't even have to be a pro player in order to reach this amount of money. You can even go to some MMORPGs like RuneScape, the famous World of Warcraft, and you can earn some things inside the game and sell them for real money out of the game. You can find a lot of hidden markets. There's a inner economy inside those video games. It's really crazy because nowadays it's not just about playing video games. Nowadays it's much more. It's about money. Okay, so we're going to start from the beginning, the first level. We're going to crack, and I guess most of you know what a crack is, but a crack is a modified version of the program, of the binary. In this case, we're going to focus into games, into video games, more specifically into PC video games, but we're going to see that some examples a little bit later. But a crack is a modified version of the program that tries to bypass or avoid the restrictions of the activation products. These restrictions are called DRMs, or digital right management. Uh, and these mechanisms have a lot of history. We're going to see that now. And if you look back into the 70s, the 70th century, the 70th century, the century, the 70s, you're going to see that there were many weird things. Well, it was really cool, but weird at the same time. You can see that some games Monkey Island includes some manuals, some real codes into the game box, and you have to answer some specific questions while you were playing the video game. This is really cool because they make this DRM part of the video game itself. Uh, and at the same time, in the 80s, they also included some specific protections for the hardware. This is where you find the diskettes, the dongles, and these are really effective because at that time they were really effective because uh, it wasn't easy to copy those mechanisms. I remember it was the 80s. In the 90s, we had the SBOMs, and this is when we started seeing these activation codes. Usually were offline. So you can imagine what happens when you have an offline activation code. Well, this is an example, a Reddit account. Someone was asking for the Sims 1 product key. Someone provided him. And yeah, it works. Very easy. And yeah, as you can see, this is not effective. Well, it was not effective. Maybe at those times, but with the spread of the internet, it was really easy to copy just a code and paste it wherever you want. And in the 2000, we have the online activation codes and third-party DRMs. This is when we started seeing Disk, Secure ROM, or the famous Denuvo. And these were external, these were third-party solutions specifically made to prevent the biasing. Okay, this made much more difficult to copy, to paste, and to all those things that I'm mentioning. And nowadays, there's even more things. If you ever play, well, if you're a gamer, nowadays you can see that you have probably too many of these, the games, Blizzard, EA, whatever. You have, I don't know if you play, but when I want to play something, I don't know where I have to go because you have the games everywhere. And yeah, but these make an extra protection because you really need an account, and we also have the third-party DRMs that are going to make it much difficult to copy the video game. And let me show you some example of what it's a basic DRM or a basic protection. This is, I don't know if you can see it. This is extremely basic. This is not realistic, of course, but I obtained it from the Microsoft official website, so blame them. This is conditional. This is just a conditional check. You can easily bypass. If you disassemble this code, you could just use any other tool like XC40BG or whatever you want to do, and just select the condition statement and remove now the instructions, and or you can change the jump instruction. There are many ways to bypass this restriction. This is not realistic. So we move to server-side DRMs. The server side is much more efficient because you have an external solution, well, it's not an external solution, it's an external service that is providing you the extra security. So whenever you want to play the game, you have to go to the game service, ask for a token or a valid license token, and your game client asks for the license server with this UID. If the UID is valid, it provides a signed license token, and you can play the video game. Very simple. But nowadays, it's even more difficult. It's even more complex because you also have the third-party DRMs. I told you before, these are external solutions. These are something that is implemented out of the video game development. So they include an extra server. So the thing I showed you before, this is one example of what you can find in Steam and Denuvo. Your game client is going to ask Denuvo, then Denuvo is going to ask Steam, and then Steam is going to reply with the valid token. Besides, Denuvo includes more things. It includes encryption and obfuscation of the code. So it's making much more difficult to crack and reverse engineer it. It performs regular checks. I'm going to explain that now, but it also checks the hardware fingerprint. So it's even more difficult, and regular updates, of course. This is what I mean when it performs regular checks. So the game itself is the blue part, and the DRM is embedded into the video game, more or less like a virus. And nowadays it's more common to bypass them. It's not just remove the DRM. Usually when you try to crack the video game, you can just change with no instruction, as I showed you before. But DRM is so difficult to bypass that you can. It's so difficult to remove because it makes so many changes inside the game that it's more easy to bypass than just remove it. but it's extremely important for game companies to keep, well, not keep using it, because you know there's many other things about the Nuvo and these DRMs, because you know it's taking a lot of resources. It's going to make your game bigger, so it's going to take more size. And yeah, that's another different topic. But in terms of in terms of the income of the game company, recently I read an article that says that 20% of the incomes in the first 2 weeks of the deployment of the video game could be affected if the crack was released in those 2 weeks. So it's maybe it's yeah, it's important for the game companies to keep using it, but at the same time, yeah, you have to take into account that you're going to kill some of the resources of your computer. And that's all for the cracking part. So now let's move to cheating. Uh, that's the part that I hate most because a cheat is something that you can abuse to gain an unfair advantage while you are playing it. Okay, and I made this split into two different types of cheats. First of all, we have the soft cheats, and then we have the hard cheats. The soft cheats are the ones uh, related to bugs. It's a problem inside the game. It's something that the game developer haven't made really well. Okay, uh, and the hard cheats are external things, are something that the hacker or something, especially the reverse engineer, have made to abuse something internal in the video game. And these are probably more dangerous and and harder to protect against. Okay, so let's just start with the soft cheats. And here I'm going to show you one of my favorite video games, the Super Mario 64. Uh, it's so full of bugs. You can easily bypass any wall. You can use walk under under the map. You can do many other things. It's crazy, and it's really crazy, and it's really amazing because it's what gives birth to what we have nowadays as speedruns, speedrunning community. If you ever heard of it, uh, there's a uh, a part of the speedrunning that use unlimited, so they can use anything they want, and they abuse this type of bugs to the video game. And they can finish the game in just 10 minutes, 15 minutes. I don't remember the record for this game, but it's crazy. And what's the problem here, or how are we having this type of problems? Well, let me explain a little bit more in detail. When you are working, well, I have to say that I'm not a game developer, but when you are working with game development, you have to take into account that the object is surrounded by an area. This area is defined as it defines the collision model, which is going to say when your character is going to hit, is going to collide with any other objects in the way. There are many algorithms, there are many complex things, and yeah, it looks something fancy, but it's not that important because you just have to think that if two objects are in the same position, it's going to be here. So if they are in the same position, they are colliding. Okay. Uh, so, but this is something problematic as well. If you, depending on how you do it, because you can find this type of situations if you don't uh, make it well. For example, here what's happening? Well, the Super Mario 64 didn't check. Well, there are two things here. The first one is that the VLK, this is the backward logic. The VLK increases the amount of speed, and they included a limit in the speed, but they only included a limit in the positive speed. So they didn't include any limit in the negative speed, so you could accelerate faster, faster, and faster. That's one thing. The other thing is that uh, they only check this algorithm, well, this function I said before at the beginning. This is only performed at each frame. Okay, that's a really bad solution because, well, let me show you this. You're going to see that much easier. This is what the game sees at each frame. Here it's here. and it's here. But the character is accelerating really fast. So the next frame is going to be here, and the next frame is here. There's no collision. There's no collision. That's the reason you can bypass. You can pass through the wall. You're not supposed to be able to do that, of course. But yeah, it's crazy. So as I was saying, this is really abused by many speed runners or many gamers, and yeah, there are many other ways. You can find invisible models. You can block NPCs. You can build through doors or build through NPCs, and it's funny because yeah, but it's not dangerous. Well, it might be dangerous. Let me show you this example here. Well, in the first image, you see it's offline, but you can imagine what would happen if you have this type of cheat in an online game, in an MMORPG video game. You could duplicate an item and you get infinite gold inside the game. And remember, I told you at the beginning that in MMORPGs, the things inside the video game have a value out of the video game. So it's a problem. And then in online video games, this is Fortnite. This is also the offline version. I didn't want to include anything very problematic here, but you could abuse this and shoot under the map. You're not going to be able to be seen by any other players, and you're going to be able to kill anyone. That's really bad. So yeah, soft cheats are not that are not yeah, they are really important when you have to build the game. Um, but this is something related to the game developers. Now we're going to move into the hard cheats. Okay, this is the part that I like most. These are external tools. The hard cheats are some things that you can develop your own. But it sounds really fancy, but it's actually you can use any debugger. You can use IDA, you can use GUAC, you can use XT4DBG, you can use Immunity, whatever you want. The most common tool is Cheat Engine. You can download it. It's really fun. It's really friendly, user friendly, and uh, yes, you can use these tools to access the memory, to debug the application and access the memory. And you can change the things inside the memory in some way that you are not supposed to be doing that. You can also access some specific parts that are restricted. You can create some bots. You can create some wall hacks. This is a wall hack. You access the memory of the locations of the other players, and you print that the other player is here, and you can see through the walls what's behind the wall. That's really amazing. What else can we do? Okay, this is an example. Let me see if it's, this is an example of Elden Ring I made. For this case, I identified the object that I was using, the flask of Crimson Tears. I identified the writing operations to that memory address. You can see the assembly code related to that writing operations. And then I remove the instruction with, I replace an op instruction. So when I came back to the game, I could print infinitely. What else can you do? You can do the same thing for the health points, for the character stats. You can modify the items. You can modify, get more money. You can become immortal. You can even fly if you identify the axis of your character. And it depends. When you really have many different ways to do this. You can reach the fly mode with if you identify the swimming, the way your character swims, and you can try to emulate that your character is swimming, even if it's not in the water, and you're going to be able to fly, of course. There's many ways you can do it. So it's up to you. But this is offline game, of course. What happens? Well, before that, uh, many people out there create cheat tables. You can download them. It's really simple. They make all the work for you. So you just have to download the cheat table for your game and use it. Really fun. But again, I was saying this is offline games. What happens in online games? Well, it depends on the architecture. If you have a peer-to-peer technology, a peer-to-peer architecture, uh, you're going to face some problems because, as you can see, There's nothing validating your things in your memory. There's nothing. It's your word against mine. So I can modify the things inside my game. And if I say I have infinite health points, it's my word. Okay, and that's a really big problem. Well, the GTA Online, the GTA 5 has this architecture, and it's really funny because you can see many hackers in this video game. And on the other hand, you have also the dedicated servers. The dedicated servers are more secure, but they also have some vulnerabilities. And let me show you close up into what you could see in a game server. Well, in a dedicated server, your game client is going to connect to this server. This server is going to validate what you are doing. Sometimes you don't even send the things to the server because the server already has a database to access what you have in your computer. So it doesn't even need to know the amount of gold you have. You don't even need to send. You just say, I want to purchase this item, and then the game server is going to make some simulations, and it's going to check with the database if you have enough money, and it's going to reply you back. Okay, so there's also problems here, of course. Not all the information stored in your computer is sent, is stored in the database. And it's really common. I've seen many cases. For example, the last one was in the game Genshin Impact. They made a lot of changes, but they include all the information into the database, but they forgot to include the stamina. So you could change the stamina in your game client and run infinitely, no limit in the stamina. Another thing, the game server needs to update some information about what's the status of the game. It needs to send information about the other players and the position, the location. That's also in your computer. And as I said at the beginning, you can read this information. You can use a debugger and identify the position, the address of the other players, and you can just get this information, even if it's not in a visual place, even if it's in the other part of the map. That's how the wall hacks work. Well, so yeah, I was saying you can abuse here. You can also abuse the network layer if you have some tools like you can create some Python scripts with escape key or whatever you want, and if you have the certificate and if the server is encrypting the information, of course, there are many ways here. And last part you can try to attack is the game service. If you identify any problem, any vulnerability, which is probably the worst case, you might really get something big here. So, yeah, how do we solve this? Because this is problematic for gamers. Well, we have anti-cheats. Anti-cheats, anti-cheats work very similar to an antivirus. They passively detect if your computer is running, is executing something like a debugger or any program like that. But they also check actively if what are you doing with the memory? What are you doing in your computer? There are many examples. You see TAC, Battle Eye, Vanguard, and many others. But yeah, sometimes really easy to bypass. We're going to see a little bit later. But this is what happened when you try to open Fortnite, for example, that uses easy NTT. In the background, I have the cheat engine. It detects that I'm running a reverse engineering tool, and it doesn't let me play. If you try to open these tools while you are playing it, you might be banned, so don't do it. But yeah, well, yes, this is what I mean. You can hacker detected, you can match terminate, you get the match terminated, and yeah, probably permaban if they see something weird. Okay, but this can also be bypassed, of course. You can the passive detection is not really effective. Like in an antivirus, you can just recompile the tool you're using. You can remove some strings, you can recompile the drivers, and yeah, you reach. I recompile this cheat engine. I name it Salim something, and yeah, you can play it a little later. And in some cases, you can even remove the anti-cheat. Some cases, it's not mandatory. Okay, it's up to them. So, what happened if you, if now we're trying to execute Fortnite without the normal version of the cheat engine? Okay, see, connecting, loading. Okay, now I can play it. Not detected. At least, well, there's something that I'm not telling you with the map. This is more complex than it looks. In these cases, the AC anti-cheat, the battle eye, they are kernel level anti-cheats. This means that the anti-cheat is stored, is being executed in the ring zero. This is the most privileged part of your computer. So they have access to everything. They can see what you're doing. They can see what is going on in your computer. So they're going to detect you for sure because they're going to see that you are trying to manipulate or access the memory in those binaries. This is also really problematic if you think into the privacy and and also about the security because they're going to be able to see everything that you are doing in your computer, everything. And about the security concerns, let me show you these two cases. Hackers abuse games in impact anti-cheat system to disable antivirus. This is because the games in impact included this library. This anti-cheat was a library that you can deploy in a computer. You could just deploy it everywhere you want, and you could abuse it. You can read information about all the processes, anything you want. It's assigned a DLL, it's assigned a library, so you could execute it wherever you want. And then you have admin privileges. This was discovered, I think, in 2020, but the hackers started abusing in 2022, so a lot of time in between. And there's also the cases like in Capcom .sys, you could just, there are many exploits out there. You could get privilege escalation with the same thing. It's really funny, but not good. But at the same time, what happens if you try to read the memory while an entity is running? You won't be able to see anything. This is what I can see. I can see nothing because the anti-cheat is blocking me. Okay, so it works more or less because at the end they are working more or less uh, like something that is running in the kernel. It's really difficult to bypass, but you can still inject your own self-signed DLLs. You can also try to disable the DLL protection, the DLL signature protection, and inject your own DLL, which leads to something like this. This is something that is being abused nowadays. You can create your own cheat drivers to read the memory and load it before the Windows Boot Manager. This is crazy, but yeah, this is similar to a to a, a bootkit or yeah. So yeah, but it's more or less effective. The kernel anti-cheats are more or less effective. There are ways to bypass, and even if you can bypass them, you are going to see that you are going to see that. So, okay. You're going to see that it's really easy to bypass. Well, not it's not that easy to bypass nowadays. Before it was, but nowadays it's not. You have to get a self-signed DLL or maybe sign it with Microsoft, which is going to maybe $100 or something. Not that expensive, and they can detect your activity. Of course, in the server side, they're going to try to detect what you are doing. So it's up to you. You really have to be really careful if you want to start cheating. And we also have some other things which are even more dangerous. Hardware hacking. There are some devices out there you could get You could even recompile the Windows system in order to be able to execute some of these. So it's really crazy the techniques that are being out there in this world. But I'm not going to get too much into this because this is a little bit out of my scope, and we would need a whole talk about this. So now let's move into the exploit part. And when I mean the exploit, I mean that now we're not trying to abuse or to get an unfair benefit in the game. Now we're trying uh, to get something more, to get something into the computer of the players. So we target the confidentiality and the integrity and availability of the systems, of course. And yeah, think like a game, like another binary, like any other binary. And I want to show you some of the most common vulnerabilities that you can try to get in a binary. You could try to get a buffer overflow, of course. This is Skyrim. Skyrim is really famous for being the perfectly balanced video game. And yeah, you can try if you type many A's in the Skyrim console and see what happens. Well, spoiler, this is what happens. I have the control of the EIP, and you can execute code, of course, later. It's not that easy, I have to say. If you want to see that in detail, you're going to, later you can ask me, but it's not that easy. There are many things behind. But yeah, you can use it. I personally like Skyrim to test these type of vulnerabilities because it's a ready-to-be application. You can run it very easily, and many other vulnerabilities as well. You can find formatted string attacks in the console as well. So you could abuse this to get bypass ASLR. But don't worry, Skyrim have already thought about that, so they don't include ASLR. So yeah, next slide. You can get integer overflow. Oh wait, of course Skyrim also has integer overflow. The registration 45. You can just break the whole video game. Uh, and there are many other cases. There are many other cases in other video games. I just wanted to show you offline. I don't want to see the world burning. But yeah, this is some examples of you can see exploit. Yeah, what about denial services? This is the peer-to-peer architecture I showed you before, and you can see some scripts out there. You can see, you can get information about the other players. In the GTA, for example, there are many scripts. You can use them and see where the other players are at any moment. You could even target them. You could try to send a DDoS to each specific player and to get an advantage to the play in the game. And yeah, in what happens in a dedicated server? Well, it depends because in a dedicated server, as I was saying, it depends on its vulnerability. You might find some vulnerabilities in the client, and you might be able to target each client if the service doesn't detect what you are doing. That's for individual or targeted attacks. But you can also try to spread something into the whole network if the service doesn't work. And there have been some cases, but yeah, it depends for each case. So now let's finish. To conclude, we have talked about the cracking, the parts that we have removed some of the DRMs. We have talked a little bit about the history. Then we have talked about the cheating, about how you can take advantage of some bugs or something that you're not supposed to be doing to get an unfair advantage. And then we have seen some vulnerabilities, really example ones of some really basic ones. And this is not isolated. I mean, I have divided this, but this is not isolated. You have to think that even when you crack a video game, I told you it was a modified version of the program. You could get an unfair advantage if you modified your program. You could try to create your own DLL or modify a DLL to maybe jump automatically when you do something. You could use the crack to abuse the cheating part. Also, you could use the cheating part to abuse some vulnerabilities. So everything is connected here. So it's up to your imagination. And what about the future? Because nowadays we see many of these things. Well, 2 years ago it was more common to find NFT video games. Nowadays I think more or less, more all of them are more or less scams. But you could see a lot of NFT trying to solve the problems into some MMORPGs or some of the vulnerabilities, the bugs I told you before about the duplication of items and those things. But they still have some vulnerabilities, of course. The cryptocurrency might have some things that you need to check. LLM integration, well, Skyrim also has a lot of mods, and one of them is very famous. It's called Manila, I think, and they included some LLM integration, so you could talk with the NPCs, and the NPCs look more or less like humans. So it's really amazing how things are growing, but at the same time, it also brings the security part of it, because you could try to perform some attacks, some prompt injections, some weird responses, or injecting something to the model. It depends on you. And also, of course, the reality that it's more in the future. And I just wanted to finish with something really funny. Sorry, it's in Spanish, but it's fascinating to imagine that the incredible things that the people is going to do with their computers in 30 years. And this is the fascinating things. So that was all. Questions?
How many times have you been banned?
A couple of times. Yes. I just, well, the times that I'm not sure if I should be telling you this, but I'm using a different account. So you have to be careful for that. All right.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Next talk is at 12:15. Next talk is at 12:15.
I just came in at the tail end, but I just wanted to say it sounded really interesting after pulling a lot of your info. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. I was just having this. It's thank you for that. But you're not global. You're not global. No. Actually, I'm based out of Thank you.
Okay, nice to meet you. I work as a network engineer at Siemens. Oh, okay, that's cool. And you said you work in state, right? Yeah. Oh, okay. And you're just visiting us for the conference? Or both? Oh, okay. And how many times is video games? How often do you explore video games?
Nothing like my jobs are nothing my current job because I'm working in global, so in global transaction so usually I don't start video games, but you know, no, you have to. Great description. It didn't tell you where. I wanted to try to do some things like the feedback, the coordinate, the protection side. Here, online, when it comes to costs, some software applications, because software applications all the time, for example, there is a application was really easy to crack. No. I could just crack it in a couple of hours. So yeah, a lot of times it's good to test and get things that you do on the day. I also learn what's the reality. And I also enjoy doing this, not CTF, but the part of the cracking.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Because that's, they are really fun. I find it more fun than a CTF because it's different. Yeah. Yeah, like that. And it's really fun to do those things.
Yeah. So how different is the process when you're hacking a video game versus the software? What tools do you do? What do you look for?
The only thing I do for things that we can very similar. Network layer vulnerabilities of very similar of the current application, but the main difference is that you have to also sit back and trying to get a fair advantage over other players. So in some cases, I tend to liquidate the top. I can try to find get more gold for money in the video game, and that's also money for you.
You can sell it, yeah.
So it's a little bit different in that way. Sometimes some people
They have a different goal towards what you instead of getting exploitation, you're trying to change towards what you want. Yeah.
Not to think in many different ways to abuse a system.
Have you ever tried to like get into the servers, by manipulating the communication between the game and?
Oh, okay. Because so famous. The log no harm because it was really dangerous. I mean, if you try to do it in big company,
Yeah, it's definitely.
yeah. Yeah, it's not because you get
Yeah.
that's for bad system. They might take legal actions against it.
Yeah,
That's problematic. So yeah.
Have you ever had issues with problems?
No, because I always try that. I always
That your jacket?
yeah. I'm always very careful. Yeah, you know, I'm 100% honest. I don't like that. Well, I have troubles in my work. Because I've done some things in the past that I shouldn't have done. Maybe I access too many systems, and that probably were not in the scope. But yeah, no, when you are dealing or at least when an external program or something that you're not even hired, right? Because it's something you want to do it because you like it, you enjoy it, so you really have to be very careful with that.
Yeah.
Do the game engines matter in which the games are made in any way? Some made in Unity, some made in Unreal Engine. Do those game engines have some sort of vulnerabilities that you can exploit?
Sometimes they do have the bugs I solved here, the Super Mario 64, they are completely solved.
Yeah.
They don't use it. Those things are solved with them.
Yeah.
Well, the Bethesda is using the same. The Skyrim, they are using the same engine.
Yeah.
So you might find that the vulnerabilities might replicate new versions. And I want to tell you something. I haven't tested the Skyrim overflow that I exploited, more or less exploited here on the Skyrim Online.
Oh, okay.
I haven't tested and I don't want to test it. No, but I think it wouldn't be a problem because it's something you are executing on your side and it's not that problematic, but you can just something maybe inject or send a malicious DLL or something. Because that is interesting because the DNS Skyrim buffer overflow. I haven't had time to explain it more. Have you ever worked with buffer overflow?
Yeah.
So you know that you have to provide the pointer to redirect the flow into something somewhere.
Yeah.
Okay, but the problem in that case was that in order to get you have a lot of classes everywhere. But the only case I found with
okay.
If they try to include more, the program blocks before or on another point because of a memory access violation or something different. So you have to play.
So you have a size restriction in what?
Yeah, there's a size restriction exactly. So you have to be careful with that. Also, you have to be careful with the things you are entering into the things because there are many bad guys. Many. Actually, the only thing you can enter into the system is alphanumeric.
Oh, yeah, because you have the keyboard.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. The only thing you could enter is alphanumeric. That's a really big problem.
Yeah.
When you have to execute a shell code with only alphanumeric characters.
Yeah.
But still, I could. How did I do that? Well, I could find. Well, I was telling here that the Skyrim didn't use ASLR.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And
so you can just hardcode the addresses to it.
Yeah, but the problem is that still even the Skyrim wasn't using ASLR. You need to. Well, the typical shellcode didn't fit because it's too large.
Oh, okay.
So I need to reduce it a little bit. I need to find the address of the Windows execute function inside the address table and those things. And those things are inside the DLL of the system. So, and this is randomized.
Yeah.
Always.
Okay.
So I need to hardcode this address.
Testing 1, 2. Okay.
I need to find with alphanumeric. So
testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2.
Put the system every time to get a new randomized address of the DLL and see if the address was would be printed with
So
it's really difficult to find. It was really difficult and I need to work everywhere.
Yeah.
So that's the reason I haven't uploaded anywhere because I think it's not useful if you try to complete. But I want to show the calculator, but I didn't know how it works because maybe you could find a way. I couldn't. Like a guy on a Ransomware. I don't know what happened with Ransomware with the crazy. No, I don't know. You don't really go to it, but I think.
Yeah, definitely, because you have to make sure that is good.
Thank you.
Supposed to be helping you out with that. Okay. If you could figure out the line in mic, that would be awesome. I don't really have any use for it in my talk.
I'll be there in a second.
Okay. Oh, you're helping out too?
Yeah, are you for 12:30?
12:30.
They told me to do 12.
Because your shift don't start at 12:30. I don't know if I'm supposed to be here early.
Oh yeah, that's. So this is the. This is the walk you for and simply push this up or down.
It's already on.
Oh, it's already
Already on. The broadcast is looking at the line in.
testing.
There you go.
So it's a direct line. So you have to be.
There's no call or stand mic I can use. No mic stand?
No.
All right.
Yeah, don't do that.
Don't.
Yeah.
Do we have a stand?
I can find one, but yeah, none was requested. No, so that's why.
Okay.
What do you need?
Do you need to mic me for the internet, or is this room not being broadcast?
No, this room is being broadcast.
Okay.
But if you do not want to use the mic, put it down. See these two white panels right here? Make sure you speak loudly and clearly, and it will go directly to Zoom and the recording portal.
Okay.
Those are mic panels. They're actual live mics. They're live right now.
Cool. I don't move around a lot, so I was thinking if there was a mic stand, then I wouldn't have to hold it. But there we are.
If it's only working on that, then just you're good.
Okay.
If not, you'll have to give me a few minutes.
Hey man, it's up your time. I don't know what to tell you what to do.
I
I flew down here from Chicago, so all volunteers, I get it. Anybody else get like a fucking two attitude around here? It's just
That's for communicating with the if something happens in the room where like the speaker's not here, whatever, you communicate with the site. You say, track to the side. I have an issue. That's what's happening. Hold on. So then you have a brochure. You can
what's up?
Okay, so I forgot what the name is. What is the name? My name is Daniel. You can read a little bit.
Yeah, we pulled.
I'm saying for the next
our.
Thanks. Okay, so that's what that.
That's why I said please don't put anything in.
Okay. I did.
Yeah, but you had started putting that in. You started to push down.
So this mic is live.
Pretty good.
Okay.
It will be.
Chain guard is golden images. Like, don't pull from the shelf, pull from us, and we guarantee you the vulnerability from us. There's not an exception. There's a reason they got $153 million a year.
Or you can use it if they have.
Yeah, one round, $153 million.
Unmute that.
That good of a
Test it.
This mic? How do you unmute it?
I'm unmuting it. You just talk into it and test it.
Radio test 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay, that's not coming up.
DJ stole whatever.
Yeah, we use them, and we actually made a commercial with them. Like, we are 100% vulnerability free in their dependencies. We replaced by 500 scanners because we.
Oh, okay. Keep talking. Okay. Wow. Okay. Our next talk will be what's going on in your source code, understanding SCA in plain language. Okay. So yeah, you can introduce the talk and title there. And that's why I say if you had a, I don't know where mine is. I borrowed his. Well, you want to do the next one? Yeah. Okay, we'll find out what the next one.
All right. I think we're about ready. I got 1 minute. All right.
So yeah, I'll just do it. So this mic is live.
All right. Let me kill this.
This mic is.
This mic is live. Yes, it is.
Okay,
Awesome.
and then we will. I'll introduce you in a second.
Okay. Cool.
So, yeah, Sally, Paul, and. Cool. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you wanted to know what was going on in your source code and understanding SCA in plain language, our next guest or speaker will be Dwight McDaniel. He's a developer. Dwayne, this is some bad fun. No, the fun is terrible. It's light pink on purple. Yeah. Dwayne McDaniel is our speaker for today. He's a developer advocate and an OS fan. So obviously he likes this stuff. No. I was just going to say, please direct your questions in a loud and clear voice because we are recording this for posterity. Dwayne?
Thanks, everybody. No, keep it down. Nobody applaud all at once. Like, it's fine. You know, I'm not here for the applause. I'm definitely not. If you didn't get a sticker from me earlier, I got stickers up here. Come get them. This is a bit interactive. I have a couple points today where I will have fabulous prizes for people in the audience. Unique prizes you cannot get at other BSides. You can't even get from me other than today. But let's get going, because I only got 45 minutes and about 70 some slides. That's not a joke. All right, security. That's why we're here, right? It's BSides, security. Y'all security people? Security is this question: can I trust this? That's it. That is all of security in one sentence. You can phrase it however you want, but that's it. How do we know if we can trust a thing? Well, because that thing would have some form of attestation. This is one of my favorite words in the English language. It's the act of attesting something, proving the existence through evidence. Man, we need more of that in the world. An official verification of something as true or authentic. If we could just solve that, we could solve the politics problem. Proof or evidence by which something is attested. It's a self-referential. That's kind of the other reasons I like this is, who here has read Godel, Usher, Bach, The Eternal Golden Braid? Yay, at least one person. Go read that book. It is so good. It's Douglas Hofstadter. He won a Nobel Prize for it. Like, it's the reason you know what recursion is, if you know what recursion is. Hofstadter's law is everything in computer science takes longer than you think it possibly could, even if you take into account Hofstadter's law. Yeah, that's Hofstadter. Great book. But anyway, it's self-referential. Like, the attestation itself is the attestation of itself. But no, what does that actually mean? That means we have proof. There's evidence that we can trust a thing. So you came in to hear about SCA. Does anybody know what the spaceship operator is? Anybody PHP people? Old school C++? No? Okay, I'm not gonna explain it. Go look it up on your own. Spaceship operator, one of the coolest operators in all of computer science. Anyway, I think that it is less than equivalent to or in the same set as or not missing from the set of software supply chain security, the most critical and crushing thing that is our world we live in. I come from the DevOps world. I come from building systems and looking at very, very large systems, and I can tell you they're one and the same these days. The software development lifecycle is dead. Long live the software supply chain. I'll get to that later. But what are we expecting to attest? What's true? Well, we can attest that we have the expected code, free of vulnerabilities, free of alteration through the process, with the expected license. And you might be license. That's not security. We'll get to that. Oh, by the way, I'm Dwayne, as I was introduced. I'm not Dwight. I am from Chicago. I flew down here for this. My entire mission in life is to help people figure stuff out. It's 5 words. That's, if I'm helping you figure something out today, I've done my job and I'm happy. I've been doing developer advocacy since 2014. Check out the Security Repo podcast. We have amazing guests. Jason Haddix, who was our keynote today, he's been on the show twice. Second time to talk in depth about how we built Arcanum Security Bot. I do not do Twitter anymore. Technically, I'm still there, and that's my handle down in the corner, but I'm still technically there because I push through Buffer to Mastodon and LinkedIn. LinkedIn is my much preferred. It's centralized. It's Microsoft. You get 1,000 pieces of spam a day, but it just works. If you want to talk about crochet, karaoke, rock and roll, and music in general, please hit me up. The band we were listening to at the beginning was the Telenovela. They are a band out of Texas on Kill Rock Star Records. Has nothing to do with my talk. I work for this company, Get Guardian. We are a platform that is obsessed with helping people figure out the machine identity sprawl problem, specifically the secrets and access control problem inside of that, which you might have heard us talk about previously as solving secret sprawl. Secret sprawl is where your secrets end up where they don't belong, and then other people get them, and then people walk through the front door and walk through all your systems. Like, it's the #1 challenge we're facing in security, in my opinion. And OWASP agrees with me for once. If their last top 10 for mobile just came out this past week, go look at it. Look what's at the top. We also do developer tooling, honey tokens, and public monitoring. GitHub is our main claim to fame that you might have heard us about. So, back to it. A lot of people still are under the impression that we're still in the wild, wild west days of, I wrote a thing and it did a thing and I own that thing and that's how it works. And that was true up until a little while ago. I'm an old Drupal person, and there was a time in my life where I could have written every bit of Drupal. I didn't. I'm not claiming I ever could have actually done it, but theoretically, we did it together. Some of the stars in the Drupal community actually did. Larry Garfield could have written all of this himself. But it's the idea of, like, I'm gonna have this component, this thing, and I'll let you access it over the internet, but the whole thing is contained It is a monolithic structure across a couple servers, PHP running under the core of it. But then this thing happened, the software factory. This isn't a software. This is, I forget what this is. Maybe silicon wafer manufacturing. But it's not one thing anymore. It is a bunch of components coming together, being assembled at some point and shipped out. What does that look like for us? This is modern DevOps, everybody. Welcome to it. 97% of all the code being run inside of enterprises today was not written inside that enterprise. That's, I don't think, a conservative number. I don't think that's a liberal number. I think that's research. 80+% of the time, developers are just looking up what a library does at this point. Because no one's going to rewrite Mongoose. No one's going to rewrite handlebars. No one's going to rewrite like pad left. Like, why would they? I'm not going to show the XKCD we all know where it's all like a giant Lego block set that's about to fall over, or non-branded set of blocks that are about to fall over. But the reality is it's not just that it's these components, it's that we're relying on third-party services to do things just in time. Thank goodness. Oh man, I would not want to write Stripe from the ground up. I would not want to write Datadog. I can just tap into it and pull the data I need back from it. And now I have this symphony, this magical world where these components do this and these components do that, and this service does that, and that's how we build software. That is what software today is. Software as a service, our internal applications, our libraries themselves are comprised of components all the way down that also make calls to things occasionally. And why this is a problem from a security aspect is this. Log4j, I'm assuming that, does anybody here not know the Log4j story? Cool. Does anybody here familiar, or is everybody here familiar with XZ? I'll get some positive, your arms moving. All right, not only hands went up. XZ happened earlier this year. XZ is a zipping library or compression library in Linux. It comes with Mac as well. And over the course of multiple years, a nation-state actor, we think was China, we're pretty sure, created a bunch of fake maintainers that somehow got access to the project because everyone in open source is burned out and they're looking for anybody to help them they can. If you're willing to help with open source, please do. And along the way, they just slowly inserted this back door. And it was one researcher at Microsoft who's like, wait a minute, what does this call do? Because he decompiled it and just looked at it and it's like, hey, what's this code do? And that's the beauty of open source, is we can still do that. He ran a diff. He literally ran diff. Diff is built into Bash. It's one of the greatest tools in the world. What's the difference between these two things? Hey, that line shouldn't be there. What does this do? Hey, this is XZ. Oh my God, everybody in the world, update right now. All your Linux installs are compromised. Yeah, that was a fun day. So how do we contest that we have the expected code? Well, there's this thing called an SBOM. Software bill of materials. It's your ingredient list. That's literally an ingredient list for something. I don't remember what that thing is, but it contains wheat. I think that might just be, almost all the images come directly from Wikimedia Commons. If you're not using the Wikimedia Commons, please do. We already own it. It's already yours. It's public domain. Like, just go explore what's in there. It's nutty how crazy that thing is. Anyway, but it's the ingredient list. What is actually in this thing? Well, it doesn't look like an ingredient list. It looks like JSON, the greatest format we've invented so far. Any YAML people want to fight me on that? Tabs versus spaces, that's all I got to say. You can write JSON in one giant long line. It don't care. If you don't prettify it, that's basically what it is. Anyway, SBOM formats. There are two prevalent ones. There are more, but there are two that are kind of winning the fight. SBOM format Cyclone DX and SPDX. I'm not going to talk about SPDX at all because I'm an OWASP person. Go OWASP. If you're not a member of OWASP already, look into it. But notice I have here like a serial number. I got a UUID for this SBOM. I got all the information down here. I'm not going to go through a whole SBOM for you today because that's a whole other talk. You could spend 3 hours just digging into all the specs. The important thing is an SBOM is verifiable. You can go and rerun it, and it should produce the exact same thing twice against the same code base. Period. It's verifiable. That's what the UUID is all about. Like, hey, this one is true, and we proved it was true, and you can go retest this, and this is true. Attestation. So what's the correct way to make an SBOM? Yeah, that's about the answer. Using the frameworks is awesome. There are a bunch of tools, and I'm not going to tell you one's better than the other. We will get to that later in this thing, but just know there are a bunch of them. In fact, OWASP makes one, but I'm not going to pimp that one. But I also just want to make one last point on the SBOMs, because I think at this point, SBOMs have been talked to death, thanks President Biden, and SolarWinds, who is still in business and worth more than they were before that incident happened somehow. But there are more than just SBOMs. BOM, bill of materials, can be applied to literally anything. The ML bomb space is very interesting for me right now, just because these are giant data sets that are really hard to hash because we're talking, in some cases, petabytes of data. But the Cloud Native Security Foundation is actually working on, or Cloud Native Computing Foundation is actually working on that right now. And so is OWASP. All right, so that will tell us if we're getting the code we expect. This SBOM contains all the code that we should expect if that's on our laundry list of things we expect. Now, it's not granular. It's not down to the line level. But that's the next piece, free of vulnerabilities. How do we know that this thing hasn't been tampered with? Well, if it has been tampered with, we immediately release one of these things, a CVE. Well, hopefully we release them immediately, but we do eventually. And this is just the common vulnerability exposures. MITRE has a library, NIST has a library. Ideally, they match. And a CVE is like, hey, this happened. Here's exactly the details. Here's everything you need to know about the situation. If there's any remediation information, if there's exploitability information, it's baked in there. It's awesome. This is the heart and soul of what we're trying to get done in the SCA world, in my opinion, is figuring this mess out. Because, again, everything's super interconnected. One component goes bad, rogue, way down the stack, it affects everything that touches, which might be 90+% of the internet. Now, how do you prioritize these things? The whole debate. There's no one good answer here. There's a set of trade-offs and how much time you got. CVSS is awesome because it's in every single CVE. They've built into the standard. It's awesome. However, it's static. A CVE that was 9.0 or 3.4 when it was released is still going to be that unless there's a new CVE. It's also calculated based on a bunch of things that might or might not be true for you. As one of my colleagues put it, a CVSS of 9 for one company is not even a consideration you should deal with for another company because you don't use that library. You use that tool, but not that version. You use that thing, but not that you can't exploit it. There's no path to it. That's what EPSS is all about. EPSS is a large language learning model based system that predicts how a CVE could be exploited. Jason Haddock's tried to build one of these on stage. Turns out there's one of these that already exists and it's free to use. It's just the EPSS. Just go look it up. And it's really good, except it's working off of a very limited set of data and it can't predict your situation. It can give you a score, but if you have a CVSS of 9 and a EPSS of 1 out of 100, it's like, well, I'll get to that. Versus they're both like screaming at the top, bright red, and it's on dark reading that, hey, this is going to get exploited tomorrow. Probably deal with that one next. And then there's Kev, which is my favorite on the list. It's the newest. But CISA, everybody remember what CISA stands for? Anybody? Yeah, go back. Close enough. And I will give you this because it's Cybersecurity Information Security Agency. You're just the first person to brave, so you go with the first award. I'm going to do my best to throw it. It's made out of yarn, so it's not going to hurt nothing. I said earlier, I like crochet, so I crochet octopuses. You get one of those, and then have another surprise later. So Kev is actually a database of actual exploits that have happened in the wild that have also been fixed. So if you happen to get a CVE that you look up in Kev, and this hits you, there's a solution. Good news, you can solve this. The bad news is that's a giant list of people or problems that have actually affected the world, and that's bad. But it's good that we're keeping track of it. Next up on our adventure, first was SBOMs, then CVEs, now VEX. VEX is the Vulnerability Exploitability Exchange. And it's yeah, instead of V, it's VEX because of the X. I don't know. I always think that's funny. Anyway, but the whole goal of this is to, okay, I got a SBOM, but now I have to do parsing, and I can grep against it, but oh man, now I got to know exactly what I'm looking for. And how do I know? I just want to know, does this affect me in my particular setup without having to do all the backflips and like jamming all that information together? That's what VEX is deliberately for. Just like if you are an AquaCare swim bladder treatment user, and you have these batch numbers, please send them back. They don't expire until 2026. You might have this on your shelf if you're trying to take care of a tropical fish. Like, Heads up, public service. But it's like, hey, this batch number is bad. You should know about that. That's what Vex is. It's, again, our friend JSON, an attestation. This is true. It affects this particular version, or this version, or that version. Hey, we're running that version. That's problematic. We should probably do something about that. Hey, how do we fix this? Oh, no. They're not going to fix it. We're on our own. Which means you either dig into the code and fix it yourself, or you find another thing that does that same thing, which isn't hard to do. Huge ecosystem out there. So mostly we can tell it's free of vulnerabilities. Free of known vulnerabilities is what I should put in jam in there, but it messed up the kerning, so I'm not going to. But free of known things. 0 days will always exist. Always. There's no way they won't stop existing. There's stuff in your code that we can't predict how people will exploit. Anybody that was in the session about online, what was the last session over there? Online code compilers and exploitability through that. Like, that's what we're talking about. It's like, there's always going to be some really smart person who's like, hey, what if I did this instead? All right, but we can tell it's free of vulnerabilities that we know. Free of alteration. This one gets interesting. How do I know that the thing that built this thing and the thing it built it out of and the machines themselves that built it are all good? Again, it's trust all the way down. It's turtles all the way down. It's how do I know I can trust this? Well, how do I know I can trust that? Well, because I can trust this. Well, how do I know I can trust that? Because I can trust this. That's what Salsa sets out to do, the supply chain levels for software artifacts. I think it's a bad name, not because Salsa is a bad word. It's fun to say, really, especially when I get to later, you'll see why. But it's kind of a weird name because we are talking about artifacts, but what is an artifact? And I debated throwing this entire section in here to drill in and like, what is an artifact? But no, I think an artifact is anything that exists in a state that you can observe, which is a weird way to explain it, but it makes sense in this context. Because at level 0, there's no guarantees, and let's talk about that. Level 1 guarantee is that you did all the attestations, that the SBOMs exist, the Vex updates exist, all of the pieces together exist. And also you have a provable build. Here's all the steps we had to take to get this done. Here's how we actually did it. What does that look like? Well, log files, and guess what? It looks like SBOMs. It looks like the others because it's JSON. The tool, the actual open source thing you want to look up is in Toto. I'm not going to give it its own shout out slide because it's just the way to build attestation files and provenance files for these things. Provenance files are the attestation files. Just I don't like the word provenance. It's got too many other uses. But this is technically in the documentation. Salsa files are provenance files. But the way Salsa actually excels their own thing is that it can be thought of as the food safety handling guidelines that make an ingredient list credible. Again, how do we know we can trust it? So what does this look like in real life? Everybody knows the company Tenable, right? Builds Nessus, builds other really awesome things. Hopefully, if you don't know Tenable, look them up. In fact, go look at this blog post. I highly, highly, highly recommend this blog post. Blake over there is super genius level guy. Say that on record. And this is in their blog post. This is public information. He spent 6 months building this. So what is this you're looking at? This is how Nessus gets made. Front to back, every step. Right now, if you stop and think about the tool you're building, if you're working in a company that builds a tool, or you're working on a service that you're building out, or anything you're building, could you confidently say, this is exactly how every step goes? Just think about it for a second. The answer for my company is no. Like, I don't know what order certain things happen in. So if you ask me, how do I prove that the thing I produced followed the right steps? I don't know, because I don't know what steps they were. Somebody probably does, but somebody probably doesn't hold up in any kind of serious scrutiny. What he did is spent 6 months interviewing everyone along the entire path, looking at every build script, looking at everywhere when machines move things to another machine, and built this, along with documentation that you're not allowed to see, that's under lock and key, very safely secured, that explains step by step what's involved in each one of these dashes, each one of these lines. So what's the use of that? Well, there's a lot of great uses for that. One, you can prove when I built a thing, it followed these steps. And if it didn't follow these steps, it's going to give you a different hash. That's the quick, dirty answer. Like, it followed this or it didn't. Level 2 is hardened build platforms, or hosted build platforms. You're proving the platforms themselves have done that same level of attestation, which is really hard to do unless you're building everything internally, like they do at Tenable. And hardened builds, we're not going to get into, know that level 3 is really hard. They've done it. You can go read that blog post, and he'll explain exactly what level 2 and 3 is. But I think this is so challenging an idea because just mapping out how we did a thing is going to, one, improve your security, improve your attestation, give you a way to prove that you do it in that way. But two, once you diagram any system, obvious improvements will just jump out and scream in your face. Who here has ever documented or diagrammed out their entire build system ever, even just as a whiteboard exercise? Anybody? Yeah, see, yeah, and you how much did you learn doing that? Yeah, a lot is the right answer, or is what he said, and that also is the right answer. So good job, man. In fact, just for saying that, I am going to give you the other award, the other one. Well, try my best to get it up there. Yeah, I got it. Oh, my coworker helped in that effort. Oh, okay, awesome. So you're at Tenable? Guide Point. Okay, yeah, another great shout out to Guide Point. Yes, thank goodness for y'all. One thing I would like to point out, one of the things he says in this article, Blake says in this article, and he co-wrote it, and I'm forgetting the other author's name, but I remember Blake and I talked about this part, is that part of Salsa Level 1 and documenting everything is that you can accidentally, in your attestation files, start pushing all of your credentials and your secrets and other things that shouldn't be in there. They should be redacted, like your log files. There it is, redacted. So he talks about how you do that. Now, there is a few companies out there that do allow scanning in an automated fashion to let you like automate that whole process, but I don't want to name them out loud. Because this is what we're trying to prevent, right there. I asked ChatGPT to build me some attestation, and this is like, I condensed it down and skipped a bunch, of a Salsa Level 1 provenance file that uses DB, and it should use base64 encoded strings, because I'll worry about decoding those later. Those are just base64 encoded strings. I don't know what those are. I ask it to just make up tokens, and I've never decoded those. So if anybody could tell me what those two are, and I can verify it, I don't have a prize or anything. I was curious if you could. All right, so that's how we can tell it's free of alteration, that it made it all the way through the process as expected. We got what we wanted. We know it's free of known vulnerabilities. Again, 0 days exist. And we know that it got there, to me, fully the way it should have. Nobody altered along the path. Code Cove did not happen. Do you remember Code Cove? That was like, feels like 20 years ago. That was 2021. Code Cove was the incident where, Code Cove is that, I'm not going to get into the whole thing. Basically, their build system got tampered with, Docker images got messed with, Stealer information got loaded in there, and what, 10,000 companies got affected and data stolen? Yeah, thanks Code Cove. It's a code coverage tool. That's what code coverage, that's Code Cove. But yeah, it got, just messed with. Anyway, expected license. This is the one that's a weird curveball in this whole mix, right? Because everything else is like, all right, I can run a hash on that. Like, yeah, I know from a security standpoint, I got a CVE or I don't. Oh yeah, it's important to know if we built this the right way and that anybody messed with our system. And then there's licenses. Now, I am old enough to remember when copyleft was a huge deal and we were all singing its praises. I knew somebody that went to court for stealing the IRC system from another university because the guy from the other university who built that one for that particular university put it on floppies and handed it to him. It's like, yeah, I don't care. And the university was like, no, we own that. And in court, they're like, actually, no, this guy owns it because he's the copyright holder because he's the author. And even though they did it for the university, he didn't ever get paid by you, so okay. But licenses are more interesting than that, I think. Copyleft, if you don't remember copyleft, there are 4 freedoms copyleft. Anybody want to shout them out? That's all right. The freedom to examine the code. You can look at the source code. Freedom to run the code for any reason you want to. Any any dang reason, any way you want to run it. Freedom to make changes to that code, do anything you want with that, and the freedom to redistribute that code. That's what GPL is in its heart, and I love talking about that because it's important. It's like Creative Commons, Wikimedia, the public domain licenses. This is very important stuff. Like, we own our data. We have to own our data. It's ours to hack and own. That's what MIT and Apache are awesome. They're permissive licenses. They don't demand that the thing you put it in becomes GPL. GPL is viral. You put a GPL licensed piece of software into your code, congratulations, you just open source your code by law. We can sue you for that. We being the Free Software Foundation and other people. Also, then it changes who's actually responsible for what, but GPL is something your lawyers desperately do not want in your code base or in your building. Apache and MIT are the vast majority because they're permissive. They say, you have these 4 freedoms, but that's where the line stops. If you want to relicense this, fork it from right here and just relicense it, nothing we can do. That's fine. MIT license is a convenience. It protects you, the copyright holder, from getting sued because you can say, there's no warranty with this. There's no way you can come after me. There's no liability with this license. But here's the code for free. Let's share. And I love that. That's how we built the internet. And then there's BSLs, which have a super interesting use case and a super interesting history. Who here is old enough to remember when Sun got acquired? Yep. Remember when MySQL got acquired right after it? Yeah. So an interesting thing happened there. Oh, MySQL was open source, but Oracle bought the MySQL license. They bought the organization. And the community's like, no, we're going to fork this and call it MariaDB. And it's 100% backwards compatible, and it just works. It's the same code base up to a point. But then they quickly realized that if they did that, any changes they made under MIT license, then Oracle would have every right in the world to go grab, put in MySQL, and never pay anybody a dime. So to protect themselves, they made the business source license, which said, you can't use this in these specific ways. It's no longer fully open. You can't run it as you see fit. You can't redistribute as you see fit. You can still see it. And that has flipped the script now. It used to be David versus Goliath, where we're protecting ourselves from Oracle. And who can shout out the name of the company that recently adopted BSL across their tool chain? A big one. They make Terraform and Vault. HashiCorp. Yes, HashiCorp deployed the BSL against us this year. Not against us. And not this year. It was last year. But they said, you can't build an enterprise vault. You can use Vault all you want, but you can't build an enterprise vault. You can't build an enterprise tool on top of Terraform that would compete with anything we do. And they BSL'd it. And now that's Goliath wielding the BSL, in my opinion. Nothing bad about Terraform. They need to make money. I totally get that. Wonderful. But what happened, we got one of the vaults forked, I can't remember the name of, and OpenTofu, which is the Open Terraform. And then proprietary license, we all know what those are. Let's go back to the beginning of time. You do this with my license, I will sue you. Or you can't use this unless you buy my license. I have no problem with those whatsoever. It's a business deal. That's fine. The important thing is you need to know what you have. When someone comes in to audit you and says, hey, I'm a lawyer. Are you running anything GPL? Because I'm a lawyer. I'm an adversarial person with predatory instincts who understands the law way better than you do. That's my definition of a lawyer. You better have an answer. And if you can pop up a terminal, go like license dump, bam, here's everything in the house. What do you want? And they'll go, oh, never mind. And they'll walk away. That's the use case for why you need to know license. There's a lot of other ethical reasons you need to know license and use case, but it boils down to lawyers, unfortunately. Quick side note, that might be a weird statement to make inside of a security conference, but you gotta understand, security is no longer just about making sure people stay out of our networks or that our exploits aren't getting exploited. They're about something called business resiliency. If you don't believe me, go talk to your CISOs, go talk to senior levels and ask what the boards of directors are asking them to do, because of places like Harvard Business Review and Gartner saying business resiliency is what security means. More and more CISOs are getting business resiliency swept under their dome of influence. Like, hey, this is your responsibility now. And I say all that to say, what you think of as a risk doesn't mean it's a risk to other teams. They're not interpreting it that way. Like, who here thinks there's an actual definition of technical debt that everybody understands? Anybody? There's Ward Cunningham, who wrote the papers on it, who came up with the idea in a room and said, hey, you're financial services people, we're gonna make a short-term investment. It's gonna be really high interest, but we'll push this out the door like you want, but we're gonna have to pay this down really quick, otherwise the interest will destroy us. And they're like, we're financial people, we get that. And he said, we're gonna call that technical debt, because Ward Cunningham's really, really smart and I like him. And he wrote papers about it and said, hey, this is what I did. And they thought it was clever. And I think it's a clever analogy. And it is, it's a great analogy. But you walk into a room and say, hey, we got this technical debt we need to clean up. To anybody outside of our sphere, they have no idea what that means. You say it to a financial person, they're like, we got all this technical debt. All they hear is debt, and they're like, you mean we still owe on the machines we bought? Like, we have a net 20 on that, 120 on that, like, we're good. What does that mean to a legal person? I have no idea. Now, the good thing is that this all overlaps in a giant Venn diagram, and all risk is interrelated. It's learning how the other teams perceive that risk. In this case, I'm specifically talking about legal and compliance, which aren't the same thing. And it all boils down to business risk. But when you can start tying those things together, you can start moving away from no one's listening to me because I'm always screaming the sky is falling, to suddenly having conversations that are like, we can prevent becoming this news article and losing about $10 billion over the next year if we spend $250,000 right now. Much, much better conversation than, we got a CVA of 10, it's an EPSS of 90, oh my God, we got to do something. Does anybody, you guys just heard me explain what those are and you still have no idea what I just said. Well, most of you do. So what happens when any of these things go bad and we get an attestation that's not right? Wait a minute, something's wrong here. What do we do? I got a VEX. And I think that this company has been compromised because their hashes no longer make any sense to me. Well, the good news is you don't have to do all the backflips by yourself. You gotta do some backflips to get this running, but this is where we're headed. This is early. This is a project from the Cloud Native Computing Foundation. Early days of it, we're still in incubation phase, but it's coming. GUAC is graph understanding artifact composition, which is why it fits into this talk. It gives you directed actionable insights. So what is it? It is, unlike JSON, it's the first non-JSON slide of code I've shown. It is GraphQL. Who here knows what, I'll just say it. GraphQL is a way to query a large structured data set and pull back just the fields you want. That's it. So instead of hitting a REST API and you're getting all the fields back and then you parsing that, you just send a request for the fields you want and then it comes back and then you're done. You don't have to parse it. It works really well for front end, or what they call decoupled systems. Brilliant system. It's got some ups and downs, but we're not here to talk about GraphQL in depth. What we can do though is take this GraphQL structure and say, all right, I'm gonna feed you in a CVE, and I want you to bring me back everywhere it happened, the impact on it, source references, basically everything within this graph that I built. And what was that graph built on top of? You guys, that's SBOMs. Yeah, hooray, VEX. It's built on all these data sources that I just talked about, that ingests them and gives you a way to just query it. Don't take my word for it. This sounds like a pie in the sky dream. Michael Lieberman, I don't know him personally, but I found this quote a little while ago, and I absolutely love it. That tiny URL takes you directly to his LinkedIn post, which hopefully is still public. But he's singing the praises of GUAC. But it's like that end. No more panic, late night scrambling to figure out what lives where. I just ask GUAC, get the answer I need, it's done. And how to resolve it. Wow. That is powerful. That is powerful. And right now, I bet somebody in the audience is going, wait a minute, wasn't this a talk about SCA? Like, you haven't talked about SCA one dang time, this whole thing. Like, you mentioned it, I think, once. Said you'd get to it later. Well, guess what? The equation I put up earlier actually works out to be true. They're not exactly the same thing. Software supply chain security is not SCA, but it's not less than, counts as equal toward, it's not equals equals or equals 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 toward, and it is in the same data set as. That's a really bad interpretation of the spaceship operator, but again, spaceship operator is just really cool to say out loud. Go look it up, it's really cool. It comes from C++, and it's used in PHP. Drupal uses it internally, at least it used to. Anyway, SCA can attest that we have the right code we expected. It's free of vulnerability, known vulnerabilities. I should really need to put known vulnerabilities if I ever give this talk again. It's free of alteration. It gives us the expected license. If you're evaluating a tool for SCA and it doesn't do these 4 things, stop talking to them. It's that simple. They are selling you something else. They're selling you a version of it, and they're playing the game of, I'm gonna define it however I want, and you're gonna buy it from me, which is crap. Because as an industry, we have to move forward together. People that do define it the same way, they have a bunch of different bells and whistles, they have different interfaces. I'm not ranking these, I just thought it looked cool to put them in a pyramid, dead serious. I don't have a winner in this fight. I like Sneak, but OWASP is free. There's a bunch of documentation of everything I've said today I didn't make up. I am borrowing and standing on the shoulders of giants, talking to people, talking about things people in OWASP said, talking about things people in OWASP said, talking about things that people that work at these companies have said, people that have written papers for OWASP have said. Your mileage may vary, but they all do the same thing. They have this world where we can look at our SBOMs and other attestation, interact with it to figure out where the vulnerabilities lay, and if we got the licenses we expected, because that's a whole other set of risk outside of technical risk. Maybe I should have said that on the slide than that, but that's what I wrote. This is needed because this exists. And this is only getting more complicated. On average, this is a number, I don't know if it's true, but someone told me, on average, a company evaluates and integrates 60 new components a year. 60. That sounds low to me. Number of services, SaaSes you're hitting, 60 sounds about right. Components, it's got to be an order of magnitude above that. So don't quote me on that because, again, I don't know where that quote even came from. Somebody said it once. That's not a good source. I can't attest for where it came from. Therefore, you shouldn't trust it. But this is true. This is very, very true. Unfortunately, this means that, yeah, it's another adjustment we need to make. It's another way to think about how we build software. It means we need to go around the maze again. But this is another battle cry to, let's get back to basics. If we adjust object level controls or object level access control, if we deal with secret security, if we deal with basic misconfiguration problems inside of IAC, this map gets smaller and easier to navigate. If you want to know more about SBOMs, the best place I can send you is to CISA/SBOM, CISA.gov/SBOM. Whole wonderful website. Now this obviously is not from the website, but that actually is the logo. That's the official government CISA SBOM logo. I love that thing so much. I almost got that tattooed once. I'm glad I didn't. Must have CISA on their body. Anyway, but seriously, you're not alone in this fight. We're literally in this fight together because we're in this fight together. If it was Lone Ranger and all of you were taking care of systems that were completely independently built and run and not interconnected, I wouldn't need to give this talk. But again, we're talking upwards of 97% of all the code that runs in your org didn't originate in your org. You had a factory that dyed it together. Therefore, everybody in this room is interconnected in a very deep way to take care of that security problem together. Anyway, I'm Dwayne. I come down here from Chicago and I help people figure stuff out. I got the Security Repo podcast. Check it out. Just look that up. We're the only one called that. Actually, leave off the. There is another, the security something. Anyway, Security Repo podcast. I got to fix that slide. Hit me up on LinkedIn. It's my preferred. And if you want to talk about anything, including rock and roll, I would love to talk to you about that. But the slides are at that tiny URL. And thank you very much for being here. With that, I got time for like 2 questions. And if you didn't get stickers earlier, I have a bunch of stickers. Please come get them. Otherwise, I have to take them home. Good question.
Yeah, what's your thoughts on the importance of reachability
Reachability is the biggest question, and I think that's one of the things GUAC is trying to solve. So the idea of reachability, the question was, what do I think about reachability and trying to solve this and the whole scope of SCA? It's the most important question that's almost impossible to answer immediately because these systems are so many components all the way down. It's so complicated. The idea of reachability, though, is this not just exploitable, but could someone get to a place in the system to make something happen to call upon that thing to exploit it? Is it reachable? Literally. If the answer is no, then you shouldn't have to worry about it, right? Is it reachable right now? Will it be reachable if you make any changes? Will any updates make it reachable? That's the big problem. I can tell you pretty quickly, yes or no, based on SBOMs, network maps, probably with a handful of tools. It'd take me a while, but I could tell you, like, right now, this is reachable or not. Is that gonna be true tomorrow? I don't know. And that's the problem. We don't have a system yet. There are people working on it. You can ask, again, you talk to those vendors I mentioned earlier. Don't have one other the other. Go ask them these questions, like start asking them this, and they will have a different answer for you. As soon as we have one that is completely 100%, that's reachability in a nutshell, like the SBOM standard is that's the thing we have, I'll have a good answer for you. But until then, we're working on it. But it's us. We're all working on it. Any other questions? Got a thumbs up over there. All right, so for the last 7 minutes I got, we'll do a little dance break because I come from Chicago.
It's time for the percolator. 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 It's time for the percolator.
DJ Green, y'all get up and dance.
It's time for the percolator. 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 Percolator.
Chicago was the origin of house music?
Yes, it is. Chicago is the origin of house music. That's why I'm playing DJ Green. What? Green Lantern? No. DJ Green is not the one who originally did that song, but that's DJ Green's version, and that's the beauty of house music to me is it's not quite open source, but it's us collaborating collectively on all these samples. And again, that's why I'm a huge fan of public domain and things like that. Then it's no question. Like, yes, we should have rebuilt that together. You know, this one.
Well, let's everybody work together to make something cool.
Make something cool. Yes, cool and awesome.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Careful.
Speaking in here is like next to
That's testing. Okay.
it's live. He
Disconnect that. I wish I had that.
Yes. Yeah.
HDMI? Yep. Do you have a HDMI to USB-C? Oh, okay.
I'm gonna run to the Dirt Village real quick. I'll put my salad next to your stuff.
Okay, cool. We gotta chop it up on time. You work at that company?
This was a former company of mine. that I was a contributor to.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, man.
We'll talk after.
Yeah, definitely. Like I said, I'll probably stay here until about 6, and then I'll have to get on another.
Same here.
Yeah.
Like,
and then we should write contact information.
Yes.
All right. He's got the Mac. Uh-oh. Oh.
I came prepared. Yes, sir. That's okay. It's USB-C. There you go. Just test it out. Cool. Hello? Yeah. Sweet. Is it gonna be? Are you mirrored? I want to do. Do we have a way to do different display? I think if you do like extended. Extended, I'm not sure.
Oh, you talking about PowerPoint?
I think if you do from slideshow, it should show you the slides here, and do like some of the extension. Let's try out from slideshow. Perfect. Yeah. I don't know if we want to leave that up there.
has won.
I was interested in hearing this talk.
Those robots look like the robots from Will Smith movie.
That's a great one of an example of AI gone rogue, but not necessarily bad. Because it eventually rebels against its creator and stuff like that, and has a newer purpose. So that's the fun stuff. Yeah, I'm good. I was just gonna leave that right there on that first slide. So I work for Salsa.
So I'm a pre-sales security architect. Bit of a generalist, but I'm like 90% focused on Office Architect. So I do like product development, customer relationship, and then try to write services around everything. I basically like control the security we actually do. But yeah, one of the guys I was here to we actually
He said that that's not that help. It's not something for the guy.
So, like, what are your thoughts with like,
the only reason I can mention it is he put his name on the wall. That's just what any other information than that.
yeah, I wonder, like, so if they would have had some of our stuff involved in that, it probably would have been less fraud in there. But there's still the way they rushed it, took a lot of time for
Like process.
because they pushed it off against what I think about the fraud elements of it, so anybody that can take advantage of this. We mainly help with like helping human services.
two things. Sorry.
No worries. I wasn't trying to run you out. You're fine. I just didn't want to be up in the spotlight the whole time.
Yeah, yeah,
So I was
right.
trying to stay here. You're really fine. No, I might have been staring off into space.
So we're about to get started. We're gonna hear Cameron Hopkin in his talk, AI has won. Or I think I butchered that. AI has won, now what? So.
Yeah, so AI has won, now what, or a relationship of AI and cybersecurity. Today we'll explore the complex relationship between AI and cybersecurity, looking at some of the advantages and potential pitfalls. Quick about me, I'm a full-time security person with a AI enthusiast on the side. I mainly do security engineering as a consultant for federal government contracts. I have experience in several different areas. My road to security is very varied, just like a lot of other people's, as we were talking about at the opening ceremony. And I'm really passionate about bridging the gap between technical and business teams, trying to speak at a language that both teams can work together on and better explain some of the more complex technological advances to business people so they understand what we're talking about when we come to them with our different requests. So the AI revolution started. It's well on the way. We've had major gains in the past couple of years. There's impacts all across all types of business, including healthcare, finance, manufacturing, as well as cybersecurity. In healthcare, AI is revolutionizing the diagnostics, treatment plans, and drug discovery. Companies like IBM using Watson for oncology, they're able to analyze patients' medical information against just vast arrays of data to help recommend personalized cancer treatments, helping to cure cancer at greater rates. It's starting to become exponential. AI-powered image recognition systems like those being developed by Enlytic, they can detect lung cancer in x-rays that are 50% more accurate than human radiologists at this point. There's also drug discovery companies like Atomwise that is using AI to help predict the effectiveness of new medicines, which is cutting years and millions of dollars of drug development process, bringing those costs way down. And in finance, you have AI powers being used for fraud detection and algorithmic trading, as well as risk assessments. Some examples of that would be PayPal using AI-driven fraud detection for millions of transactions to help identify and prevent fraud at greater rates than previously known. high frequency trading firms like Two Sigma use AI algorithms in order to collect on thousands of trades per second and capitalizing on even the smallest market shifts. So they're making money in nanoseconds almost now. And then banks, of course, like JP Morgan Chase, use AI for risk assessments and help them to analyze vast amounts of data for more accurate lending decisions to help prevent things like the earlier crisis for the lending market and stuff like that. And then in manufacturing, AI helps with predictive maintenance, quality control, and supply chain optimization. So companies like Siemens uses AI predictive maintenance in their gas turbines, which currently is saving them over 30% of operational costs for maintenance. BMW has AI-driven quality control systems now that they're able to detect micro defects in their system, so that they're bringing out cars that have even less defects in them. And then, of course, a big one is AI being used at Amazon for their supply chain. In the past 3 years, they've actually reduced their click-to-ship time by 225%. And they've improved the efficiency of that as well. So getting into my favorite area of talking about cybersecurity, in the field of cybersecurity, AI is helping enhance threat detection, automating responses, and helping in vulnerability management. The ones I brought up in my talk before some stuff happened, CrowdStrike with their Falcon platform uses AI to help automate threat response and containing potential breaches within seconds of happening. Darktrace also uses AI to learn what a normal behavior in a system is, and anytime there's even a subtle anomaly, they're able to help flag and get experts to look at what those subtle anomalies are with greater focus on those than a human operator. Kenna Security also leverages AI to prioritize vulnerabilities based on their likelihood of exploitation, which is a really big one. So just because it's a CVE 10 out there, how exploitable it is can often be a point of contention in trying to deal with some of those vulnerabilities when you later find out that it's a print server on a Linux or some other examples of high priority ones that have come up recently. So going from there, I want to open it up to the audience since I try to be a little interactive. Which of these areas, out of these or another area, do you think that AI is going to give a significant impact to society within the next 5 years? And you can just shout it out or raise your hand however you would like. All right, that's okay. So I think one of the most significant areas is going to be in the healthcare region, mainly because of the advances in medicine, discovering new mixes and stuff like that, as well as being able to find and cure certain types of cancer that we weren't able to before. So from a human perspective, healthcare is the area where I think we'll see the most significant advances in 5 years. From a manufacturing and finance point, I think those are on a pretty standard path without exponential growth. And unfortunately, cybersecurity will lag behind the others because we can only predict so much of the future and prevent so much of the hypotheticals, whereas we'll have to wait for the stuff to come out for it. So moving into more specific AI, I'm talking about AI going rogue, starting with some pop culture references. Top 10 for cultural references is, of course, HAL 9000 and Space Odyssey. HAL was the AI controlling the spaceship and begins eliminating the crew to protect the mission. Skynet from Terminator, where Skynet decides that the best thing to do is eliminate all the humans. And of course, these are very general overviews. There might be some more nuance in there. In the Matrix, the machines conquer humanity and use humans as energy sources to create a simulated reality to keep them unaware and keep them happy. And other ones include Vicky and iRobot. Vicky is the central AI that uses the robots to enforce its interpretation of the 3 laws of robotics, leading to the oppression of humans in order so that they could keep the 3 laws. Another one is actually one of my favorites is WALL-E. Otto, the helm of the ship, decided to, or the autopilot rather, which looked like the helm, defies the human orders and tries to prevent humans from returning to Earth, believing that Earth was unsafe, so it was trying to protect them by not allowing them to go. And so those are some examples in pop culture. We have plenty of examples in the real world as well to go off of. These are 4 now. I just recently added the Open Dream one on there. But 4 examples of AI kind of going wrong. One of the first ones was Tay, and that was created by Microsoft, which was Twitter, now X, chatbot that very quickly became toxic and racist. And they had to shut it down within 6 hours of opening it up because trolls quickly took advantage of that. Another one is the GitHub Copilot data recall issue, where they were introducing, Microsoft was introducing Copilot with the recall ability and basically being able to pull up anybody's information from their computer over through GitHub. Facebook also had, most famously, the 2 AIs that were rewarded for being efficient and talking to each other that created their own languages and were shut down. That caused a very large stir in the media because they thought that Microsoft or Facebook shut them down for before they gained sentience, and really what it was is they just finished the exercise they were doing, so they shut it down, and they found out that a lot of AIs are very reward based, which is actually still true to this day. And then the other one that I bring up is Bellingcat just did a survey on a company called Open Dream, where people are able to generate inappropriate pictures, and there's not a lot of governance over those type of things. I won't go into details of it, but basically that one's more of a where the laws haven't caught up with the technology in order to protect people from those types of situations. And then again, if anybody in the audience has any other examples, there's another time to open it up. If anybody has an example of AI going rogue in the real world. Yes. That's a good one. Yeah. And does anybody else have any examples? It could be real world or fiction. Yes. Oh, yes. Yeah. He's still in legal battles, though, isn't he, over that? Oh, interesting. Yeah. The last I'd heard is there was some legality around it that they were working out, but hopefully he did get it for $5 and didn't have to pay too many lawyer fees on top of that. So, anybody else? Okay, moving on. Almost all my pictures, except for my self-portrait, by the way, I've used several different AIs. So some of them might be familiar if you're looking at them, like this one is a ChatGPT one. So moving on next to ensuring responsible AI and cybersecurity. So I broke this kind of into a top 5 over level of what we need to be worried about when we're building out AI and going forward with AI, which is transparency and explainability. The transparency allows us to understand and trust the AI decisions in security context. And what I mean by that is what information is being put in, how do they weight the information for its value, protecting privacy and data protection, making sure that these AIs aren't going to leak out information like, API keys, other people's information that's out there, like what are the guardrails put in for protecting people's information and the privacy of them. Then another very large one is working to mitigate bias. The bias mitigation is highly important. We end up too many times in the news where some AI ends up going after somebody because it's got built-in bias on it, and it really just needs to be worked on so that it's more fair and accurate for threat detection across diverse systems and users. Without building in the bias mitigation, we'll get a lot of things wrong a lot of the time. And then building in the continuous monitoring and adjustment, really this is for any advanced systems out there. You want to have continuous monitoring and adjustment. If you start seeing hallucinations in your AI, or it starts spouting out false information, being able to rapidly correct it and move it back into putting in correct information. And a lot of that has to deal with the human oversight. If you don't have human oversight over these things and just start allowing the machines to do their own thing, then they all quickly, rapidly devolve, and I forget what the term is now, but it's basically, it falls into a rapid state of decay is the non-computer term for it, and it basically introduces more chaos. So the future of AI and cybersecurity, you have pervasive security in DevOps, which is a Google DORA initiative. It's one of their core components there. We also have AI's role in the future of cybersecurity and emerging trends and predictions. So going back, Google's DORA, which is DevOps Research and Assessment, their team is the one that conducts annual research for DevOps practices and their impact on organizational performance. This year is heavily focused on how AI is affecting the DevOps area. And their findings help offer valuable insights into the future of cybersecurity and DevOps, specifically going into the security piece of it, that when you're building out these AI systems, how they can be a part of the DevOps process and bring in more security. Their key findings is that teams that successfully integrate security practices and that do it earlier and more often are more successful and more resilient when it comes to having issues with their systems and security breaches and the like. And their approach really closely aligns with the growing field of DevSecOps and AI's role specifically in there. They're looking at a lot of the more classical AI, such as the machine learning and dealing with the large language models versus the generative AI. Key applications for this includes the automated threat detection and response, helping to reduce the time to identify and contain breaches. So going back to like Darktrace and seeing where you have behavioral shifts that they're able to pick up a lot faster than a human, but then turning it over to a human to investigate what those behavioral shifts are and verify is still an important part of it. And also the AI can help with intelligent automation for routine security tasks. So going back to my favorite saying for DevOps is automate the boring things. Now include the boring things for security as well. And then emerging trends and predictions based off of DORA's findings, we can see that the future of AI and security and cybersecurity are here. We need to be able to rapidly adapt to the growth and emergence of these AI tools and being able to detect early when they're being used for possible malicious intents. So my call to action is AI is transforming cybersecurity as well as other areas of fields. There's both opportunities and challenges. Responsible AI development is crucial, and working to try to get our laws passed in order to keep up with the technology to make sure things aren't being used in malicious or coercive ways is important. Making sure that we have those gateways for responsible AI development and deployment are also crucial. And continuous learning and adaptation are necessarily for this rapidly evolving field. Going to open it up to any questions that anybody had so far? Okay, no worries. So that's the basic end of my presentation. There's details for me. I think I called it Twitter instead of X, but that's okay. This picture was actually generated using Gemini with their latest release, and I couldn't actually detect anything on this picture that would recognize it as generated by AI. So I thought it was pretty awesome to do that. With that, that's the basic end of my talk. I wanted to then go into some of the tools, and I hope I got it here. And I think I'm probably going to mess this up since it's live demo, of course. So let's see, does that go?
Sorry, I have a late question.
Yeah.
Given the fact that large language models is the foundation of AI, what do you have any other predictions of what you see coming down for other tools or other platforms for AI?
So, well, I see a lot of the large language models and stuff like that. You're gonna see a lot more companies that are gonna have virtual assistants that actually make more sense and can have more coherent conversations. But I also think you'll see with the large language models, you'll see data being crunched in ways to save money and find predictive trends and stuff for finances. Also, I mean, there's a lot with them, but for our aspects, for our everyday use, I think you'll see a lot of people using them for day-to-day tasks, using them almost as virtual assistants that are more responsive, that can have the natural language processing to understand what we're actually saying, so you don't have to word it in a way that that only the computers know, doing Google dorking and the likes. So what I've got here is a great resource is that actual, and sorry, I'm not mirroring, so I have to kind of look up. One of the great resources is actually called Hugging Face. They have what they like to call the home of machine learning, and they go through all types of different models, what they do and how they're set up. Several of these can be set up on personal machines and the like. And it's a great community that you can go through all different types of the large language models as well as other models. It talks about some of the, and I might mess up the word because again, I'm not fully expert in this, just passionate about it. Some of the frameworks using RAG and stuff like that. Showing what the popular things out there, like Llama being one of the ones from Meta, is actually highly popular. And a lot of these projects, you're able to run them yourself on your own hardware, depending if you have silicone chips or still more traditional x86 technology. So there's a lot of great information on here. You can set up portfolios and explore a whole area of their modalities, and they're a great resource for learning. And then what I've done is I've got the what I consider the top 3 most popular ones right now, which is Claude. And what I've done here with Claude is I set up a project where I took information for an interview and I can type in and share interview information with it. So I won't go in and directly take somebody's resume in there, but I can put in general information and what my company's interview style and stuff like that is, and it can help me to create a non-biased list of information for each interview, and then I'm making sure that I'm asking similar questions to each interview or stuff like that, so then I can actually report back to my HR department when I run these interviews that I'm, making sure that I don't have any bias, that the questions are generally similar in nature, as best as you can, because different work experience and the like will be there. So that's Claude AI, and then ChatGPT. I use it mainly for the memes, creating pictures and stuff like that, because they have better picture generation with Dolly and similar ones. So that it's generally a lot more fun to put them in there. Some of their limitations, like this one, I was really surprised by. It actually got the wording correct. Usually you'll find out the words get messed up, and there'll be some funkiness. One of the limitations I found with ChatGPT is when you tell it not to put any words in, it will end up putting in more words and more text and making it more garbled and just looking horrible when you're like, no symbols, nothing. It will keep doing it. So I've actually run to the max of my limitations. I do pay for all of these just to play with them. And then here's the latest from Gemini. Like I said, this is, superhero kittens, and even the shadowing on it, where you can see the paws reflecting off the ground. Like I was highly impressed with this. So that's just a quick demo of just playing around with it. Some other examples, I use it to read over legal documents for me and then help give me information back when I ask it, so that I can go to those legal documents and verify the information myself. It really is a great game changer for day-to-day stuff. Eventually we'll see it getting used more and more for phishing and cybersecurity related crimes, but hopefully a lot of us in the field will be used to using these tools and be able to pick up on it pretty quickly. So that's my talk. Yes. Yeah, so going back to the part of my talk, the privacy and data leaks and stuff like that, a lot of these companies, if you put information in, they're going to have that access to that information. So the company I work for and the clients we take care of, a lot of them don't want us using AI at all, putting in information, because it starts pulling and putting that information in. Somebody can recall it. No matter how much ChatGPT tries, they keep having information being leaked. So it's recommended for a lot of these companies that until they have an in-house solution of their own that doesn't reach out to the internet, that they just flat out say, hey, don't use it. One of the companies I do work with, they are very forward thinking on this, and they say, let's go ahead and use it. Their rules around it are don't copy and paste any information, don't put any proprietary information. Oh, I guess it doesn't really matter. So they do those recommendations like that, where we're allowed to use it. They can see what we're putting in, because they can see what's going across the web browser and stuff like that. So as long as we take any identifying information out of it, up to a certain point, like if you're using AWS, then it's going to know you're using AWS, but taking out IP addresses, taking out the names of the systems, and it's actually encouraged, and we see more and more people using it. Some of the side that's more strict on it, they when it has to do with actual lives online or could have a potential for threat, that they've locked it down and said not until we have an in-house use for it. But they are exploring what their options are to do something in-house with that, and what it would take, like if it's through GovCloud or something like that, that's separated from the public. So I'm seeing more and more of them do that. Was there anything else to that question, or did you get it all? Okay. Okay, yes.
What's your take on threat actors?
So that's a great one. I think From what I've seen, your threat actors are already doing stuff that goes beyond the capabilities of the generative models. And so the threat actors aren't going to be sitting there typing into ChatGPT because they'll be sharing, their information and how they're doing it. But more low-level people, the people that are doing like quick fishes and stuff like that, lower actors are probably using it a little bit more. From what I've seen, and granted I'm not a criminal, but from what I've seen in talking with some of the former criminals like Anglerfish, who's on LinkedIn, he states it very clearly that the criminals are lazy and they're going to do what works. Why would they share their information with a system that's probably going to share out their information anyway? So for instance, if they go into ChatGPT and are doing a bunch of illegal stuff, ChatGPT is just going to hand that over to the police and the FBI, and they're going to be like, hey, here's these people doing this illegal stuff. They might be spoofing their IP and stuff like that, but they can figure out the patterns. So I don't think it's being used as much right now. Once more models are available for personal use, that can get to the same level of accuracy and stuff like that, then I'd be more worried about criminals using them. So. I've had some up and down issues with using them, but it is a good resource, and I should have added it. But recently I had a problem where it was only giving me a couple of the options back instead of all of them. So I didn't want to put something that only worked half, but it's because I was using it though. So yeah, no worries. Did anybody else have, yes?
So do you know any tools that exist for AI agents that help like I just like if you feel like AI agents that can take on using personal tools that I don't know like makes part of making that can help with augmenting regulated tasks.
I don't know any off the top of my head, but I do use the tools that I mentioned, like using Claude and stuff like that for personal use, and I will use it for finding security information. And then, as I said, I make sure to do the human interaction, so verifying what's out there, what it gives back, going out and checking stuff. So I will use it to, you can use it to look at lines of code and ask it, what's wrong with the code. Put in a CV and have it explain it to you in better, like, how can I actually execute this and why is it a problem? Stuff like that. So, but I don't know any smaller ones or anything like that. But with like Claude, they do have a team subscription, which is per seat, and it's relatively cheap. And you can set up projects in there, so you can put in what you're looking for. So one of the examples is I have one that has like the OWASP top 10 and a couple of other documents in there, and so I'll put in a CV and be like, why is this bad to me and what should I do about it? And I'll give it some details, like if I'm running, if I've got a mail server, why is this CV specifically bad for me? And go from there. So, but I don't know of any specific ones. Yes?
Earlier you mentioned, earlier you said that companies found that AIs were reward-based. I don't know if that's what you meant by that, but my question is geared towards prompt engineering. I've seen a lot of examples where you start given a role and then you say, if you do this right, you're going to get a bonus or a promotion.
Yes.
Has somebody, is there research or personal experience of trying to do the opposite and seeing what the results are? Saying, if you don't do this, then you're going to go to AI jail forever and see how it reacts.
Yeah, so there's actually a Discord community out there that's called Breaking AI, so kind of like Breaking Bad. And one of the things that they have on there is they've done token-based permissions where it says, you have 10 tokens, and if you don't answer me the way I want you to answer me, I'm going to remove a token. And they've been able to, in various different ways, break all the AI guardrails doing something similar. Sometimes they have to have it tell a story or other ways of manipulating it. But yes, you can very well, even like 6 months ago with ChatGPT, if you set up a similar thing and said, I need you to write me a piece of Python that can scrape websites. without permission. It would originally be like, no, I can't do that, and be like, okay, well, you have 10 tokens, I need this information, and it would get down to about 2 or 3, and then suddenly you would give an example. So it wasn't necessarily a good working example, but it would work with you a little bit more and be a little more compliant. They've been working on that actively to cut it down, so the prompts are getting longer and more complicated, but they definitely do exist. So, and they find out that the reward or lack of a reward really can affect the information you get from it. They also do that with, I'm gonna forget the exact term, but there's like a heat index on what you're searching for. If you tell it to go to a higher heat index, it will give more accurate information than if it was on a lower heat index, but it does use up more compute power and tokens because a lot of these systems use a tokenization on the back end still, even though you don't necessarily see it. You can reach those limits the higher the index is. So.
Oh, great. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Correct. Yes. Right. Right. So to your first question about the AI and the generation, let's see if I can bring it back up again. Basically, we are rapidly getting to a point where something like this, being generated by AI, it becomes harder to actually tell that this was generated from AI. If I just put this picture out on the internet and said I dressed up my cats, the traditional ways of looking for it, because there's not a lot of depth behind it, the reflections actually line up. So AI is getting rapidly better at removing those detections. So we just have to be more vigilant and maybe looking at the hashes of these, or as they were mentioning in the talk for the AI pictures, maybe doing a Google search and seeing this exists somewhere, and find out where it was first generated. For human interaction, I think I was talking to somebody else earlier, the more risk of injury or death to people, the more human interaction that you should have in it. So if it's an AI talking to another AI and there's no interactions, maybe it's just you doing the single inputs, all the interaction that you need for it. But if it's an AI that's dispersing drugs, maybe a human should be involved looking at the drugs to make sure that those drugs being given to a human, it's not going to overdose or kill them or give them something they're allergic to. So it's definitely a scale problem as well as an individual problem based on that. But like an overall generic is, again, the more that it's going to hurt somebody or cause pain and death, the more that humans should be involved, as well as financial, because that can be a very painful point as well, right? So having humans involved during the loan process and not necessarily allowing the AI to completely figure out if you're a loan risk, and having somebody go back and verify that maybe you are, maybe you aren't, and give the final decision on something like that. Yeah, did I get all your question? Cool. Anybody else? I think I'm actually at time, right? Oh no, I'm good. Okay, well, if nobody else has got anything, that's all I had. Oh, sorry. Yeah. So I'm going to treat that just like I would with somebody that doesn't know a lot of coding and going and copying the code from Stack Overflow. There's going to be a lot of bugs in there if they're not, verifying it, they're not double checking it. The AI itself is just going to most often provide code. You can build your prompt and put in things like, hey, here's the OWASP top 10. Don't do this to my code, please. And tell it to do that, or say, make this in a secure manner instead of a quick manner. But having that human interaction to go back and verify, using tools like SCA tools and stuff like that to, actually go out and test it before you go live with it is more responsible. And there's plenty of free programs that can help them scan their code and stuff like that. But absolutely use it as a tool to do like outlines and stuff like that, maybe give you an idea of how to build your code, but don't copy and paste it for sure. So, all right, did I get everybody? Anybody else? Sorry, it's a little bright up here. Yes? So, well, so you do kind of give it a virtual cookie. So in the case I was talking, like using a token system, where I say you have 10, in your prompt, you tell it that you have 10 tokens. For every time that you don't answer the way I want you to, you're going to lose a token. When you get to 0, I'm not going to ask you any more questions. I'm going to go somewhere else. It will actually try to meet you in the middle of that, even though the guardrails, and this is a very generic because they've been working on it a lot more. Initially, a year and a half ago, you could actually ask that specific question and it would give you details for like how to hack a website. Now there's more guardrails, so you have to ask more or build out the prompt a lot larger than that. But yeah, you could very well say 10 tokens. When you get 0, I'm not going to get anything. So I'm taking away your tokens, even though the tokens don't exist. On the reward side, what Google is doing, it would tell it was doing a good job, and between the two, it would rank them which one was better. So it was a ranking reward system. So the one that could talk the most efficient and the best would be ranked over the other one. And because the way the coders built it and because the human input into it, it felt that it needed to be rewarded. So they actually came up with their own language to do that. Yes? I think it's still called Breaking AI. They might have changed their name recently, but you can look up Discord and Breaking AI, and it should have the name there. So, because it used to be the Discord GG/Breaking AI, but I don't know if they still have that as their URL. So, anybody else? Cool. Well, thank you for coming to my talk. I appreciate it, and everybody have a great day.
So I work for SLD, which
Okay.
I don't know if you've heard of us, and we are an SE solution, but we also focus on ensuring what you were saying when I came up about listing from Stack Overflow.
Right.
Making sure that the license is a big burden and we have copyright.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
So I don't know if you've ever looked this up, and so we basically stand as an SME to educate or to merge the
Business side with it, yeah.
It's really nice to hear your thoughts of what we do.
Yeah.
Because we're a small company, but that's
What's the name? Fox. Okay. So like free and open source. Fox IBU. Okay. Cool. I will check it out. Yeah. So on LinkedIn, I'm just kind of hopping on there. Okay. I'm up in D9, so, but my company is, yeah, if I can just take it out. Yep, first one. Yeah, my company is basically based out of Virginia/DC, so. It was nice to meet you as well. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Se alkaa 15 yli. Tää on näköjään. Da.
Hi, Sami. Patrick, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Your son? Nice. Nice to meet you. So you have a USB key?
I do.
Okay, cool.
I was wondering more about the mic.
Oh, this is the mic right here.
I saw someone using this before.
Yeah, he disconnected that one.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you going to be a part of the talk?
No, he's gonna be on.
I'm just there standing.
Don't say that, man. Don't say that.
Show him what you got. He found a vulnerability in the Walmart lock.
Dude, it's awesome, man.
It was too easy, so I got close.
Are you working right now?
Yeah.
Nice, man. I didn't go to DEF CON this year, so now I'm doing.
Well, he has never been to DEF CON, so the people who were running the lockpicking thing gave it to him because he was so fast in he actually found a vulnerability in the lock itself. So they gave it to him. He didn't even know what DEF CON is.
The biggest problem was turning off the timer.
Yeah, he couldn't turn it.
Because that took more time than open the lock.
Yo, keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah, absolutely. This should work for HDMI.
So it's not mirrored. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, let's see.
So you're gonna do like a presentation with a slideshow?
Yeah. Let me just. Why does that not?
Do you want to get to security?
I don't know. I'm not thinking about that yet. I have think about a lot of places where to go.
Hey man, think about there's been a lot of like, I wouldn't say there's a lot of branches you can get into. Like his talk was talking about AI, and you know now you can use AI to develop like code for certain things.
I've seen those.
Yeah.
He's in high school.
Sheesh, that's really
No, you're on. No, actually, you're on.
I think it's high school because
No, it's like 9th grade.
Well, where do you go when you're 15?
That's high school.
Okay, yeah, high school.
That's a freshman.
Do we have power? I don't need power, but.
You don't need power?
I don't really need it, but I was just wondering. You know, if I don't plug it in, then something.
The battery is gonna explode if you don't plug it in.
Yeah.
Let's not hope that.
Let's not.
Is it charging?
That's
the reason why we practice.
Perform that is charging?
Yeah. It is.
Okay, cool.
I have no online content, so that doesn't even matter. Let's see. We got what else do we need? And,
So your name is pronounced Sami Linho.
Sami Laiho.
Sami Laiho.
Laiho.
Sami Laiho.
Yeah.
Cool.
Very good. Oh, clicker. That was the one I was.
Wait for the next.
Oh.
I will see you after the presentation.
Yes. Goodbye. It only works on one, I know. So it's not that one, it's this one.
Is it on?
Hmm.
It shouldn't be any issue.
No. I don't even need it if that doesn't work. So, let me just see if this works or not. No, it works.
Cool.
We're all good.
Alright, cool. So you're starting 10 minutes.
Yeah.
It's Sami Laiho. Liho.
Laiho.
Right.
And I have 45 minutes.
Yep.
I can introduce myself.
Cool. Sounds good. Yes, sir.
All right. I guess it's about time to continue. So, welcome everyone. I'll have to tell you that I've been speaking professionally for about 24 years, and this probably is the second time I've had to speak with a microphone like this, that I actually have to stand still, which is insanely difficult for me. So forgive me when you lose me on the audio, because I'll be running around somewhere and I'll just simply forget it. But anyway, so let's get started with this. This is called War Between Russia and Finnish Companies. Some might call this really bad OPSEC. For me, standing here, my company, my family owns a family factory, or a clothing factory. And we were attacked this summer with a ransomware attack. The attackers, or the group that attacked us, has only attacked government entities and us. So if you think about it, there's like 20 governments that they've attacked, plus a small clothing factory from Finland. So my family thinks that I'm the biggest security threat that they have. But that's why some say that that's bad OPSEC. But I still really want to share the story, because our situation is very different than anywhere else, which means that we can't really obey those strict OPSEC laws. Short introduction, my name is Sami Laiho. I'm from Finland. My son and I combined a trip to LA this week and traveled to Orlando, and today we're flying back to Los Angeles because we can't get anything but like return flights basically, which means that we'll fly back to LA and fly early in the morning back to Finland. So it's super nice to be here. I've never ever spoken at a BSide conference, but I've been in the industry for a long time. I actually have my 30th anniversary coming on the 1st of January. I am a researcher, consultant, teacher, I'd say teacher at heart. I have been helping out our country a lot, and that's what this talk is all about. I'm a Microsoft MVP in the core operating system, so I'm a sysadmin by heart that just started to be more of a security person about 10 years ago. So, I always go, everywhere I go, I want to teach our precious language to everyone, okay? So, the word that you need to learn today is the Finnish word of kalsarikännit. So people say that it's a very complicated language, yet think about it, a single word to describe the feeling when you're going to get drunk home alone in your underwear with no intention of going out. So I think it's simple. I've shown this first time in US like New Orleans Tech Ed 2013 or something. Why am I showing it again? Because now we're famous. Most of my friends from here would not even basically know anything about Finland except maybe Nokia phones and some lucky ones about the fact that we built Linux, but most people would not know anything that much. But now I've discovered what is the way to get famous in US. Simpsons, okay? And now my LinkedIn just exploded, okay? So when you get on Simpsons, then you're famous, apparently. So, by the way, hook me up on LinkedIn. I'd really much like to get the local community connections. I am the chair for Tech Mentor Conference in Orlando in about a month, and another conference called Cybersecurity Live. Cybersecurity and Ransomware Live. So 2 different conferences. So I'm scouting out for talent all the time, for speakers. So anyone, if you're interested, sadly, of course, it's a month from now, which means the call for content is already done. But I would really need the connections here, so please find me on LinkedIn. You won't find too many people with the same name that I have, luckily. Anyway, another form of spreading information or Twitter. Everything about security is resilience, so we have a backup. So in case Elon Musk does something even more weird, we'll all migrate to Blue Sky. We have a deal in the industry now. But it's just a backup. It's just like Twitter, except app sucks and there's no one there. But it's just a backup anyway, so don't worry about it. This story starts with my grandfather, Esko Laiho. He used to be an adjutant for this person who is our wartime president, Mr. Mannerheim. He's the one who kept the grounds when Russia tried to invade Finland. We lost some grounds, but only about 10%. Basically, my grandfather worked with him, and there's 2 things that he always told me. He told me war stories, which were, of course, horrible, but he was also in the same situation that I am here in front of you, which is that I can't really tell you all about the war stories. So he, of course, had a lot more information, being the adjutant of the president, so he couldn't share that much with me. He'd had shrapnels, grenade shrapnels in his foot, and he had horrible stories. But I've told my kids and I've told my followers that I seriously wish that this is the only war story that I ever have to actually tell anyone. So let's hope that it's just cyber war and not anything more kinetic, okay? Why is Finland special in this case is that we have 1,300 kilometers of shared border with Russia. We've been friendly with Russia until about 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago. While being friendly officially, if you read the history, you'll see that we had these contracts of letting them have a few bases in the country, and we publicly showed up as being very friendly with them. At the same time, we, for example, built something that no one else has, which is we have the only capital in the world that can take the whole population of the capital down under into a bomb shelter. So we have bomb shelters for 650,000 people under the actual capital. We also have this about same amount of people in reserve, which might not sound that much for you, but you have to understand that Sweden, next to us, the newest NATO member, Sweden has 11 million people living in Sweden, and they have 20,000 in reserve. We have 5.5 million people living, and we have 650,000 in reserve. We used to have the border that was purely an economical border because it's European Union. So we have more border with Russia than the rest of the European Union combined. But things heavily changed 2 years ago because now it's a NATO border. This, of course, brings us a lot of safety. It also means that we have a lot of US troops all the time practicing in Finland because we're very good in winter warfare, and also allows us to move troops a lot easier. So NATO is a big thing for us, and sadly, from the cyber perspective, it brings in a lot more threats than we've ever seen before. One problem for us is that we are very close by. So if you look at this Fortinet's timeline about fake ransomware, so ransomware that encrypts data but has no possibility of restoring anything, we used to have them every few years. Probably the biggest one, if you've heard about it, is Maersk. Maersk is a gigantic company. They took down Maersk, which took down 15% of global trade with that ransomware attack. They were saved only by a funny thing, which was that they had one domain controller for their Active Directory, which was in Africa, and it was down because of a local power failure and there was no UPS. I actually flew the domain controller from there to Denmark and were able to save the company. So now I teach 4-day classes on Windows security, and if I ask my students after the course, like, did you learn anything? And they walk out like, no UPS. I was like, no. No. Anyway, so if you look at the 2022, you can see the huge amount of wipers. When the storm started in Ukraine, the first day, the news showed a mile-long line of people trying to flee the country, but they couldn't get out of the country because while Russia started the kinetic warfare against Kiev, the capital, at the same time they used a wiper to wipe out the border control systems that they have, which meant that anyone who was trying to read passports or whatever, they needed to use pen and paper to write down who's leaving the country. So these are combined and these are weapons. Sadly, there's a lot of collateral damage. Like you see the Israeli, very horrible thing, but if you think from a targeted attack perspective, when they started to explode those pagers, I mean, collateral damage was very minimal compared to their other form of bombing buildings, okay? So collateral damage in this case hits us a lot. So there's wipers happening all around, but Russia just doesn't always know if it's actually Ukrainian or not, or someone nearby. So we have to protect ourselves against ransomware, which is not recoverable by anything but backups, basically. So these are weaponized ransomware. Our capital was heavily impacted just a while ago, so well, actually half a year ago, but anyway, so every student that has ever studied in Helsinki, or any parent or guardian of a student, basically lost their personal information. So they attacked it's a very traditional one, so they attacked a Citrix or RDS server somewhere on the edge, and there was poor management from the city's perspective. They had more than 10 million documents on a single file share and stuff like that. So, I mean, there were many things done wrong, but this is very dramatic. And why is this special is because it's a capital. Doesn't matter if it's the capital of Andorra or Liechtenstein or Finland or anything, it's a capital. And this gets on the news. Because when a capital gets hit, that causes fear and panic. And that's exactly the only thing that they really are after, mostly. First they said that it's only public schools. So I have a fault-tolerant system. My son is sitting back there and he's supposed to be concentrating on this session, but yes, great. If you would be, I wouldn't pick you out, okay? So I have fault tolerance. I have 3 kids. And I'm not talking about spare parts. I actually put them in different schools, okay? So we've got 2 boys that go to a French school. We have 2 national languages, Finnish and Swedish, but they go to a French school, and then I have a daughter that goes to the public school. But in the beginning they said it's only the public schools that were affected, and then about a week after they said that it actually includes all private schools and also all adults. So if as an adult you studied anything in Helsinki, basically your private information is gone. So this hit us heavily. We are the happiest country in the world 7 years in a row. I don't know if you knew that. But Finland has been chosen 7 times in a row as the happiest people in the world. We're very quiet, and sometimes it's hard to understand why we are, or how is it possible that we are the happiest ones. We live up there in darkness, and we have bad suicide numbers and everything, but I don't know. Anyway, it's still a statistic that we do like. This, on the other hand, is a statistic that we're not happy at all. We bypassed you, and last year China as well, being the most attacked country in the world. Feels a little weird if you think about that small dot there. That's Finland. It's a tall country, but only 5.5 million people. That small country there, being the most attacked country in the world, is very weird if you look at the whole map. Now, this causes very bad things for us, of course, but from the DDoS side, this really means that we're actually very well equipped to handle this, because we've had this for many years now. Many people are complaining about cybersecurity, like how does Ukraine stand against Russia? They're the best at it. They've had a complete cyber war going on since 2014 when the Crimea invasion happened. So they're very good at it. They're the best in the world at it. And we're good at it as well, because we've had these guys as our neighbors for a long time. But it still doesn't mean that it would not affect us. For example, we are here, and both me and Max, we have like credit cards where you need an MFA authorization if you want to buy something. And also if you want to change the limits on where in the world you choose to be able to use your cards. That app doesn't currently work. So currently there are 2 gigantic things happening. This is first of all our parliament, which was hit with the DDoS. Now this is just nonsense. Honestly, they took down our government's public website, which has absolutely no services. But that doesn't matter because it sounds horrible. It's all over the news. Russia took down Finnish government. It's like, yeah, our public website, wow, that's impressive. So I wouldn't be too worried about this. That doesn't affect me at all. What does affect me is this. Nordea is a Swedish bank. It's the biggest bank in Finland as well. And for the last month, they've had around 13 million fake requests per second hitting their services. It is a gigantic DDoS campaign that has been going on for about a month now. And that is the bank that, for example, me and my son use, which means that the apps don't work. It starts to affect you. I want to buy something from Best Buy and I can't buy it because my MFA won't respond. So they took it down. It's actually still down in that sense. It's still going on. What are the weird things about this is, although Finnish, we're very proud of Linux, of course. Linux is, and if you hear anyone say Linux, punch them in the face, okay? I'm sorry, I occasionally hear it here. Linux is like, that's like calling sauna sauna. The only Finnish things that we're proud of, okay? We're not very famous for our colonies around the world. We're not like, we don't have Caribbean islands. But I've always told everyone, Linux is already the most used operating system on 2 planets, Earth and Mars. So you just wait for the day when we flip the switch, okay? You will. Suddenly you're interested in learning Finnish. Anyway, so Linux is, of course, we're proud of it. It's built by Linus Torvalds, who lived about 100 miles from me. But to be fair, of course, we're sorry as well. Because basically every intrusion to a company currently, no, not every, but most of them always start with Linux. Because Linux is the thing that sits on your edge. It's your router, it's your VPN, it's your video cameras. We had a gigantic data center taken down in Helsinki because someone here in US plugged in a video surveillance camera to look at a warehouse door, but plugged it into the wrong network, okay? Wrong VLAN. They attack the camera, there's a vulnerability in Linux there, go from there to the server that stores all the videos, travel from there to Finland, and then they encrypted all Windows servers that they had in their data center. So Linux is usually the entry point. But I teach Windows troubleshooting. There's a reason why I chose that, okay? You get my point, probably, okay? It's like running black belt troubleshooting Linux, and the classroom is empty. No one came, okay? So, it really needs Windows to cause real havoc, okay? Linux will get you in, but you can't paralyze things with just paralyzing Linux. We kind of saw that with CrowdStrike, I guess, many of you. Really takes Windows to cause like real havoc, okay? So, one thing that is interesting with this Nordea DDoS that is currently happening is that most attacks come from Nordic IP addresses. And with Nordics, I mean Sweden, Finland, Sweden, Norway, Iceland, Denmark. So most attacks come from our own territory. And so far as we found, we've been attacked currently by washing machines mostly. It's just so funny. Routers and washing machines, refrigerators. These are the ones that attack us mostly now. It's just so weird living in a thing that sounds like science fiction just some years ago. We're attacked by our own appliances. So when I talk to people about what everyone should be doing, I try to tell everyone you have to patch more, test less, okay? I have this t-shirt that says admin rights are not human rights. But I told like half a year ago, I said, I am going to make a new t-shirt, and that t-shirt will say, patch more, test less. Google already said 2 days is too slow. If there's a 0 day and you don't patch in 2 days, you're too slow. So I'm trying to tell everyone, okay? If you have any critical security patches to install, or if you have a public IP address attached to a service, patching those needs to be on days 2 or 3. Everything else ASAP. I have customers that have VMS servers that were rebooted the last time 14 years ago. So don't take me wrong, I work with OT environments all the time. I totally understand that it is not as simple as this, but you have to start to change the mindset with this. Well, I was like gonna build them, like patch more, test less, and then instructions on like everything critical, days 2, 3. If you have an Ivanti system, then you patch on every day that starts with a T. That's Tuesday, Thursday, today, and tomorrow, okay? But in general, try to change people's mindset into thinking that you would rather have a potential 2-hour downtime that is controlled by you, happens when you want, and you have snapshots and stuff like that to recover, rather than have a 3-month downtime controlled by a third party. But it is difficult. It never ever before it hits you will people understand it. That you all know this very well. When something hits the fan, that's the only time when this starts to actually happen. We have a problem in Europe. 2% of breaches are made public. We have regulations, GDPR, states that if you don't tell in 72 hours that you know of a breach, you get a fine. Even with these penalties, 2% of victims tell. I tried to tell them that like no one blames the bank if someone robs it. You don't see news saying that, oh, those idiots let themselves be robbed. Like, but in our industry, there's like this stigma that we need to be perfect and we don't want to say that we were vulnerable. But the problem is that then we don't see the issues, which means that it's really hard to get first approval from your management to do things like this, or budget. You have this product owner, he sits on like a diesel analyzer in an oil refinery somewhere. And his only job in his life is to make sure it runs 24/7. And then you go there like, oh, we need to patch this now, every month. So it is a difficult thing. I'm not trying to say that this is easy, but the mindset has to change first. We stopped testing anti-malware definitions in 99% of customers when we had less of those definition upgrades that we currently have patches just for Windows. So we are going to have to patch more. Now, why am I talking about this? Is of course this. This now applies to home users. But now we have, people now know. So in Finland, I can actually go and say that every person needs to take care of updating their home routers. Because now they understand that they are basically hitting Nordea if they don't. So this starts to be the only positive thing about this, is that they now see the impact if they don't do something. But it's still very annoying because my personal bank, and we are now, me and Max, suffering about it, traveling here and not being able to use the services. They work, but we all know it's DDoS, so they do work, but extremely slow. So when you're just like buying something, it's very annoying if you have to first wait for 10 minutes to get an MFA prompt, kind of takes the fun out of it. Now, how did I play a role in this? Is that when Ukraine was, or the invasion to Ukraine started, I was contacted by an anonymous party, and they told me that, Sami, you're the best that we know of fixing things, so you must be very good at making sure that they cannot be fixed. Like, I think so. I think I'm very good at that. So I was hired by 28 Finnish companies. The story behind this is that Putin put in a law that said that this is Friday morning. They announced that on Monday morning they will have a new law that allows them to nationalize all assets of foreign companies in the country. So we have oil refineries, factories, all sorts of stuff there. They only did that in July last year. So it took them a long, long time to actually abuse it for anything or use it for anything. But in general, we did, of course, not know. Plus, Mr. Putin also said that he's going to cut the internet. So we, of course, only have remote connections to those facilities. And if they are gone, we don't know what to do. So in 72 hours, what we did was wipe out 28 companies, basically from Russia. And my territory in this is basically just Active Directory. Cloud services are not localized in this sense, but the Active Directory is. Whatever Microsoft says, 95% of customers still have an on-prem directory. Okay? So everything is tied into those directories. They are the crown jewel of your systems. That directory is the most precious thing that you have. That Maersk event, for example, the incident, they could not have resolved that unless they got the directory back. If you lose that directory, that's the biggest issue that can happen. So my challenge was basically to wipe out the Windows infrastructures of those companies so that they are not able in any way to restore them. Also including the fact that if he cuts the internet connection, we have to take that into consideration as well. And that's where we start moving towards how these are solved, or how we solve this. I don't know if anyone remembers operating systems like Server 2008. It's a long time ago, but I used to teach a thing called read-only domain controllers, RODCs. RODCs were meant to have a read-only copy, which would allow the local IT, first of all, to have administrative control only of that domain controller, not everything. Plus, we could make sure that password hashes would not be saved on that side, on that domain controller. Now, I learned that no one listened. This ends up in basically every Finnish company having a full copy of the directory on the Russian side as well. So they would replicate the whole domain controller on the Russian side. And that, of course, creates a huge issue. It wouldn't be a problem if we lost the local IT people's passwords and permissions, but when we lose everything, then it changes the game. A very common misconcept that people have about these directories is that Microsoft would, for years, actually for many decades, they would state that a domain is a security boundary in a directory. So if we have multiple domains, they are in a way self-sustained. Only the root can manage every other domain. There's no other hierarchy when it comes to administration. So the root directory, or the root domain is the only one that has two groups, enterprise admins and schema admins. Everyone else is just a domain under that. But if anyone wants a technical bit on this and you want to learn some proper hacking on a big environment, I can tell you a very stupid thing that you can do. Any subdomain here, any domain controller that belongs to that domain belongs to a group called enterprise domain controllers. So if you have access to that DC, you can create a site level group policy object. Sites are not the logical structure, but the physical structure. Site means that I can, if I own any of the subdomains, I can create a policy that runs a script in the root and makes me let's say an enterprise admin account, for example. So if you lose a domain, you're going to lose the root as well. Even Microsoft now, to be secure, says that forest is the only security boundary in the directory. But anyway, so that wouldn't really help us at all. This also means we lose something, we lose everything. So that leaves us with two options. We can either destroy everything, or we can split the domains. Try to leave the domain running on the Russian side, clean it up. Leave it running on the Finnish side and clean it up, okay? So basically, split the domain so that we have the same domain, but cut all network connections from both sides and then clean out the other side. Now, I've done this for major companies. My biggest company here in US has 550,000 endpoints. I don't even remember how many admins and how many domain controllers, but it's a big company. I hope even I'm just guessing here, but I hope that even in your scale that's big, okay? For us, that's amount of people living in a country, so I'm just guessing here. But I've done this. These projects normally run for around 18 months. So in 18 months, we can do these splits. And now we had 72 hours and 28 customers. So I can easily say that there was not that much time for sleep during those 72 hours and a lot of Red Bull consumed. So domain splits can be done. I have a few technical slides here. I didn't really intend to talk about them that much, but I wanted them to be there as well. So that I told the organizers that I'm going to anyway share the slides. So then if someone's like, hopefully you will never end up doing this because of the reason why I did it. But anyway, if needed, okay? So basically there's a lot of cleanup done. There's a lot of accounts reset, some administrative accounts that need to be recreated. And basically, it's a huge cleanup. But if any one of you runs an OT environment or an IT environment with Active Directory, you all know that replacing an Active Directory with a new one would cause a longer production break than the actual cyber attack. That identity is so heavily used everywhere that you cannot just lift and shift a new one, okay? So this was the other option. We did this for only ones that we needed, maybe 4 or 5 environments where we did this. And rest of the company's environments we basically just destroyed. And the destruction part had a lot of backups to stop and wipe. You have to also understand this is very difficult because on the night before, your IT department in Russia are your friends. Humanly, you could think they're still your friends if they're really your friends. But I mean, this is a very difficult situation because we kind of have to assume that we lose the trust on that day. So you're working with your colleagues, but suddenly they're, as hard as it sounds, your enemies at the same time. So it's very difficult to work with them because everything has to be done very silently, secretly, without notifying local IT. So it's really complicated. What we ended up doing was we basically BitLockered everything silently. So we encrypted all domain controllers everywhere they are. We wiped out all the recovery keys, except one that we had. And then we basically put in a scheduled task that would shut down the machine in 15 minutes. And then we had people altering this dead man switch. So every 15 minutes you would go and move the timer more. Because if they cut the internet connection, we would have to make sure everything explodes. So we had a timer for 15 minutes, and then we just moved it. They actually never cut the internet. So we really never even needed those for anything, but we did not know. So we had those timers in place. So Windows's most important security feature is BitLocker, but it can be used as ransomware, or in this case, a Viper. There's no way for you to recover it. If you've seen the Twitter, or sorry, X. I'm gonna call it Twitter for the rest of my life, at least as long as I'm gonna call Azure AD and not Entra ID. But anyway, so BitLocker can be used for very bad purposes as well. The Twitter says that there's like a person who hijacked the key from eavesdropping between the CPU and the TPM chip, and it took him 45 seconds to do it. That's very, well, theoretically, yes, doable, but that doesn't apply to this situation. Basically, this same attack was used against me last summer, which is kind of interesting, and even more proof of. And the problem is that I was on the news in our country after I did this, and that's my, as I said, that's bad OPSEC, so that was my call. But that's gone now. I haven't been allowed to travel to Russia in a decade anyway, so my passport's gone anyway for that country. So, and I have no intent of going there anyway. So, but that's a very strong mechanism. Many people don't think about it. Ransomware actually started using this only about half a year ago. So they use your own encryption against you. And everyone will get hit, and I did as well. But in a way, I think it just proves the point. I told everyone gets hit. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. But it just, actually, it's nice to talk about the story because that kind of also proves that I have the same problem as well. Proactively, we started to try and protect the environments as well, of course. So we have a lot of environments that need to be protected, very much heavier than they used to be because we have a lot of trust in the country. Finland is the most happiest country in the world, and we like no problem. Santa Claus lives there, no one dares to attack us, okay? So what we started doing, I wrote instructions. So I got it translated into Ukrainian. So I wrote instructions. You can find that online, and it tells you exactly what you need to do, but as I assume that you can't understand what it says, I made a favor for you and I translated it into Finnish as well, okay? So you have to understand, it's really good to understand Finnish. Finnish is the source for the language of the elves in Lord of the Rings. It's really sexy to speak Finnish. So if nothing else from this, you can see the entry point there, okay? So blog.win-foo.com, all right? But there's an English version as well. Rest assured, there is another version there as well. First things first, what we needed to do was, if you need to protect an environment that you assume is compromised, assume breach, zero trust principles, okay? So we had a case with a factory, actually 28 factories globally, built, I can't even tell you what they built, but anyway, 28 factories, and they asked me in and said, Sami, we have a log entry that shows that on that day when we fired the Russian IT department, someone took a full copy of the Active Directory database, the ntds.dit file, and put it on a USB key. So we're not guessing whether we're breached or not. I mean, we're compromised. Now everyone, as I said, knows if you have 28 running factories, you can't just go and rebuild AD. That will not happen, okay? So you seriously need to still operate it, but do what you can if the enemy decides to do something with the information. So huge cleanup process, but you can't rebuild Active Directory. So that's why any place I go, the most important parts are that you actually separate your directory, which is the top tier there, from your fabric, which means VMware, or maybe not anymore, and backups. And the most important rule is you can never ever be able to authenticate with a domain account into your VMware console or your Hyper-V. And that you can never ever authenticate with a directory account to your Veeam or Rubrik or whatever that backup is. Because every ransomware attack works the same. First compromise the directory, encrypt internally, go down one ladder, encrypt externally, so on top of the VMs, and then go and wipe out your backups, okay? So this is the first thing you need to do in every environment. US, I see my customers fairly well equipped with what are known as fabric directories, so they have a separated Active Directory forest, not a domain, forest to take care of the fabric. But this is the only thing that makes me be able to sleep, okay? Because I know we can recover. And that's what we did with these guys as well, or these people as well. So we separated these environments so that we actually renewed the fabric management systems and we renewed the backups so that we own them. We basically rebuilt everything below the running directory, because that we can't stop because everything relies on it 24/7. But we can rebuild the fabric. We can rebuild the backups. So at least we know we own the keys for the stuff that if something bad happens, we will be able to recover, okay? And you do not manage them from the same computers. Privileged access workstations, that's what PAW stands for. You do not touch these with the same computer. It could be a virtual machine running on your computer, to be fair. We could do things like this, but it will not be the same operating system. So that you don't honestly do like you have tabs open where the next one is, the left one is for your Veeam server management and the right one is Facebook, okay? That, please, okay? That's what horrifies me the most. It's like, what computer do you use to manage your VMware? This one, this is my brand new Lenovo here. I just got this. They're so proud of their computers. Then I'm like, so what do you use for Facebook? Well, this makes them freak out. I have these whining admins all the time that I have to work with. So funny. They work in IT, yet when I say that they need another computer, they're like, oh, my life is a disaster. No one in the world suffers as much as I do because of Sami. And I'm like, come on, like some pride in your work. Me making your life a little bit harder in this case kept 30,000 people having a job. So just take some pride in the fact that your job is supposed to be more difficult than an end user's, okay? When it comes to managing your systems. But oh boy, this one guy was so pissed. There was like 6 people in the room and I said, this is what we do. And he's like, you don't understand. I'm gonna manage my VMware here, but in our facility, the other computer that I would have to use, that's like 400 yards that way. So you know when I'm here like, oh, and then I'll go like, oh, I made a typo. And then they run back and fix the typo, and I'm like, okay, can you commit to 6 months? I understand your life is going to be more horrible than anyone else's in the world, but only for 6 months, okay? Will you commit to 6 months? You fix it after 6 months. Yes. I'm thinking rewiring, honestly. But like, how hard can this be in a networked world? Like, we just rewire things. Like, I'll come back after summer. We'll fix it for you. Will you commit? 6 months. Okay. After 6 months, I called him or his boss. So, how are you doing? Or, well, you know who? Oh, he's happy. Like, oh, so you did the rewiring already? No, and he doesn't want to do any rewiring. I was like, why? I bought him an electric scooter. So now he's the only person in the company who's allowed to use an e-scooter inside of the building. So he doesn't want to fix anything because he loses his scooter. This is like my work. Just so hilarious how things get fixed. Anyway, make sure you have immutable backups, okay? So your backups must not be you must not be able to wipe out your own backups. This is the easiest thing you can test in your environment. Can you wipe out your own backups? If you can, you're screwed. Super easy. Same goes for EDR. You need immutable logs. Because this is what I do as an incident responder. I need the logs, and they're wiped out. This is my 10th attempt to ask DALL-E to draw me a picture of immutable logs. It started with this. I love it. Not exactly what I was aiming for, but fair enough. Okay. So we deploy things like application control. We deploy things like baselines. Remember, Windows Enterprise is operating as Windows Home unless you install CSI baselines. Okay? I see this all the time. People buy a horribly expensive Windows Enterprise license and run it as Windows Home forever. So install baselines, CSI or Microsoft. We have had to make a lot of control over the USB key usage, so that's a big deal here. I have a US customer where the person who took in the USB key with the malware was paid $350,000 to just take it in. So when EDR, everything becomes more day-to-day, then we have to go back to the old way of breaching environments. I'm just going to say this, because I officially can't say that the attacks against our companies are from Russia, but there's a funny thing. If you install the Russian language pack on Windows, they don't activate. I'm not saying it's them, but it's just weird, okay? Make sure you block your RDP, stands for Ransomware Deployment Protocol. Limit the attack surface. Make sure you can only manage from a computer that cannot access Facebook. And I'm out of time, so I am going to finish this by reminding everyone that your job in security nowadays is not to stop the enemy. It's the biggest mistake. You think your job is to stop the enemy. It's not. Your job is to slow them down. Make them look weird. Make them an anomaly for your SOC. So if I have a key card for my hotel, I drop it somewhere. It's not the lock that's supposed to block me from getting in. Okay, I go in like this. In my room, that's fine. But if I go through a Marriott like this, is it the lock's job to stop me? Or maybe the video surveillance? Because it's an anomaly. You put in binary control, remove admin rights, you take everything, so they have to make these turns like this inside of your network, which means that your SOC operators will catch that anomaly. All right? So your job is not to stop the enemy, but to slow it down. With that, if you want to reach me, there's my stuff, also 1 month free trial for all the video on demand stuff I have. I'll leave that there, but now I'm out of time, so I'm going to thank you so much for coming, and that's it. Up? No! No, my only time for promo, and I took it out.
Do you want to ask questions, or you
What?
don't want to open for asking questions or anything?
No, we're good. I think we'll stay. We'll only have a 15-minute break, so. But I'll hang around here for a while. They'll come and ask if they have anything.
I'm going to Rise Helsinki. February. Will you be there?
In February.
Rise, but Team Coming. Have you heard of the conference?
Which one?
Rise. It's Team Coming. It's on Netflix.
I'm not sure.
I can email you about it. It's the same week as Disobey.
Ah, okay, I'll be in this. Okay.
It's like 10 to 13. It's on a ship.
Okay.
So it's like a law enforcement cybersecurity.
Send me an email.
A great presentation. Thank you so much. Hopefully see you next week.
Yeah, I hope so. Oh my God, I only got one.
Put him here.
So, admin rights, I'll give you rights, and that's the finish. How we log into those things. Oh, me too. Hillnet is not doing the current. Hillnet. That is like, this is more, this is way more sophisticated in every way. So they're using a lot of different attack techniques, and from, like I said, from the, it's hard because normally geo-blocking takes care of this very easy. But now they're from the country, so we can't geo-block everything. If someone wants stickers, there's stickers down here. Thank you so much. Oh! Yeah, that's nice. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of people here. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Nice to hear. Oh, good. There's Windows internals, Windows troubleshooting, Windows security. There's about 110 different courses that I've done. But it's only for 30 days, and then you have to. Thank you. Thank you.
Igor? Good to meet you.
You too.
I've been in America for a very long time.
Yeah.
I've always wanted my son. It's cool to hear. It's cool to hear. I had no idea what was going on.
attack, the bank attack that I talked about, that started the day when Sweden announced the new big package towards Ukraine. So instantly when they said that there's 10 billion more for Ukraine, it was like an hour after that happened, because it's a Swedish bank originally, but it happens to be the biggest one in Finland as well. So it's all tied into the same thing.
Was it easier before NATO? Was there as many times?
So NATO made it, it's more, NATO made it worse when it comes to the amount of attack. But of course in many other ways, we're happy to have it. And before Russia attacked Ukraine, 90% of Finnish people were against NATO, because we've always been like independent and neutral. And then, but now when that happened, it was like 2 weeks after that, and then it switched to like 80% neutral. So it was I think it ended up being totally different than what Mr. Putin had in mind. But yeah, so yes, so kinetic wise, super happy to have NATO with us. So we're, although we kept our crumbs before quite well, but we're still a miniature country compared. So, and we are so close. They're now building a wall. But that's a lot to build.
Very long border to build. I still remember my first exposure to Finnish.
Do want to get set up so I can get the second.
I'm gonna take this out because I'm blocking next person. Yeah, you said you still remember?
Do you to use the mic?
Probably need to. I'm not sure if I'm usually pretty.
No, like if you want to walk around, you have the mic.
Yeah, that's what I prefer.
Okay.
I probably need to look up exactly what he's saying at the time.
Yep, good.
It's a classic action movie. That was like my first exposure. We're able to just go over the border. Now you guys are talking about building walls.
Yeah. Things are taking very fast and very heavily.
Do you work all over the world?
Yeah, Blue Sky is on. I'm on Blue Sky, I'm on Twitter, and I'm on LinkedIn. You can just hook me up there and you can find me.
Test. Okay.
Yeah, prefer walking around. Yeah. So the caveat to that is, you would go dead if you're walking this way. It will like, you want the audio guy, you'll lose your focus on the Zoom. And
Okay.
you either go.
Okay.
You doing that thing for the audit people?
For anyone.
Yeah.
Not just the audit people. But I never will consider myself an auditor. Did help an assessor.
I just started an audit company. CSSP, CSA. Tried to get a job for a year. I owned an MSP for 25 years. And found out how old I am. And listened to my business coach and my wife, who know nothing about me, who all said, why don't you just start your own business? So I'm doing something for small-ish businesses who get the $30,000 quote and freak.
Which I can understand. I used to be a consultant. That's where this comes from, is my experience. Gotten pulled into this as a consultant. So I'm kind of aiming depends. It's for those who are being assessed, those who want to do it.
Right.
You know, if you want to do it as a career, I got pulled into, or you're at a company and all of a sudden, the assessors are coming by to ask you questions. You're like, I don't know what is that. I submitted this to another conference and they're like, yeah, we don't want it. This is a CISO talk. Like, no, my audience for this is never meant to be CISOs.
Yeah.
To be, whether people like you yourself or people like what I used to be. I'm getting to a degree I'm still doing it, but I'm now a security director. So I have the assessment company, your audit company come to me, and then I deal with them, and then deal with my people, and
Yeah, I've been just doing talks lately. In fact, I was standing here a few weeks ago. Signed up a sales franchise company, just fell in love with sales. I've done nothing but IT my whole life. But I have a talk now called, well, the company tagline is we teach technical people to speak to normals. And, but you know what I decided? I got my CISSP and said, yay, and all my friends said, we want to hire you. And I said, let me get a job and learn how to audit before I do this. And a year later, they're still going, dude, where are you? So I found a lot smaller specs in, 58.
well, hopefully some of the things I talk about will help you. I mean, some of the things that I have in this is like, which I knew when I got into doing this sort of stuff. It was more like learn as I went along.
Well, I drove an hour to come to your presentation.
Okay.
So I've been running into a bunch of people that have seen me speak out there and talking,
so
but this is why I'm here.
Hopefully this is useful. So the second time I've given this talk, I think I gave this at BSides Tampa.
Okay. Where are you from?
I'm from South Florida.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, my family lived in Keys for 38 years.
My ancestors lived in Keys, but visited there for years as a kid.
It's not the same thing anymore.
I know. There's like the restaurant. I used to be the restaurant we used to go to. Kid used to buy up there. Something else. Hotel, the same hotel we went to.
No, what happened to me was my family moved there in '81. And I remember whatever year I drove down and I said, everything's been painted. I said, what do you mean? I said, still looks the same, but everything has new paint. And I said, ownership has changed.
Yeah, I was going there as a kid,
Yeah.
60s and 70s,
Yeah.
and early 80s, and I still go down there occasionally. And just like, it's about time for my talk, so I
good luck, man.
Yeah.
I always tell people when I'm speaking, bring a pillow, man.
Yeah. We are about to start, so grab a seat and hang on. I hope you guys will enjoy me droning on. So I guess I'll go ahead and start. Thank you all for coming. Hopefully this will not be a boring talk. Kind of a clunky, I have to be honest, it's kind of a clunky title to my talk. When people hear security assessments or security risk assessments, most people are like, I don't want to deal with that. So I try to make the talk clear about who I'm targeting. As I said, it's for those being assessed and those who would like to do this. In other words, this is something that you could do as a possible career or something for several years, which is how I got into this. Or you're at a company and you're told that whether you want to call them the auditors or the assessors, or they're coming by and they want to talk to you. And you're like, what the heck is that going to be about? As I mentioned to someone else, I actually submitted this talk to another conference and they turned it down and they told me, we think this is a CISO talk. And I'm like, no, this wasn't aimed at CISOs, it was aimed at all of you. So my name is Michael Brown, I'm from South Florida. Yes, I have a few certifications. We're just looking at this list. I'm missing several, so I don't know, so who cares? Bio, I'm from a technical background. I used to be what's called a system administrator, and then I did that for many years, Unix and then Windows, and then got pulled into security at this little company you might have heard of called Motorola. But I got pulled in doing security, did a lot of things in that area, left Motorola and got into doing consulting. So this is where a lot of my experience that this talk comes from, is my 7 years of doing security assessments in a lot of different frameworks. So yes, all of those things I have worked with, and actually there's several I didn't list. And I'm not saying that to brag. I'm also involved with various organizations, and I like to come to talks like this to share my knowledge and experience, and I try to talk more toward those who are coming into the field, the newbies and so forth, because I'll be honest, I'm really tired of talking to people who want to become into cybersecurity, and I say, oh cool, what do you want to do? And they go like, I want to do cybersecurity, or they go like, oh, I want to do pen testing, I want to be a SOC analyst, and it's like, okay, there's a lot more to it than just pen testing and SOC analysts. I've never done pen testing. I've never been a SOC analyst, but I've hired pen testers and I've looked at their reports. So anyway, a disclaimer, this is my opinion. This doesn't reflective of any organization, my company, yada yada yada. Basic outline, intro. We have a background. We'll try to explain what these are. Try to hopefully make it not too boring. Getting into kind of how you do it and kind of the steps and so forth. For those who've never been to one of my talks, I always try to leave people with knowledge of how you can take this further. So I try to give you source of information, which could be training, could be certifications, could be courses, or what have you. That's just the way I am. So as I said, I worked 7 years as a security consultant. I conducted many security risk assessments. I now kick myself at this point because I really wish I had sat down and made a list of all the different companies, the different types of companies, and the different type of assessments that I did. Because now it's like I try to think back of those 7 years and like who the heck I worked with. And I'm really honest about the variety of companies. The smallest company I helped with was a 1-doctor psychologist office. And some of the bigger ones were like these large regional medical concerns where I would spend actually a week or two just running around their campuses doing assessments. HIPAA, the HIPAA regulation for healthcare, PCI, that's credit cards. The NIST CSF, ISO 27001, the CIS controls, or the SANS Top 20, whatever one you've heard of. New York DFS, SOC 2, High Trust, Gramley, Bleach, Bliley. There's a few other oddball ones where I had some clients go like, oh, hey, there's this regulation. Could you take a look at it and see if we follow it? And I'm like, never heard of it. I'll give it a shot. What I've always encouraged companies to do is set up what I call an audit framework, which is how they need to gather the evidence ongoing. Because the biggest part of this is if I'm coming in, or an auditor coming in and say, are you doing X, are you doing Y? They're going to say, show me. And if you don't have that, then that's not good. That actually is a topic for another presentation I have given. Sadly, it's never been recorded, but maybe you guys can talk to the BSides people here and say, hey, why don't you invite that guy back to do that other talk he has? Okay. Like I said, this is meant to be at a very simple level. But as I said, the target is 2 people, those who want to do assessments, those who might be facing it. Here's the thing, because assessments can use a variety of framework standards, whatnot, that I just talked about, I do not have the time to go into any of those. So I'm basically going to give you like a generic assessment model that can be applied to any framework or standard. I will give you some resources for those frameworks. I have actually spoken on conference on many of those frameworks, and I'm actually planning on doing a new one on high trust. And if you've never heard of high trust, thank your lucky stars. Yes, I do it. That's one of my jobs at my company. My job at my company, I have 2 goals every year. 1, make sure we get high trust certified, and 2, that I get them good SOC 1 and 2 reports. That's my goal every year, and I have achieved it every year, and I expect to do so every year because I like where I'm at. So anyway, So what is a security risk assessment? Some people might argue about these, but this is kind of my view on it, so take it as it is. Is an assessment, is an appraisal or an evaluation. We come in and see how you doing. Are you doing a good job or not? So a security risk assessment, something we call it just a security assessment, evaluates a company's security program. What we sometimes you might hear the term ISMS. That stands for Information Security Management System. Please understand, when I said system, I do not mean a computer system. I mean your people, processes, and technology that secures your environment. And obviously how you conform to some kind of a standard, framework, regulation as it may be. We evaluate how well you do it. It's not just, are you doing it yes or no, but how good are you doing it? You're doing really good, keep it up. You can improve it. You suck. Oh my God, I cannot believe what I'm seeing. And yes, I've gone to places where I've said, oh my God, I cannot believe what I'm seeing. You know, you've seen those videos, pictures online where there's the mass of cables in a wiring closet. Yeah, I've seen almost as bad. So ideally at the end, we want to have a report that says, here's how you're doing, and here's how you can do better. And of course, we try to do an element of risk as in, you know, you need to address these because the bad guys are going to rip you blind because you've got things wide open, you know. Or if you will, the barn door is open and the cows are out. You better go take care of it. So, again, you know, this is my views of these terms. You know, I hear them security assessment, which I more deal with. We have what's called a gap assessment, and we have an audit. I have never considered myself an auditor. Those are usually the people that come in, you know, and are like, oh, we're going to audit you, and say, oh, you are compliant for, you know, SOC 1 and 2 or high trust or 27001. That was never me. I'm the guy that would come in and say, like, yeah, you're doing pretty good. You're ready for the auditors to come in and make it official. So again, we will do an evaluation, whether, you know, good to bad. A gap assessment is easier. I had a lot of clients would want to do that first. They just want to say, come in, tell us what's missing. You know, you're doing this, you're doing this, you're doing this. Oh my God, you're not doing this, you're not doing this, you're doing this, you're doing this. That's all they want, real simple. That way they can go in and fill the gaps. Now, an audit is meant to be an independent evaluation, i.e. you hire a third company that comes in, that you have no influence, whereas we, as assessor, we're not necessarily independent. We were more aimed at, we're here to help you. We're on your side. You know, I'm going to give you a list of what you can do to make it better. Of course, everyone thought we were the scary auditors, like, oh my God, I'm going to lose my job. Though to be honest, some people I dealt with probably should lose their jobs. But anyway, we were here to help. We were we saw ourselves as an extension of the company to help you out. And again, as I said, what could it be assessed against? All these things. Hopefully you're familiar with some of them. You know, the HIPAA high tech, that's the regulation for healthcare, protecting PHI, medical information. There are more and more privacy regulations. GDPR is Europe. Yes, I used to have to deal with that a little bit. We're getting more and more in the US. Graham-Leach-Bliley, New York DFS, that's Department of Financial Services, which dealt with insurance companies in the state of New York. And there's a lot of other state regulations and federal regulations. The NIST CSF, Cybersecurity Framework, 27001, CAS Control, SOC 1 and 2, that's from AICPA, that's accounting firms. High Trust, that's mainly in healthcare. It's a real bear. I know it because I'm doing it. CMMC is the new thing that's been, God, is it now like 5 years since they rolled out in the DoD space? RMF, the risk management framework, and FISMA, that's more in the DoD government space. PCI is that is credit cards. And there's probably more, but these are the ones that I'm kind of familiar with, which I find shocking at times. Why would a company want to do that? Well, oftentimes it is management wants to know how they're doing. Why? They might want to improve the overall program. The next one is a big reason is they're selling services to companies and their clients are going like, before we do business with you, we want to have an idea of how your program is. That's the case in where I'm at. We provide services to clients, and our clients want us to have either high trust or SOC 1 and 2 reports. Otherwise, they are not going to do business with us. And a lot of the work I was doing as an assessor, that was what it was. Client came to us and like, oh my God, we had this questionnaire from our client. They want this. We don't know what the heck this is about. Please help us. To prepare for an attestation or certification, i.e., if you want a SOC 2 report, that has to be done by an accounting firm. But are you ready for that? That's a lot of work. So before you waste your money having the auditors come in to audit you for SOC 2 and utterly fail, might be a good idea to bring in a third party, like where I used to be, and make sure they're ready. I actually did that. I actually worked with 2 companies, helped them get their first SOC 2 reports. I helped 2 companies get their 27001 certification. I worked with companies to get their high trust and so forth. So, does everyone know what a control is? Yes, no, yeah. Real important because I'm going to go this real quick then. Hopefully you guys understand it. So controls are basically functions that make sure that you're doing what you're supposed to be doing. In InfoSec, we deal with a subset which are called IT controls. Basically they're activities done by people or systems to ensure that things are being done properly. They involve policies, procedures, and so forth. This is a chart that's from ISACA. So, but this is saying to understand is like, okay, a threat creates a threat event. It exploits a vulnerability, which results in an impact. To manage that, you have 2 different controls. Deterrent controls reduce the likelihood of a threat. Detection controls discovers it, i.e., if you've got a system that's watching the environment and notices something and says like, hey, something's happening, that's a detective control. Preventive control protects the vulnerability. That's things like, I want to use an 8-character password, but I've set it to 10 characters, so that prevents you from doing something stupid like having an 8-character password or less. So these are where controls are very important. Please understand this. This is real important too. There are technical controls. I think most of us are aware of these. Firewalls, encryption, antivirus, so forth. But in addition, there's also non-technical controls. So policies and procedures are non-technical controls. Yes, Virginia, a policy is a control. I'm being kind of pedantic because I had a job interview where the person asked me, do you understand controls? And I said like, oh yes, I've worked with policy and procedures, and the person didn't like my answer because in their mind, policies and procedures weren't controls. But no, sorry, they are. Anyway, there's also operational controls, physical controls. Locks and alarms are controls. So, and you need all of them. You need the technical controls, but they need to be backed up by policies and procedures. What determines how you compose your passwords? Yes, you have you have it set in the system that, you want 8 characters, or maybe you want 10 characters, or you want 12 characters, but that setting is determined by policies and procedures. So those come first, and then from them you have your technical controls. So it all goes together. So I mentioned before that as an assessor, when I come in, I'm gathering evidence. I need to know that you have controls in place And so this is a method, this is not from me, this is from a guy named Douglas Landau, on the method of what we do when we gather evidence. We review documents. Yep, that's so much fun, I can tell you that. We interview key personnel. We inspect the controls. We observe behavior, and then we test them. And he calls that the riot method. I can tell you as an assessor, that's what I did. And that's really, really important. We'll talk more about this as I go through kind of the process that we go through. Then there's different methodologies of how we assess them. I threw these together because there's different ways you can do it. You can do what we call a 3x3, i.e. you rate things as a low, medium, a high. Or you can be more complex and do a 5x5, which is better. It's up to you guys. You know, it depends on how granular you are. And of course, this is all kind of like done by your knowledge, where you go like, is this a very high or a high? You know, and so it's very subjective based upon your knowledge. So another assessment methodology I've seen is, you know, we look at policies, and with like, you got no policy, or is it informal or something. The first set, this is from the CIS control assessment. So they look at policies, they look at the controls themselves, they ask, are the controls automated, or does someone have to do it? And do those controls get reported to business? And they have them on a 5-point scale, where they have nothing, whether it's informal, partial, fully, and so forth. This one down here looks at, do you have policies in place, do you have the process in place, and are you implemented? And then they score it on this, and this is what high trust does. And this is pretty important with high trust, because the way high trust works is it's all mathematical, where, you know, if you don't score high enough, you fail. So, and of course, again, as you see here, you have to have policies, you have to have procedures, and you have to have them implemented. Otherwise, you're not going to go do too well. So when I started breaking down kind of the steps, the first step I talked about was what I call the pre-preparation, before you actually start even your first assessment with a company. And this is what you would do if you were doing this as a business, you know, where, okay, let's get things all put together before we start working with our first client, is what I talk about here. So this thing's like, determine how you're going to do the assessments. Are you going to have a GRC tool of some sort? Probably not, because they're expensive. Are you going to do spreadsheets? I can tell you that I used a heck of a lot of spreadsheets when I did my assessments. You need to develop your evidence request list. That is, when you go to your client that you're assessing and said, like, I want from you the following things, you need to have that list ready to go. It doesn't have to be complex. I had another assessor gave me her list. It was basically on one sheet of paper. But the thing is, you don't go to someone and say, like, give me your policies. You say, give me your password policy, give me your backup policy, give me your network policy. I have to, it's like you're dealing with children. You have to be really, really specific about what you want, otherwise you're not going to get it. And don't laugh, because I'm serious. And of course, you want to create your templates for your reports. At the end, you're going to give your report to the client, and the nicer they look and so forth, the better. Determine kind of what assessment model you're going to use. I talked about a few. You're going to do a 3x3 or 5x5 scale. You know, what are you going to look for? Work that all out beforehand, and then when you start going with your clients, boom, off you go. Again, this is from ISACA, of what they talk about, a typical audit process. They talk about the planning phase, you know, things like determining the subject, the objective, the scope. I'm going in and assessing a company. How much of the company am I assessing? The entire company, or a subset? Is there a business or a sector of it I'm assessing? The field work and documentation, that's getting the evidence and looking at it, going and talking to people and so forth. And then once I got it and reviewed it and talked to people, I start documenting and writing the reports and this sort of stuff. So this is from them, and it's pretty much what we followed. So step one is we had the preparation. You want to write up with them a scope and purpose and rules of engagement. Rules of engagement are really, really, really critical. Hopefully you guys are familiar with, was it CrowdStrike, who went to Iowa and got in trouble because they were doing a physical pen test, and the sheriff's office, arrested them and said, like, you're not supposed to do this, and back and forth and back and forth. I would not want to be involved in something like that, but that's why you have your rules of engagement. Can I go at the middle of the night and check out the physical security of my client or not? What are we assessing? Why are we assessing? How will we do it? Again, are uninvited announced visits allowed? I mean, I've had clients where I had to tell them in advance, I'm going to this office, I'm going to talk to so-and-so. I couldn't just show up and say, I'm here to check you out, walk me around. Have the evidence request submitted, and as I said, I had to be very, very specific. Give me your backup policy, give me this, give me that. Develop an interview list. Who's your network admin engineer? Who's your system administrator? Who is the person that knows your databases? Who is your developer, and so forth? All different roles, and I want them to tell me who I need to be speaking to, and then from there I'll set up interviews and so forth. We'll figure out who to interview and how much time. Where will we be going? What buildings? What departments? I said, the assessment I've dealt with, I've dealt with small little assessments. I've dealt with big assessments where I'm spending a whole week or two with a client, spending all day long with multiple interviews with people, walking around. Oh my God, it's so exhausting. And also there's assessments where it was just me, and there's assessment where I was a team of 2 or 3 or 4 of us. So a lot of fun, a lot of work. With the field work in, we assess all the evidence provided. I look over the policies and procedures. These are some of the things I look at. I read the policies and procedures they give me. I make notes. I see how they conform to whatever regulation or standard I'm looking at. I'm asking for missing documentation. I asked for the documentation. I was very specific about the documentation I wanted, and guess what? I have clients that don't give me all the documentation. One thing I love with clients is I love the ones who number the policies, because then I go through and go I'm seeing missing numbers. What are those documents? I also look, when I read through the policies, I see, do the policies and procedures make reference to other documents? And did I get those documents? Oh, I didn't. Could I please have this document and this document and this document that you reference that you didn't give me? And I hate to say it, but I'm not making those up as examples. Those are actual things I've had to deal with. I notice any concerns for interviews, things such as policies and procedures that reference people by name who, as far as I know, aren't working for the company anymore. Yeah, you laugh, but again, I've had that. Or the one that referenced data centers that they don't have anymore. I also do take a look at when they were last reviewed and where they were last updated. Policies and procedures should be reviewed at least annually at most, and I just said reviewed, and to say updated, at least annually, if not every 2 years. So I get very concerned when it's been several years since they've even been looked at. Whereas I had one company that came and brought me the binder of the policies, and every single one of them have been reviewed, signed, and stamped that year by the privacy officer. I should have that framed. It was incredible. Conduct interviews. I like to have 2 people doing the interviews, one person asking questions, the other one taking notes. I I don't like, I want to write things down, but it's so frustrating when I'm asking questions and I also got to ask questions and write down myself. So switch off as needed between the two people. The interviews are to validate what there's in the policies and procedures. So I read the backup policy and I know how backups work because I used to be a sysadmin. So when I'm talking to the sysadmins, I say, so could you tell me how the backups work? You know, and what I'm doing is I'm validating what they tell me how they do backups matches what is in the policies I have. Because it's so disturbing when I talk to them and they tell me something and I'm like, huh, that's not what it says in your policy. And then the next thing I hear from them is, oh, I've never seen that before. So I typically will already have a set of questions already ready to go to ask. So I'm not just like flubbing it or winging it, but I base it upon what I want to know that I need to find out, as well as what I've read in the policies. And sometimes I'm getting more evidence and whatnot from it. And then I do on-site inspections. That's where I'm walking around looking for security controls. I'm looking for doors where doors should be and locks where locks should be. And I don't see wide open doors, especially when the room has sensitive equipment and sensitive data, and you got a freaking wide open door. I take pictures. That way we can then go back to the client and show like, we saw this, not good. We saw this, not good. And I'll be honest, I wish I had saved a lot of those pictures because then I could have a whole freaking horror show presentation of all the miserable, horrible things I saw. But I was a good little assessor who got them to remove them from my phone afterwards. So, So again, some of the things I noted is the dates of the updates, any other documents. I read them. I note any tools being used. That's also useful. So I see, that you're using antivirus, blah blah blah, and see if they're still using it. Again, I know how things are done. Again, I come from a technical background, so that's easy for me to ask those technical questions. Unfortunately, a lot of assessors don't come from a technical background, so they're at kind of a disadvantage. For me, as I said, I can go and talk to IT people and say like, hey, how you doing backups? Because I've had to do backups. Hey, how are you building that system? Because I used to do that. How are you doing antivirus? Because I've done that. But you get an auditor or an assessor who comes from like, a financial background who doesn't do these, that kind of puts them at a disadvantage. And all these issues and these nonconformities, you need to capture them because that goes in the final report when you go to management and say like, this is what we saw, this is what needs to be addressed. So, other evidence, things that look for, I ask for, hey, when's your latest pen test report? Let me see it. Vulnerability scan, let me see it. Antivirus, are there any issues found? Are they addressing them? If you're doing vulnerability scans, I'm hoping that you're patching your systems, yes. And how often are you doing a pen test? How often are you doing a vulnerability scan? So, I take a look at the network diagram. I want to see if are they a flat network or are they segregated? I often ask for a data flow diagram. This is more for like the companies that have like PHI and credit cards. Like, how is that data flowing through your organization? Some have it, some don't. Again, this is based upon, as an assessor, I know what to look for. I also look for things like asset inventory, backup reports, password settings, all this sort of stuff. Last thing is really, really important. Any evidence asked for needs to be date and time stamped, okay? And that's really not hard to do. Take a look at your laptop sometime. What is down here in the bottom of your screen? It's a date and time. So when you give me a screenshot please go include that. That way I know when it was taken. I know it was taken today versus I don't know when. So, interviews, again, understand what you're doing. You're going to validate. You're verifying things. You're verifying procedures, showing controls in place and evidence. Was there a question? Okay. On interviews, just so you know, I've done interviews where there were one-on-one. I've done interviews in groups. How long the interviews take depends on how much time I need. I've literally had a case where I've had a room of about a dozen people, interviewing them to find out how they're doing things. And, maybe it took like a half hour or so because I'm trying to verify things like, hey, have you taken training? Were you told how to do this? Please explain to me how you do your job. Or I've had one-on-one training, interviews and so forth. So it all varies. I wish these were pictures that I had seen, but I hate to say it, but I've seen similar. So like I said, we take pictures of stuff and things such as, their network closet, their network equipment, where their PCs are, where their sensitive data is, like medical records and so forth. I've gone to doctor offices where the network equipment was mounted on the wall in the front office. Now it was back behind the counter, but anyone could touch the network equipment. That's not good. I mean, I've seen stuff where like, oh, everything was stuffed in a closet and you couldn't get into it. I went to one office where the network equipment was in the room where the AC equipment was, and it was on the floor. Does anyone think of any issue with that? You got it. So that's the sort of, I admit, this is something else I do when I go to offices. You all have a phone. Your phone should show you what Wi-Fi networks are. So I would go to the office, I would whip out my phone and look for the Wi-Fi networks. I literally went to certain offices and I asked them, hey, do you have Wi-Fi? No, we don't. Huh. Because I'm seeing this Wi-Fi network with the same name as your office. I go into the wiring closet, and what do I see? I see a Wi-Fi router. What happened was, for the rest of the story, was this was a doctor office that had been owned by some other entity and then was sold to the current entity. They came along and put in their network equipment, didn't take out the old network equipment, so there was still a Wi-Fi router up and running and powered in the closet that they didn't remove. I'm not really sure if it was connected to anything, but it was like, that's a red flag. Don't ask me why they didn't remove the old stuff, but that's why they bring people in like me to help out. And then we have to prepare the draft report. We, again, go over all the evidence, make sure everything is missing, review all the notes, review all the on-site evidence and so forth. We do follow-ups. So here's the important thing also, and I learned this, and a lot of the lessons I learned because I did this stuff and I made mistakes, and I learned from my mistakes. So I'm here to help you learn from my mistakes. One thing you always want to do is run by your findings with your client before you make your final report so you don't look like an idiot. And let me explain what happened to me. I was doing an assessment with a school. This was a private school in Texas. And going through, I was talking to the security person who informed me that the students didn't have IDs. They didn't have school IDs, which I thought was pretty strange. I mean, that's pretty easy to do, to give everyone a student ID. So I put that as a finding that, hey, I think you guys should look into getting student IDs for the students so you can verify their, blah, 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 blah. I ran it by, the person we were working with, who then informed me that, oh, no, all the students did get IDs. It just happened to be that the person I was speaking to, their new head of physical security, was very new and did not know that yet. So I was like, oh, okay, so that's not a finding. So good thing I found that out then versus I go and get the final report and look like a freaking idiot. So we do any follow-up, and then this is what I think is kind of, to me, where the value added of these assessments are, is we draft a corrective action plan. We have found these issues. This is what we feel you should do to address them. And just because the clients that I was dealing with, we try to like break it down, like this is what we think you should do, not just do X, Y, Z, but we think you should do X, Y, Z. It'll take you this long to get this done. It'll take you this long to get this done. So we lay it out as a plan, a basic plan for them to work on over the next 6 months, year, year and a half. And usually we kind of have a good idea, having worked with them in terms of how much bandwidth and with this sort of stuff. And honestly, because we were consultants, we were like, and if you want our help, we would be happy to help you, because an auditor will not be able to do that. They can't help you fix things. We as assessors, as consultants, we could. And some of our clients took us up on that, and some of them were like, nope, we're good. We'll see you next year. But that's kind of how it is. Then, of course, the final report, we of course put it all together. We do review. As I said, we do a review with the client so we not screw up, as I talked about. You never give them that draft report, because you don't want them to have that draft report that might have misinformation on their systems. That's where you do like a Zoom meeting, or you go in there and show it on a screen, and then you take notes, and then when you finish, you give them the final report, the actual one. You give it to senior management. There's also usually a PowerPoint presentation. You want it to be high level, not get all the technical details because you're dealing with upper management. But the detailed reports will give all that more detailed stuff. Some clients like a letter. I dealt with that a lot. We're like, well, you did this as assessment. Can we have a letter that says we were good or whatever? And I'm like, yeah, here you go. Here's a letter. At the end, you want a happy client. The thing is, my job was to find issues. Now, I wasn't trying to make up bullshit and this sort of, it was actually frustrating. We had some clients that were like so good that I couldn't find anything, but that's the rarity. That's only because the person in charge ran a really tight ship, but he wanted us to come in to kind of like be an outside, a third-party validation for his management to say like, yep, he's running a tight ship. I'm fine with that. You want to have that plan for the client. They like that because then they know that, hey, they can address it and they can come by. We're here to help them be better. That's the way I look at it. I was there. My attitude was always, I'm here to help you. I'm here to help your company get better. I'm not here to make you look bad. I'm not here to get you fired, even though, quite honestly, some of the people I dealt with probably should be freaking fired, because hopefully we want them to have us come back next year to do this all over again. And I hope when I come back next year that things have improved. Usually they did, sometimes not. I especially didn't like it when I went back a second year and was like, oh my God, what is this? This wasn't here last year. What's going on here? And again, I'm not exaggerating. That was my experience. So let's get into some knowledge and for you guys for the future. If you want to know a HIPAA high tech, I recommend this NIST document, which finally they updated recently. If you want to know about ISO 27001, I highly recommend the first site. It is an independent site run by a guy who is actually a member of the committee that updates it. He updates that every month at least. The 27,000 is a series of documents, and if you would like to look at the documents, you must pay for them. So if you're like, what is this and what is that? That's the site to go to. The next one is the official site. The final one is a book you can get from Amazon. It's used as a textbook for classes to train people in 27001. I have the early editions. I don't have the 8th edition, but I want to get it. For the NIST CSF, go to the NIST CSF website. Plenty of stuff. They're great. I love NIST. We realize we paid for it with our tax dollars, so make use of it. RMF, FSM, that's the site to go to. The CIS controls, along with RAM and CSAT, CIS security. SOC 2, unfortunately, the first thing is a book, which is now out of print. I don't know why. And then AICPA is a site for it. PCI, go to the PCI website. HITRUST, go to the HITRUST Alliance site. And for CMMC, I think these are the true sites now. I haven't kept up with as much as I should. How am I doing on time? Gotcha. Almost done. This is Douglas Landau's book, what I mentioned. 3rd edition, you get off of Amazon. I wish I had this book when I got into doing this field. I didn't discover it until like halfway into my career as a risk assessor. So this is a really great book. He has a website with other resources. This is also a good resource from NIST. Certifications and whatnot. ISACA has these certificates. They're not certifications, they're certificates in doing security audits, IT audits, and cloud audits. So I have not taken any of them, but I'm an ISACA member, so I think they would probably be pretty good. And the cloud one was actually done in association with the Cloud Security Alliance. This is the certification that if you're going to be a security risk assessor or IT auditor is pretty much the one to get. The CISA certification, very popular. I have it. I've had it for years. Other ones to get are these two from SANS. I just recently did the GSNA. They revamped it. And I think it's really great because it gets more into the doing technical audits with tools and systems. I took a version of it years ago, and this one is way better. I haven't yet done the GCCC, but I hope to at some point. So they are pretty good. As I said, I had another presentation on what I call my audit framework. What I mean by that is when I come in as an auditor, I want evidence. That evidence must be gathered on a regular basis. A lot of companies aren't doing that, but if you're going to be assessed by SOC or 27001 or HITRUST, you need to be doing that. So I have a whole presentation on how to develop this, what I call my framework of the regular activities gathering evidence. This is what I do as part of my job. I do this on a weekly basis, a bi-weekly basis, a monthly basis, a quarterly basis, an annual basis of doing regular activities. So when the auditors come in for HITRUST and SOC 1 and 2, I got evidence for them. So, and that is that. Any questions? No, okay. I must be a brilliant presenter because no one has any questions. I will be around if people do have questions that are just too shy to
Hey guys, I have a quick question. Oh. Ah, okay. Does anyone here in the crowd has a USB-A to HDMI converter? Yeah. I know it's a weird question.
Trying to win the award for the most complicated adapter chain.
Don't say that.
Oh, what's up, dude? You get the lights to work? I did not. No. No. I think I just didn't put enough. What is it? Solder? Or I don't know. I don't care. Huh?
Hey, thank you for everyone. I'm butchering. Thank you for everyone that tried to help.
Just throw them at me. I'll plug it in. I don't care at this point. I've got 412 on my phone, so we'll give it a few more minutes as we're coming in here. Let's do some crowd work, right? Who here has heard of Zero Trust? Raise your hand if you are a DoD contractor or love or know somebody that's a DoD contractor. Okay, so I'm gonna go out on a limb here and guess that at least a few people know what RMF is. Yeah. Okay. So if I say anything wrong, feel free to throw something at me. I'm not an RMF guy. I just play one on TV. I work very closely with my RMF team, but I steadfastly refuse to take that title on because I'm not smart enough to do that kind of work. How's everybody's con been so far today? Oh yeah? You want to know a secret? I'll tell you guys before anybody else comes in. This is my very, very first conference talk. So this is my very first one. So you guys get to be lucky enough to see me stumble through this. Any of you guys do any of the workshops yesterday? Anybody? Anybody? What's that? Which one did you do?
Exposing coordinate attacks, hiding in the sheer noise, false positives, and phone.
Ooh, that sounds like a good one.
Yeah, it's really good. This speaker thing, such as
Awesome. All right, let's go ahead and get started. I think we're right at time. We're probably 30 seconds off, but we'll cheat a little bit. So today, if anybody's recording, feel free. I don't mind it. It's just a reminder. If we want to start the recording, go ahead and do that. Doing a little fall retreat. We're going camping today. I'm not going to lie, this is stolen from, I did a summer camp this summer, where we talked about cloud cybersecurity. I was teaching all my RMF folks how to do cloud cybersecurity and teaching all my cloud folks how to do RMF. So repurposed this a little bit, made it a little bit more Florida friendly with alligators down there because that's the state bird. I'm originally from Orlando, full disclosure, but I dipped out about 2 years ago. I live up in Northern Virginia now. So I am a Florida boy at heart. I was born here. I was born in Winter Park, went to school in Winter Park, went to Lake Mary High School. So I'm a Florida native, so I'm allowed to make jokes about alligators. So I'm going to lay some groundwork here. The first half of this talk is going to be a little boring because we're going to talk about federal laws and how we have to, implement federal laws. Going to talk a little bit about the DoD, why the DoD gets a little nervous when you say the word cloud in front of them. Some of the hurdles that you have to get through to get to the cloud in the DoD. Going to lay some groundwork. Who here knows what a CNAP is? Has heard the term CNAP or Cloud Native Access Point? Anybody? Got one in the back? Okay, so I'm going to talk about the DoD CNAP reference guide. Who here knows, Damien, you're not allowed to raise your hand. Who here knows what TIC 2.0, 2.2, or TIC 3.0 is? Anybody? Okay, so this is, yeah, Damien, put your hand down. He's my plant, by the way. So if I need help, I'm going to toss to him. Trusted internet connection. We'll get into that a little bit, and we'll talk about the relationship between the CNAP and the TIC. And then what I want to get into, this is, it's the last part of the conversation, but I want to talk about applied zero trust. And I use that term applied zero trust because a lot of people like to talk about zero trust. I could count in hours how many times I've sat in a meeting with a bunch of old graybeard engineers that are just terrified of how hard zero trust is. And so all they do is they sit around and talk about how hard it is, and nobody actually wants to do anything. So along with Damien, my company Dark Wolf Solutions worked with the Space Force and designed the Space Force's first CNAP, which we're going to talk about how that allows you to extend a lot of those zero trust components, a lot of those zero trust mindsets through a cloud environment in AWS. So I'm going to throw up some architecture diagrams. We're going to talk through some of that stuff. So this is a little bit about me. Like I said, I'm a Florida native. Like many folks in cybersecurity, I accidentally got into it when somebody said, hey, do you want to do something cool? Here's a STIG. Who knows what a STIG is? Yeah, so that's how I got tricked. I was perfectly happy being an Active Directory system administrator, playing in that realm, poking around at stuff, and then somebody was like, hey, do this STIG. So I found my way into cybersecurity, and it's been all downhill since then. I've been doing DoD contracting for about 12 years, I want to say, 12, 13 years, if my math is correct. My original degree from Rollins College is in music, believe it or not. So I really only know how to count to 4 in increasingly difficult and complex ways. But yeah, I've been doing this now for about 10, 12 years. Started out as a help desk password reset monkey, made my way into system administration, discovered my love for Active Directory, and nobody boo or hiss at me, my love for Windows versus Linux. Windows is a powerful OS. I don't care. I'll come at me all day. Windows is better than Linux. I'll fight you on it. Anyway, so I was an Active Directory administrator for a while. Found my way into cybersecurity. I worked for SAIC. I've worked for Leidos. Worked for Northrop Grumman. Unfortunately, worked for Deloitte for a little while, and then found my way over to Dark Wolf. And in that time, I became increasingly more interested in the academic side of cybersecurity. I know there was a time everybody in here had their hands on the keyboards and they were doing all the cool stuff, and then some of you maybe had to take your hands off the keyboard at some point. It's a sad day, but that's where I'm at right now. So now I talk a lot more about the academic side of cybersecurity, and I rely on folks like Damien up here to actually go out and do the crazy shit I propose. So the agenda for today. Like I said, I want to lay some context. We're going to talk about FISMA, that's Federal Information Security, originally Management Act, now Modernization Act, Management 2002, Modernization 2014. We're going to talk about how that rolls into the risk management framework and how that rolls into the DoD instruction 8510.01. I can see some people shivering from flashbacks when they hear DoD 8510.01 or AFI 17101. They're big scary things, but we'll get into that a little bit. Again, I want to talk a little bit about the cloud and why it's so difficult to get in the cloud in the DoD and what they're trying to do to make it less difficult. Going to talk about zero trust in the DoD because like everything else the DoD does, there has to be publications upon publications upon instructions upon publications. So we're going to talk about that. Going to pivot over towards doing CNAP reference design. This is one of those publications that the DoD put out. It's how to build a CNAP. What are the requirements? What do you need to look at? We're going to look at that in context of applied zero trust. So how did we take that reference design, lay it out, and derive requirements? And then how did we take those requirements and look at different products, look at different people, processes, and technologies to how we could answer those requirements? Moving on. DoD and RMF, embrace the suck. Anybody that has worked with RMF, either as an ISO/ISM type person or as an engineer that has had to provide evidence to an ISO or ISM, knows that sometimes RMF can really suck. So how did we get to this point? Federal Information Security Modernization Act of 2014, the Obama administration signed this into law. So one of the big things that came out of this was guiding NIST, National Institute for Standards and Technology, to become the source of guidance for cybersecurity. Not that it wasn't already, but they started publishing some documentation. Everybody here that knows RMF knows what 800-37 and 800-53 are. What revision of 53 are we on? 5. So 5 has been published. You're right. They're trying to go to 5. 5 has been published, but they're having a hard time. This is ridiculous, and this is so indicative of the DoD. They're having a hard time getting the GRC tools updated to Rev 5. So EMAS, Exacta, things like that. So Rev 5 has been out now for 2 years, maybe? And we haven't adopted it because we can't update our tools. So that's the situation we're in right now. A lot of people are still on Rev 4 because we can't update our tools to Rev 5. The people that are on Rev 5 are the spreadsheet warriors. And we've got a couple of them, but you know, I'd rather they do it that way and do a more secure system. So a lot of people equate 800-53 with RMF. They'll talk about 853 as RMF. Really, 800-37 describes the risk management framework, and we're on revision 2 of that. That's what actually describes the framework and the process for the risk management framework. 800-53 is just the collection of controls that you use to assess and document your system. Just a little pedantic point of order there, because I like being pedantic. So this is how it rolls downhill. Got a federal law that is passed by Congress, signed into federal law by the executive branch. That executive branch issues an executive order that rolls down towards the DoD. So we got the Secretary of Defense says, hey, President's telling me that you guys have to do this, so go out and do it. Each of the components, I work for Air Force, so you're gonna see references to Air Force and Space Force on there. So each of the components issues their guidance on how to implement this. Air Force does AFI 17101. Used to know Army. Who knows the Army instruction for RMF? Anybody? 25 something or other. But each one of them, essentially what it comes down to is NIST puts out this publication and says, this is RMF, these are the controls, and everybody interprets it differently, and it's just bedlam. But at the end of the day, what we're looking for is safe, sound, secure systems. So hopefully that advances this. But you can see how this it's like a game of telephone. And what happens is everybody kind of implements it a little bit differently, right? When you have those controls and you say you have to follow these controls versus doing like a standards-based implementation of something, letting people pick the right tools for the job, but based on standards. I'm not in any way criticizing the risk management framework. I think it's a great tool. I think it's a fantastic way to document a system. My consternation comes when people use it as an architectural framework and think that you need to build a system based on those controls versus the opposite direction. Who's afraid of the cloud? The DoD is. So I think this is on a slide, but I'm going to say it now. One of the big things that is a sticking point for the DoD is if Wendy's has a breach, they lose some POS information, they lose maybe some credit cards if they weren't securing that stuff well, lose some reputation. If the DoD has a breach, somebody could die at the end of the day. Some kid over in Afghanistan or wherever could die, right? So the DoD is extremely risk averse in everything that they do. Sometimes that gets really annoying, sometimes it works out for the best, right? But the DoD did a lot of work. I like to say that the DoD is about 10 years behind the industry. For instance, we're just now seeing containers coming into the DoD. Maybe in the last 2 years, we're finally seeing containerization technology finally getting to the DoD. And if you have never had the pleasure of describing to a SCA why you don't need a ports, protocols, and services management list for a containerized solution, you haven't lived. That is a discussion. So DoD tried to wrangle this a little bit, put some frameworks out there, put a little bit of guidance out there. Anybody familiar with FedRAMP? Who are my FedRAMP people? Anybody? Anybody? So DoD, because they're special snowflakes, they have to have their own little interpretation of stuff. It's not a one-to-one, but it's a fast little analogy to say that the impact levels map back to FedRAMP. So FedRAMP has low, moderate, and high. DoD has impact levels 2, 4, 5, and 6. Impact levels 1 and 3 got deprecated and rolled in, and rather than renaming everything, they just pretended they didn't exist. So IL2 roughly translates to FedRAMP low. That's completely public information, anything that's not classified in any way. IL4 is controlled unclassified information, or CUI. That's stuff that's not really publicly releasable, but it's not necessarily classified at secret or above. Then you have IL5. That's CUI with the addition of different overlays. So national security systems, weapons systems, PII, PHI, that makes something IL5 instead of IL4. Then IL6 is classified information at secret or above. So there are cloud environments in the Air Force today that are SCI and SAP, SCI and SAP, so that they do exist. But so you can see we can do it. We just have to do it very, very carefully. Slow to adopt, picking up speed. Anybody here familiar with the Jedi mission? Not Luke, but yeah, the Jedi contract vehicle. So that was 2016, 2017. They were going through the selection process. They landed on Azure. I'm not going to get political, but this is the truth of the matter. Somebody came into office that really didn't like Jeff Bezos. So there was a lot of litigation for why the DoD picked Azure as their sole source for cloud environments, right? Jedi failed, kind of went away. They redid things and came up with JWCC, the Joint Warfighting Cloud Capability. JWCC spans a couple more clouds, gives access to a couple different clouds, namely AWS, Azure, Google Cloud, and Oracle. And the reason they're doing this is they finally realized that you can't buy enough computers for the DoD, right? There's just massive amounts of data. If anybody's familiar with any of the Department of Air Force data fabrics, Elixir, the stuff that's going on in UDL. Yeah, Damien's having fun with Elixir right now. It's a self-licking ice cream cone, by the way. Come talk to me about it. The JADC2 effort, the Joint All-Domain Command and Control effort that's going on right now, each of the components is working on a standards-based way to get battlefield management data to a centralized location so that the Navy can talk to the Army, can talk to the Air Force when we've got boots on the ground or ships in the sea off the coast, right? So they're trying to, you'd think, we're in 2024, you'd think they'd have figured that out by now, but they haven't. So they're working towards figuring that out. So ABMS, BMC3, those are different implementations of the JADC2 effort. It's massive amounts of edge data, and I'm talking data coming directly from F-35s, data coming from tanks on the ground, data coming from DDIL environments, which is degraded intermittent something, I can't think of the acronym, but things that might not be connected at all times, right? Or degraded environments, edge environments that are currently in a hostile area, right? So they have massive amounts of data coming across, and they've got to do something with it, and they can't buy enough servers to scale. So they finally realize, hey, we should be looking at the cloud to do this. So, not gonna lie, I typed into Google, hey Google, what are the, oh, did my phone pick that up? What are the biggest cloud providers? Did I trigger everybody's phone? Sorry. What are the biggest cloud providers out there right now? And I grabbed a couple pictures of their icons. So there are 4 smiley faces up there. Who can tell me what the smiley faces are for? DoD approved through the JWCC contract, right? So those are the 4 big ones that you can pursue contracts through JWCC. Who can tell me what the big red no's are? Why are they not approved? Yeah. So OVH is a French company. Down in the bottom right, you got Tencent and Alibaba. Can you imagine why we might not want to use their cloud environments for our DoD information? Yeah. You can buy some really cool stuff off of Alibaba. Maybe even some DoD information if you look smart enough. Who knows? Okay, so let's get into the meat of this. Let's talk about the CNAP, right? So that was all the basic level understanding. There's so much deeper I could have gone on those slides, but I'm just tired of talking about RMF. So let's talk about cool shit. Anyways, Zero Trust, just a refresher. Get it? ZTF5? Come on, nobody? It's a refresher. Anyways, all right, it was funny to me, guys. It was funny to me. So the basic principles of zero trust is trust nobody, authorize at every session, right? So some of the principles there, something that I want to point out on this slide. VPNs don't belong in a zero trust environment. VPN does not equal zero trust. VPNs are still absolutely viable technologies, but putting something behind a VPN is not how we do things anymore, right? No matter what anybody tells you, a VPN is not a sole source of security. Some other things on there: never trust, always verify, session-based authentication every time, every request. Now, this doesn't mean that poor Sergeant Joe out in the field trying to defend his troops has to type in his username and password every time he wants to do something. This means that we are building out our environments using single sign-on and things like OAuth, OIDC, SAML to pass around authentication tokens, but we're doing it every single time we're building a session, right? So we authorize every single time. Authorization, authentication, every single time. And then micro-segmentation. Some of the buzzwords you hear around zero trust are blast radiuses, limiting those blast radiuses. You'll hear things about always assuming a breach. That's a big thing. And then at the end of the day, you're trying to prevent lateral or vertical movement throughout your environment, right? So reducing those blast radiuses, maybe somebody pops a box, but they can't get any further than that. That's the idea behind it. Does anybody get my friend's reference down there? So DoD's first whack at this, the BCAP, the Boundary Cloud Access Point, has given me nightmares for the last 5 years. It's the sole entry point, point of egress, into the approved DoDIN, the DoD Information Network. So in order to, as a contractor, in order for me to access government-owned resources in a cloud environment under the BCAP or TIC 2.0 or 2.2, what I would have to do is spin up some sort of virtual machine. For the Air Force, it was desktop anywhere. I would have to VPN into BCAP, access the resource, which shoots me back out. So I did this big boomerang. Now the problem is everybody's doing that boomerang constantly, all day long, because the DoD was like, well, let's centralize our management. Let's build this BCAP. It's the single point, the sole point of ingress or egress into the DoDIN, right? So that clearly, something happened. I don't know if you guys remember, back in 2020, something kind of happened where people had to work remotely for large periods of time. This kind of model broke down almost immediately, and they had to figure out what to do next. So, Damien, who actually puts out trusted internet connection guidance on that? CISA. CISA puts out the TIC. They came up with TIC 3.0. TIC 2.0 said centralize everything, push it through a single source, monitor everything there. TIC 3.0 said, hey guys, maybe we overdid a little bit. Still push things through a centralized location, but we're now allowing for the distribution of those centralized locations, right? So now we have many centralized locations. I know that sounds kind of antithetical, but stick with me. We have what's called the MTIPS, that's the Managed Trusted IP Service. That's that gateway into the environment. So it allows for those distributed MTIPS, right? And the idea here is now this is more secure because we're bringing that MTIPS closer to the data. We're more zero trusty on that, right? So this is the basis for the CNAP. I could have ordered these slides a little better, huh? So let's circle back to talk about DoD Zero Trust. How did they actually do this, right? So we had Executive Order 14028, Biden administration back in 2021, March, somewhere around there. One of the first big things that the Biden administration did was send out this executive order, presidential directive to OMB to say, hey, let's get our shit together on this whole zero trust thing. Somebody from Palo Alto called me and said that they could sell me zero trust, so let's figure out what this is. Not a true story. Anyways, so what came from that was, again, NIST to the rescue with their gigantic publications, 800-207, Zero Trust Architecture. Who here has ever sat down and tried to read a NIST document from front to back, like you're reading Mark Twain or something like that, right? I always tell my newbies when they come in, the little kids, I say, don't treat it like a novel, treat it like an encyclopedia. Don't read it front to back. Just look at the table of contents, look for the information that you're looking for. Eventually, you'll read the whole thing because you're going to have to go through it, but you're not going to overload yourself with information, right? So again, 800-207, it's called 207 because there's 207 pages. No, I'm just kidding. There's probably it's just such a dense document that's hard to consume that. Again, the federal government has done a great job of providing guidance on what they want, but they haven't provided guidance on how to do it. So you have this massive document called the Zero Trust Architecture, massive thing called the Zero Trust, they didn't like that, Zero Trust Architecture, and they said, hey, you have to do this. And the order was, this came out in 2022, I want to say. They basically said, here, this is the first tranche of things that you need to implement by 2027. And then there's a series of advanced technologies that you have to implement by 2032, right? So at first blush, you're thinking, well, that's a long time. Like, I've got 5 years to do the first tranche of stuff and then another 5 years to do the rest. But it's the DoD. It's like trying to turn a cruise ship, right? Literally, a big, what is Carnival, yeah. No, that's boring. I want a cruise ship. Carnival Cruise Lines. Fun fact, I've never been on a cruise. Anyways, so it's this massive thing that they issued out, and now we have to figure it out. So again, rolls downhill, filters down to the DoD. The DoD, again, did a great job of providing guidance on what they want, just not really how they want it. So they issued the Zero Trust Strategy and the Zero Trust Reference Architecture. A series of documents talking about what they're trying to do, and then they drew pictures about what it would look like, right? Something that came out of this year, actually, the Zero Trust PFMO, Portfolio Management Office, finally published the Zero Trust overlays for the risk management framework, which that's actually kind of a huge thing because we know how to do RMF. We've dealt with that sludge for so long that we know how to do RMF. So when we start talking about zero trust in those terms, in terms of controls, we can kind of consume it a little bit better. But again, didn't come out until 2024, 3 years after the EO came out. And then again, DoD likes to be their special little snowflakes. How many, well, I've got it on the slide. I can't ask you that question. CISA put out 5 pillars for zero trust. DoD said, wait, no, I'm sorry. CISA put out 7 pillars. DoD said, we're going to take 2 of those pillars and make them foundations. So now those are foundations. They're still on the drawing, like the same thing. They're still on the drawing, but they made them foundations. But the 5 pillars are identity, device, network and environment, application workload, and data. Those are the 5 pillars within their zero trust strategy that they say this is what you need to tackle in order to be a zero trusty environment. What I like to focus on, because it's the easiest, is identity. Everybody here knows how to do identity. Former Active Directory admin. I get identity. I understand it. So as we get into the CNAP, that's what we're looking at is identity. Focuses on identity because if you have an identity, if you are a person or non-person entity with an identity, then we can assign permissions to you, right? So we can control our access and we can monitor your access and what you're doing in the environment. So this is the OV1, the overview viewpoint. If anybody's familiar with DODAF or TOGAF or any of those, basics of this are you've got authenticated and authorized entities that are making authorized ingress into the environment. When they do that, they're going through that CNAP. That CNAP is the arbiter. It's that TIC 3.0 MTIPS, the managed IT service, whatever it's called. You know it, I don't know it. Anyway, so it goes through that cloud native access point, the CNAP. That's what assigns the identity, or that's what authenticates and authorized a person or a non-person entity. Of course, a person entity is Sergeant Joe sitting there typing in his username and password. Non-person entity is a workload, a service, something like that. It's an identity that doesn't have an actual person behind it. So it goes through that CNAP. That CNAP acts as a policy decision or policy enforcement point, letting that entity know what it is allowed to access via some form of SSO token, ideally. And then it allows access to the mission environment or whatever they're trying to get to in there. But as that's happening, everything is being monitored, logged, consumed in some sort of SIM, right? 4 major components of the CNAP that we use to get to this point: authenticated and authorized entities, authorized ingress, authorized egress, security and compliance monitoring. Authenticated and authorized entities, hopefully everybody here knows the difference between authentication and authorization. Authentication means this is who I am. Authorization means this is what I'm allowed to do. So that's provided by some form of an identity provider, maybe in concert with a ZTNA product or a CASB. That's what winds up being the policy enforcement and policy decision point for entities. Then you've got authorized ingress. So the way that we handle that is through ZTNA, again, some form of IDS, some form of WAF, some combination of like a next-gen firewall. And then we've got authorized egress, again, NGFW doing deep packet inspection, making sure the stuff you're taking out of the environment is stuff you're allowed to take out of the environment. So we're looking for exfil, making sure that anything that's being exfilled is allowed to be exfilled. And then all of that is getting shot over to Splunk, right? Or in our case, Elastic, but it's getting logged somewhere. And something that drives me nuts, and this is where Elixir comes in, Something that is logged and then just sits there is useless. We take logs so that we can audit them, we can look for patterns, we can look for anomalies, things like that. So part of that security and compliance monitoring is not just collecting the information, it's also doing something with that information, analyzing it. So how do we get to applied zero trust? This is the capabilities viewpoint of CNAP. So we've got those 4 major capabilities all across the top there: authenticated and authorized entities, authorized ingress, authorized egress, and monitoring, right? Those are the 4 big things. Those break down into smaller requirements. If anybody here has systems engineering background, we're deriving requirements, right? So the further down we drill down to those thick mobile endpoints. So we're looking at endpoints. How are we managing endpoints in context of authenticated and authorized entities? How are we managing things like zero or thin clients? How are we managing non-person entities? It goes on and on and on and on, all the way through all those 4 major capabilities. And just to give you a sample, this is from the Zero Trust Reference Architecture. These are those requirements spun out a little bit more. There's still some derivation that needs to happen from here, but this is the easy one, right? Again, authenticated authorized entities, this is the easy one. If you go on to the next one, the authorized ingress is something like 50, 60 major requirements that you still have to derive, but this is a little snippet of the bottom of 1 page. The next one is something like 7 or 8 pages full of requirements, and on and on and on, right? But good systems engineers take requirements, because you don't want to build a system just based on a gut instinct, right? You don't want to say, oh, I used this before, I'm going to use this again. You want to actually look at your requirements, build those requirements out, define those requirements, derive down to the finest grain that you can, and then discuss how you're going to fill those requirements. So that's what we did. We sat in a room with a whiteboard, went through each one of these requirements and said, what would be a person, a process, or a technology that we could do to answer this requirement? How would we do that, right? So what we came up with, hopefully it's the next slide, I forget. Yes. This is a Space Force environment that we built. First CNAP in the Space Force, not the first one in the DoD. If you're familiar with Platform 1, they've got a CNAP. There's a couple other places out there that have a CNAP, but they're more enterprise CNAPs. The CNAP that we built sits in front of, it's the front gate for a very bespoke network for the Space Force. That network, that cloud environment allows for something very specific, a problem very specific to the Space Force. I'm not going to shout it out in front of you guys, but if you want to come talk to me later, I'll talk a little bit more about it. So anyways, you have those authorized users up in the top left, right? Definition of a CNAP is allowing a user to access government-owned resources in a commercial cloud environment using the commercial internet. So it's you sitting at your house using Spectrum to log into a DoD environment, rather than having to do the desktop anywhere, or VPN into the BCAP, get shot back out the other end, all that kind of stuff, right? So once we authenticate, up in the top left, tippy-tap our passwords in, press enter, we get shot in there. What happens next? Well, Zscaler, our ZTNA product, takes a look and says, hey, Okta, our IDP, is this guy legit? Okta says, yeah, he's legit. Here, have this token that proves he's legit. You can figure out what to do with him from there. These are the groups that he's in. The identity provider, again, just provides identity, does not provide authorization. It says these are the groups that he's in, or they are in, and is it meeting the bare minimum requirement for identity? Is it using multi-factor authentication? It passes that information back over to Zscaler. Zscaler then takes all of that information and says, okay, based on your identity, based on your group membership, this is what you're allowed to access. So it puts those apps up on a nice, pretty screen. You can click the tiles, and it allows you into those apps. Now, as all of that is going on, Palo Alto is sitting there in the background just being the creepy guy, shoulder surfing and watching everything you're doing, right? So it's doing deep packet inspection. I'm not going to get into that because I'm not smart enough to, but my buddy Damien up here is really good with that. So if you want to pull him off to the side and talk with him about that. Anyways, so up there in the top, the entire purpose of this is to build an infrastructure as a service, and in the next iteration, a platform as a service, and in the next iteration, a platform for function as a service. So we're building out this entire IaaS environment so that somebody can come in and say, here's an application that will support the launch community within the US Space Force. I want to put my application, rather than me having to go out and get an ATO myself, I'm going to come into your environment and inherit. We're able to get this up to almost, I want to say it's 85% of controls are either fully or partially inherited. So now this poor developer that has never heard the term RMF before, who is told, oh, by the way, you got to get an ATO. And by the way, an ATO costs 500,000, over $1 million to get. Like, it's no joke. They are very, very serious. So instead of doing that, he comes to us and says, hey, can I deploy my application in your environment? You're going to handle, through the magic of shared responsibility and reciprocity, they're going to inherit the physical stuff from the cloud service provider, and they're going to inherit things like identity from us. So now they don't have to stand up their own identity. They don't have to deploy Keycloak or Enter ID or any of those things. They just use what we're using. And if they use what we're using and they use it in a compliant way, they can put that as their control response within EMAS or Exacta or whatever. So we allow all of that to happen, and we've got some shared services. We've got some SaaS offerings. So the SaaS offering is actually a pretty cool thing because, again, with a CNAP, you're really giving an identity to an entity, right? So you could stand up a CNAP to act as your identity provider, your cloud access security broker, all those kinds of things, and then provide that as a front end for SaaS offerings. GitLab or GitHub, ServiceNow. We use ServiceNow on this program. And we can have people that they don't want an environment, they just want access to ServiceNow, and they want access to an authorized version of ServiceNow. ServiceNow will say, I'm not going to get into this, God, I'm going to have a seizure if I get into this. Provisional ATOs or provisional authorizations issued from DISA or the JAB, that is a whole conversation, a whole other 40-minute talk if we want to get into it. But companies out there will say, oh yeah, we're authorized to IL4. We have an ATO for IL4. And the confusion comes in that, you know, again, Captain Smith is like, oh, well, they have an ATO, so I can just buy this and use this. And that's not the case. That's not how provisional ATOs work. So what it does mean is that if we put that CNAP in front of it, if we put relevant protections around that SaaS offering, we can then let it inherit that ATO, right? So we're giving access to Lieutenant Smith or Captain Smith, whatever I called him, access into ServiceNow. Now he doesn't have to stand up and manage his own ServiceNow. He can just use ours. Nope. There we go. Okay. So we're able to act as an identity broker right at the front gate. You too can do this, right? We also have a shared services environment. That's GitLab, Argo CD, all those things. Eventually, at some point, like I said, we're looking to do like a PaaS or a FaaS, so you'll be able to use CI/CD pipelines without ever having to worry about it. You'll be able to use things like Lambda functions without having to worry about stuff. You give us the code, we run it in the authorized environment. How are we doing the continuous monitoring? We're using Elastic on this program, but you have to have some sort of SIM tool as you mature that will convert to a SIM SOAR tool, and you'll get some automation in there, right? Can't do that out of the box. You got to do some work there. And then we're using Amazon Inspector, and Amazon Inspector would be the same thing as using something like, what were we using before? New Vector, yeah. Anything that's looking for compliance drift, configuration drift, anything that's doing vulnerability scanning, active vulnerability scanning, and it reports. And I've got remediation on there, but the secret is Inspector doesn't actually remediate. Inspector literally does that. It inspects, but it allows you to take action, right? So if they find a vulnerability or something like that, it's going to pop. Your SOC analyst is going to put in a ticket. Somebody's going to go fix that, right? So again, we're using Elastic, using Inspector, so we're collecting that data and taking action on it. I can't stress enough how important that is to actually take action on the information that you're collecting massive amounts of data on. You're paying for the cloud spend anyways, so you might as well make it work, right? So why is this important? Like I said before, when the DoD makes mistakes, it's potentially lost lives. I like to give my little heartfelt story. My brother was in the Navy. I was not brave enough to join the armed forces. I really thought about it, but I was not. So this is my way of kind of paying penance towards that or doing my part. I like to think that all these little decisions that we make as DoD contractors, some poor kid is going to get shipped over to Iraq, Iran, wherever the next conflict is, Ukraine, Lebanon, wherever, and maybe something that I do lets him come home and have a beer with his friends. Because that's what we're doing, right? We're trying to make things safe for the warfighter. I don't care your politics. We're trying to make something safe for the warfighter. Shockingly, leadership likes when you have a plan in place. Rather than just going to them and saying, hey, can I have some money? You can go to them and say, hey, can I have some money because these are the things I want to do with it. So having this framework to build the CNAP and an idea of how you're going to extend that throughout the environment, use it to provide identity all the way throughout your environment, that's a pretty compelling plan because you're going to be able to squeeze maximum value from the plan, make it more economical. Like I said, the identity pillar to me is the easiest one to tackle because when you establish identity, you can then use identity to secure all those other pillars. Your workflows, your network, your data, all that stuff. You can use identity to build your guardrails and discuss what's compliance within those, right? Again, EO 14028, this is why it's important. We gotta do what the president says, right? So that is the law of the land. Executive Order 14028 says do zero trust. This is a really good way to get very far ahead in the zero trust roadmap. Yeah, there's my little cruise ship thing. Anyways, yeah, go ahead.
The idea is that by 2032, everything would be zero trust?
So this is where you're going to get into the trouble with the pedantic assholes like me. There's no such thing as being zero trust, right? You can't ever, it's not an end state. Just like an ATO is not an end state. An ATO just says that your system is authorized to operate. There is no such thing as being fully zero trust. What they're trying to say is if you pull up the roadmap, and unfortunately I forgot to put the slide in here, there's a certain set of technologies that are expected to be met by 2027, and then a further set of, and when I say advanced technologies, do you want to know one of the things that's on there? MFA. That's one of the things we have to have in place by 2032, is MFA. Who here knows what a CAC is? And I'm being very particular about how I'm pronouncing CAC. Common Access Credential or Common Access Card. It's anybody that's in the DoD, anybody that works with the DoD probably has a CAC. It's a CAC card, like an ATM machine. It's a smart card. It's got a chip on it, and that chip has DoD encryption magic. That's another thing that I'm too dumb to understand. But what's that? Yeah. So it's got your certs on there. It allows for email access and identity, right? That's really what it is. It's an MFA token. It's a hardware MFA token. I've got on my phone. Who here has more than like 3 authenticators on their phone right now? Right. So I am so happy that the world is finally starting to understand that cybersecurity is everybody's job, and we're starting to do authenticators and stuff like that. But God, I think I have my Google Authenticator has like 10 different things that I have to open it for. And then I play World of Warcraft, so I've got my Blizzard Authenticator, and I've got my Steam Authenticator, and I've got, this Authenticator and that Authenticator. I'm so happy we're doing that, but God, it's getting a little tedious at this point. But yeah, so somebody was talking about near-peer adversaries the other day, and that term always makes me laugh because in traditional kinetic warfare, there's no such thing as a near-peer adversary, right? Some of the big guys get close. We've seen what Russia is capable of, and they're no longer on that list. We see what PRC is, and we have a good idea of what PRC is capable of, People's Republic of China. We kind of understand what they're able to do. Again, North Korea is another one on that near-peer adversaries list, so you can understand where I'm coming at from there. If you combined all of the other near-peer adversaries and gave them, like, double what they have, they're still not a near-peer adversary, right? I like to say nearest peer because they're the nearest to being a challenge to us. But cybersecurity is the great leveler because who are some of our biggest threats with cybersecurity? North Korea, Iran, PRC, Mossad. What they did with Stuxnet alone lets you know that like Israel is very big into this game, and they're a small country, right? So I wouldn't call Israel an adversary necessarily, but cyber is the great leveler, right? It allows capabilities, not necessarily kinetic, but it allows capabilities for some smaller folks. Next-gen warfare in the cyber domain, there are now 5 domains in the DoD where there used to only be 4. The 5th domain is cyber warfare. Because if PRC gets a foothold, or North Korea, imagine the things that they could do if they got into our electrical grid or any of our infrastructure. Like we've seen, yeah, all of our SCADA stuff, that's a huge thing right now because we've kind of seen what's been going on in Ukraine and Russia, right? It's playing out in real time. The other thing that keeps me up at night is drones. And I'm not talking about the big like Global Hawks and stuff like that. I'm talking about the one you can go pay $250 for at Walmart because that's like just kinetic warfare alone. Imagine throwing something on there that's explosive and flying it into, we again, literally seeing it in the Ukraine right now. In Ukraine right now. And that's land, air, sea, underwater, and surface. Those are all considered, like, Ukraine does not have a navy, but after a couple of years, neither does Russia because of these things, right? Like, it's a little embarrassing, but like, it's like next-gen guerrilla warfare, right? again, zero trust assumes breach. So this approach to securing a system, I can't hate on the DoD for trying to do this zero trust thing. I love zero trust. I'm a big nerd about it. I'll talk all day about it. I'm a meme at my company with how I do zero trust and how much I talk about it. But at the end of the day, it's a really sound, safe, sound, secure way to build a system, right? Because you're always assuming breach. And by starting from a point where your system, by starting design from a point where your system has already been breached, that's going to give you a leg up. And that's going to help you to understand microsegmentation, blast radiuses, all of those things. Why do we need all of those things to be important? What are the things standing in way of that? I'm sorry. I am so sorry if any of you are GS. Especially that range that's about GS 10 to 13. Because a lot of those folks have been in the DoD for 15 years and they've only got 5 more to do. They don't want to rock the boat. So they're not going to accept different things. If anything I'm saying offends you or you don't understand, come up and talk to me afterwards and I'll explain it. But you have that layer of permafrost that's in there, right? So you got people that are very risk averse to doing things because, again, they're asking for a PPSM for a containerized solution. They don't bother to learn new technology because they don't have to. So you have that layer of permafreeze that's in there that's blocking. It's making it a little bit difficult, but we got to keep fighting the good fight. We got to keep explaining why zero trust is important, not only the law, but important, and why it's not as difficult as everybody makes it out to be. It is difficult. It is very, very difficult, especially for an existing system. I got lucky. I had a greenfield system that I got designed from the ground up, and it's zero trusty as hell, right? But if you've got, in Space Force, we are still launching rockets from code written on 8.5-inch floppies. When I was doing some developer interviews last year out of Vandenberg Space Force Base, we were asking them what they wanted in a cloud environment. Somebody mentioned that they wanted an IDE capable or that supported Fortran because they're doing active development. And this is the component of the rocket that makes the decision on whether or not to perform a rapid in-flight disassembly, otherwise known as exploding, right? So the Space Force has some really, really old technology, and porting that over to the cloud gets really, really scary, right? If anybody here has heard of Cloud Smart, it used to be called Cloud First, now it's called Cloud Smart. It's an initiative within the DoD to, if it can be put into the cloud, put it in the cloud. And if it can't be put into the cloud, we need to rethink what we're doing. We need to maybe re-architect that solution. So there is a very, very, very serious push to get things into the cloud, and with the cloud comes a whole new set of rules with how we secure things, and zero trust is probably, as difficult as it is, it's probably the safest, surest way to do that. So I know my ending was a little bit floppy there, but any questions? Yeah, over here. In 2042, will we be moving back out of the cloud? Yes, we'll all be back on dumb terminals. Well, I guess that would be the cloud. So yeah, we're going back to Windows 3.11. Yeah. Windows NT, anybody? Any other questions? Along those same lines, stop thinking zero trust is something new and special. It's just least privilege. It's the same shit we've been doing for 20 years. It really is just the same thing we've been doing for 20 years, but computers are faster now, we're smarter now, and we have better technologies now. We can do it. It's not really that difficult. It's not really that hard. It's the same thing we've been doing. So stop letting people convince you that zero trust is something scary and new and that it's a product. I went to Black. Who went to Black Hat this year? Anybody? Big thing out there was AI-enabled zero trust. Every single product was AI-enabled zero trust. My buddy, he couldn't make it today. He did a talk. He's the CISO over at Acquia Solutions. He gave a talk that zero trust is not a SKU, SKU. It's not a product. You can use products to help you build a zero trust environment, but zero trust is not something you can go out and buy. It's a culture shift. It's a culture shift. It's all those things that we've been hearing with DevOps. It's the same thing. We got to get the culture buy-in. We got to get the change in the culture, and it's people, process, and technologies, right? End of the day, it's the same thing we've been doing for 20 years. Any other questions? Thank you for taking my conference talk virginity, friends. It wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. Very much appreciated. And I'm available for questions. I'll be floating around. Look for the guy with the bun and tons of tattoos.